going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing morning, evening, afternoon, midnight, whatever it is in your time zone. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Amami City. We are live and alive, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real, synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on youtube.com, twitch.tv, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be in the distant cyber future. All right. We didn't make it as early as I wanted to, but yeah, I'm trying to slowly. Actually, what got in my way this time was I woke up super early. I went to bed super late. I woke up super early, and I noticed something, right? I noticed that Pisco was live. You know, we talked about Pisco before, DGG's lawyer, former friend of the VOD, Pisco. And, well, normally you would see, I don't know, 200, 300, maybe 400 viewers in Pisco's chat. This time it was 2.8K. 2,800 viewers in Pisco's chat. So I knew something was going on, right? And I clicked on it, and sure enough, yeah, he was debating Destiny. You know that debate that we watched the other day of Hutch versus Pisco? Well, I guess we weren't the only ones watching it, right? We were watching it, kind of enjoying it, kind of, you know, it's nice. It's nice to see Hutch get shown to be the absolute pseudo-intellectual that he is. But yeah, Destiny was watching it and having a very different reaction, as was DGG. Queeman was right. Queeman was right. You heard it here first, chat. Queeman was right. Right in that, you know, DGG was coming down hard on Pisco. So yeah, like I can't tell. It's hard to, and I didn't watch the whole thing. It's hard to know. But it kind of feels like what happened is that Pisco went live meaning to cover some content, right? Cash Patel and a few other things. And instead of talking about any of that, he was, you know, he was talking to Destiny. He's moving up Mortal Kombat style. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. You defeat the boss or the underboss, and then you have to fight the boss. Something like that, right? So yeah, that was going on, and you know, I just put it on, listened to it, and fell back asleep. But I slept a little too long because I woke up and it was time for Alex Novell's premiere of his new video on Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein and the women that he hates. Oh my god, Coral Pal. That fucking emoji, it's hypnotized me. The cat spinning its tail. It's like meat spin, but with a cat's butt. I don't know how I feel about that, but I guess it's a pretty effective emoji. Whose is it? Cringe, Chen, Bump. Oh, that's a global, right? Bumper booty shake. I don't know. It's, I gotta stop looking at it. But anyway, yeah, Pisco was debating the boss. I mean, look, this isn't that abnormal, all right? Just so people know, Pisco is like a longtime Destiny orbiter, probably one of the most intelligent people in DGG. And, you know, even though he doesn't agree with Destiny on a lot, even though he's like always been kind of one of the more left people in DGG, he serves a purpose. And I was kind of reminded of that, right? Look, I'm always down for a redemption arc, right? I would love to see one or more of these orbiters, you know, recognize that they don't have to live in this toxic community. They don't have to exist in this space. And somebody like Pisco, especially, you know, should not need a boost from a creep like Destiny, an absolute discredited fucking monster that nobody wants to be around like Destiny. And it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks that that was his track, but whatever. But yeah, I was reminded of his purpose, right? And he's still serving it, unfortunately. He's still fairly friendly with Destiny. Definitely more friendly than is warranted by his treatment by the Destiny community, right? He shouldn't have to take that shit, but he takes that shit. And the other thing that he does is launders. Let me see, how did I explain this before? He intellectually launders Destiny, right? He helps Destiny. He acts as a fig leaf for Destiny's, you know, essentially sophistry that he spews, right? Destiny is not smart. Destiny is not good. Destiny is just, let's see, loud, and he talks fast, right? Kind of like Ben Shapiro. In a lot of ways, Destiny is the bastard child of Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro, and I'm sure he'd love to be described that way. I'm sure he would agree with this. No, I mean, this comparison. I mean, he wants to be Charlie Kirk. We might as well you know, give him his flowers in that regard. But yeah, not in a good way. And here's the deal: to be in a debate with somebody like Pisco, who actually is smart, and especially, you know, talking about legal matters, right? It gives Destiny the veneer that, oh yeah, like, you know, hey, fuck everybody that says Destiny's a pseudo-intellectual, right? Fuck everybody that reminds us that, you know, that he's a dropout, right? That just doesn't really engage in anything even slightly academic, right? It laughs at that, scorns that, right? And very, very sort of right-wing characteristics, like Destiny's disposition towards academia. But to be in a debate with a lawyer like Pisco, it makes it look like, well, shit, if he can you know, if he can hold his own against a lawyer, he must be pretty smart. And he's not. His audience is just too dumb to recognize that. So yeah, Pisco intellectually launders Destiny, just like a lot of people sane wash Trump. Pisco is acting to, I don't know, what would you call this, like brainwash? Oh my god, that one's already taken. We can't say brainwash, chat. That already means something. I wanted to coin a phrase here, but yeah, brainwash is not gonna be it. Anyway, I gotta wake up my brain with a bag of coffee. Yes, this is how we start the day here in Thailand. With a bowl of cornflakes and a bag of coffee. No, wait, Destiny would suck and wait, who are we talking about? Based wash? No, I'm just trying to say, like, it's intellectually laundering his content, intellectually laundering him as a content creator. Smart wash, there we go. Like in the sense of like pink wash or what are the other words? Yeah, sane wash is the one they use for Trump, right? Destiny is getting smart washed or something. Wait, what did I say before? Anyway, I had a good one for a second there. Chat, I'm still fucking waking up here. Yeah, again, I woke up way too late. I'm still trying to wake my ass up. Something about mornings, right? You know, you gotta get coffee in, you gotta eat something, and then as soon as I eat something, it's like I want to fall back asleep again. But I can't, because this is the only time, like, you know, early in the morning is probably the best time for me to stream, in terms of reaching as much as my US audience as possible, which is, like, you know, getting further and further away. You have to stay up pretty late these days to watch an NCC stream. It's almost like the old days, right? It's almost like the days when Demon Mama used to have to complain about me streaming in the dead of night like a psychopath. Yeah, I guess all late night streamers are psychopaths according to her. But just to see what I'd said about her on that stream. But we're back to those hours again, so I don't know if we'll get the classic NCC audience back on Twitch, but I'm okay with the audience I have now. Anyway, Alex Novell, you may know him from some of his videos. He's kind of innovative, right? Right? He's not just a YouTuber. There's like a touch of investigative journalism to him, I guess I would say. I'm trying to describe this correctly. he's able to get in touch with people that you wouldn't think a YouTuber of his size would be able to get in touch with, right? He's interviewed Alan Dershowitz. He has, I think, started the process for getting hired as a video editor for the Daily Wire, right? He kind of gets his foot in the door in a way that not a lot of people do. So that's pretty cool. Chat, are we awake? Is it, am I just streaming so late? Am I streaming to dream characters here in chat? I can't tell. All I see is that cat, all I see is the cat's tail going around and around and around. He's like a non-problematic Andrew Callahan. Yeah, he kind of is, right? If you liked, if you enjoyed like some of Andrew Callahan's like early content, I think you would enjoy Alex Novell as well. You know, he's covered the Johnny Somali drama. He's covered the most recent video he did, I think, was talking to both Dan Saltman and Destiny in an effort to expose Destiny's obsession with Hassan. But this one kind of fell in his lap, didn't it? Right? Because here we're talking about now. So what's his connection to Ethan Klein? He was one of the documentarians, right? In the. Do you remember the Jimmy Lee controversy? There's been a few, right? Jimmy Lee is Ethan's friend. He's a Jersey from New dentist. No, he's a dentist from New Jersey, is what I'm trying to say here, chat. I'm like, see, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling like as tired as you should be, considering how late I have brought you to the stream, right? I'm feeling like I'm actually in the US and it is 11:51 p.m. on the Pacific Coast. That's 3 o'clock in the morning Eastern Standard Time. RIP East Coast, I guess, tonight. But yeah, kind of like Dead Domain, kind of like the Dead Domain videos where they infiltrate a right-wing hate church and a number of other similar videos. But yeah, it's innovative, right? He's not just making videos, right? He's going places, he's doing things, he's talking to people, and he's kind of getting his foot in the door, even of places that, you know, after he makes his video, they're gonna wish that he hadn't gotten his foot in the door, right? And yeah, that's the case with Ethan Klein. So his foot was in the door from, I think, the fact that he had been, what was the deal? Jimmy Lee, he is a dentist who's always dreamed of being a comedian. Unfortunately, though, Jimmy's idea of comedy is basically being racist and calling it old-timey humor, right? Racist, sexist, right? He really is a throwback, right? And to Ethan and his audience, it's like funny. And I guess, look, if he was playing a character and he was in on the joke, maybe Jimmy Lee would actually be funny, but he's not. He really is sexist. He really is racist. And it turns out, as they found out on, oh my God, I'm trying to remember what Rave was telling me about this today. As they found out at the one of the live shows that they did, he is a bit of a predator. Like he's a bit inappropriate to women, right? And you know, this, you know, they H3 did finally cut ties with him over this very aspect of Jimmy Lee's. You know, he's a married guy. He's a married dentist. He's got his life in New Jersey. He's a successful dentist, right? But he wants to be a stand-up comedian. And so in that effort, he hires younger people such as Alex, such as, you know, almost like Ethan, right? Ethan with the crew. You know, he's always hiring like younger people to, you know, make his millennial pilled humor a little bit more up to date, I guess. Although I don't know, with Ethan, he is technically a millennial, right? He's got a very boomer energy to him. So Jimmy Lee's right on spot. So yeah, Ethan was kind of helping Jimmy Lee build a career, and you know, he hired a video team to follow him around, and mainly so he, you know, like, right, a comedian, generally what that means is stand-up. You do stand-up. You write a set. You got your hot five. You know what a comedian is, right? Like Joe Rogan. You hump a chair. No. But like, you know, that's what he's trying to do. That's how he's trying to fashion himself. But it's kind of funny because all he does, or for the most part, the only comedy that he does that hits is I want to call it crowd work, but because he's not a stand-up, right? Because he can't, you know, attract an audience to watch him in, you know, a comedy place, right? The only way for him to do crowd work is to just go out on the street. So his crowd work is eerily similar to, I don't know, like a nuisance streamer. His crowd work, what I'm saying, Chad, is his crowd work is kind of like Johnny Somali. And yeah, he'll go up and bother people and be weirdly racist to them or inappropriate sexually, and it's supposed to be funny, right? And he's garnered some audience. He's grown his YouTube channel. I mean, I don't want to take, you know, I don't want to say he's like a total loser who, you know, there are people that see him and think he's funny, but I think it's because of this misperception that Jimmy Lee's in on the joke. It becomes a lot less funny when you take the guy 100% serious and realize that these aren't just old-timey jokes that he's making. This is actually how he is, right? So anyway, before the Predator revelations were really unearthed, or at least before, you know, I was aware of it, he what is it? He worked with one documentarian, one person that does documentaries to try to make a documentary about his life. And you look, it's kind of interesting, right? Jersey, you know, he's a dentist from New Jersey, you know, got a very successful practice. You know, nobody, I don't think, complains about his dentistry or has any stories about weird stuff happening to them when they're, like, you know, put under the gas or anything like that. There's nothing like that. But you know, his desire to be a comedian and his struggles in doing comedy for generations that he cannot possibly understand is, I guess, what makes him interesting. So he had one documentarian following him around, you know, kind of recording his life, talking to his friends, his family, you know, and yeah, I mean, like, I think he's a unique enough character where that could have been an interesting story. That could have been an interesting documentary. Problem was that this person, they filmed him. All right, now check this out. They filmed Jimmy Lee, and then they didn't immediately, like, release the video. They didn't upload the video. And Jimmy started getting anxious. And Jimmy started, like, showing up to kind of harass this person, to try to kind of bother them, to try to, like, light a fire under them to get this shit out. And I think that he just doesn't understand that if you want to make a good documentary, there's a lot of editing that goes into it. So he couldn't take the editing. I think that's where Alex Novell comes in. I think Jimmy if I could be getting this mixed up, maybe it's backwards, right? But I think where Alex Novell comes in is when Jimmy's like, this guy shot a documentary of me, but he's not releasing it. I got no faith in him. Let me hire somebody to shoot another one. And look, if you're doing a documentary about somebody that nobody knows, right? He doesn't have fame. He doesn't have a following. The only attraction to this guy is from the H3 community that kind of know about him from him being a reoccurrent goofy character, and I guess people that follow his YouTube channel, right? So if you're gonna do a documentary about somebody like that, it better be fucking interesting, right? You better capture their interest. You better be able to sell it. Make a title that really, you know, resonates with people. Of like, okay, I don't know who this guy is, but I want to see this now. You know, like, you could probably do something like that with the dentist thing and what is he calls himself, like, the Jersey Outlaw. You could probably do something like that. But what you cannot do, right, with a figure that is only, you know, that doesn't have any real, you know, people don't know about this guy. He doesn't have any SEO. What you can't do is release 2 documentaries at the same time. And that was what happened, I think. Like, in fact, I think maybe the first guy even held back his documentary longer because he knew this. He was like, I've done all this work, you know, recording. I'm now in the process of editing. And, you know, it would have been released fairly soon after that, except, like, now there's another documentary on YouTube kind of competing with that. So, yeah, I think it was, like, maybe the guy that did the Boogie document. Was there a Boogie documentary? Jimmy makes me nauseated. Yeah. Well, that's a fucked up thing. Yeah. Like Jimmy, like Ethan presents him as being a harmless old man. Like, you know, he's just unk. And you know, that makes him charming, I guess, if you think he's in on it, if you think he's playing a character. But since he's not, and that's the way he's being represented, it makes him dangerous, right? Somebody that thinks that this guy is safe, this guy is, you know, like, I mean, there, you know what I mean? There's signs that, like, the way you see him portrayed on H3 makes it look like there was a boogie doc. It was done well. Yeah, I think the other guy was the boogie doc guy. So anyway, Alex is kind of new to this whole thing. You know, had a smaller channel at the time. And so the Jimmy Lee thing was a big get, but he definitely didn't want to step on anybody's toes, right? If Unk is a PDF file who isn't allowed near schools. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, so we're gonna get, this is like what I'm telling you, chat, is we got some prime fucking content tonight. And before we even get started, right? Before we even get started, let me just let you know, if you're looking to find Alex Novell, that you can find him at this link, right? If you want to follow his channel, maybe. You want to see what he's up to. You want to get those notifications, right? You can do all that stuff with the link that I'm giving you. I'm giving you a link right now. So yeah, here's the deal. So this stream, because we've only got one topic, you know, one main topic to cover, the stream could be really short or it could be really long. Like I told you, there's a Pisco Destiny debate that I think is pretty interesting. I put that on bonus content. What else do we have on bonus content? We have Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard. I showed you the beginning of that argument. Really, it did kind of, you know, like I was surprised that they were not, you know, they weren't like holding back, you know, Taylor or Zach and Gavin in this debate, you know, about I don't know, the internet, regulation of the internet, and you know, kind of media censorship and some of these new laws that are trying to be put into place by using people's frustration with the internet, using people's you know, dissatisfaction with the enshittification to try to claim, okay, well, this will fix it, right? If we you know, or keeping minors you know, off of certain sites, you know, forcing ID and stuff like that. So anyway, that it's an interesting argument. We also have Bad Empanada and Cavernacle called out. That is the trash discourse video. This is probably the last day that I'll have it up here on in the bonus content. We have Overzealots. This one's really interesting. Overzealots and Chris Kunstler have put together a podcast. It's called No Politic Here. And they brought on Noah Sampson to talk about a number of things, including Ethan Klein. So we got a few segments from that we could watch, and then we of course have the longer one, Pisco versus Destiny, right? So that's what I'm saying, chat. It could be a short stream, or it could be a long stream. It is all your choice, right? You know, whether we get bonus content or all is dependent on where we end up at the bonus content, on the bonus meter at the end of the night. So yeah, we're gonna definitely watch the content Terminator. Like I always say, I program the first half of the stream, and you get the chance to program the second half. But for that to even happen, we got to get to 100 on the bonus content, right? Which is that number right there, which goes up every time somebody does a super chat, every time somebody does a super sticker, if somebody gifts memberships, if somebody gets themselves a membership, if somebody supports me on Throne.com, which, yeah, I'm trying to crowdfund a number of things, including, I don't know what I'm going to do with this computer thing, chat. Apparently the tech bros have made, you know, stuff really expensive right now. But I've also got to worry now about filtering the air now that burn season is starting. So if you want me to have good clean air to breathe in the apartment when all of Southeast Asia is burning down its previous year's rice crop, then can support me on Throne for that, right? Or on Patreon or on Twitch, of course. So that's the deal. That's where we're at, and we're gonna watch this, and you know, it could be a short stream if we don't hit the bonus goal, or it could be a long stream if we do hit the bonus goal and pick something like, say, the Pisco Destiny debate. I'm up for either because I think it's good content. Either way, I've also got a lot of stuff that I need to work on. I'm gonna try to put this video out of the my reaction to Alex Novell's content Terminator for those who did not stay up late enough to watch it. If you made that mistake, no, it's not a mistake, Chad. I'm teasing. It's a, you know, it's a failure of the ability to stay up. Pin the link. Yeah, that's a good idea. Wait. Before we pin the link here, let me give the link again, because I do want to make sure we're supporting Alex Novell, and getting that video, getting those views as high as we can. Let's get those views as high as we can, right? Because if we get what? Okay, this live event is over. Let's try this one. Oh no, I don't even have it yet. All right, let's. What else am I trying to do? Oh yeah, I gotta before I pin anything, I gotta pin the link for Blue Sky. All right, so this is my Blue Sky link. This is the blast off link. We're gonna try to blast off, just get anybody who's around on Blue Sky, make them aware that the stream is going on if they want to watch. With a blast off skeet, I believe it's called. There's your blast off skeet. I'm gonna pin that. Oh, pin the link for my computer? Oh, you're talking about the Throne link? The Throne link is throne.com/nocommentchick. I don't know if you can click on it from there. I would guess not. But yeah, it's, it's this one right here. No, that's not it. All right, there's the link for that. And you should pin this one, pin that. Oh, it's already pinned. Okay, we're good. I hate it how it's always slightly too hot in my house. Oh wait, I know how to fix that. I've got a bag full of coffee and ice. And an oversized boba straw for some reason. Even though there's no boba in here, it's just coffee and ice. Okay, that's better. That's better. Okay, I feel better. I always feel like I'm in that part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5 where they're fighting the stand called Grateful Dead, whose power is to make people old. And the only way to defeat it, the only way to not get wait, what is it, like, get aged by the Grateful Dead is to is if you got some ice or something to suck on, like something that will cool you down, right? In a hot Italian train. But yeah, so yeah, we're gonna get into Alex Novell first. We've got 4 possible bonus content. There's the channel right there. There's Alex Novell's channel. Looks like the latest video is this Ethan Klein video. What is he calling it, this one? Ethan Klein's War on Women. Okay, that's a pretty good title. Content Terminator. So Ethan Klein does content nukes. iDubbbz does content cops. and it turns out that Alex Novell does content Terminators, where he goes back in time to try to warn people about what will happen in the future. So like the Terminator that he is. So that's that one. This one's a members only one, but he has, I guess he did a documentary on, anybody familiar with the Mold Mansion? I feel like I've heard of this. This is a house, a hype house for some Kick streamers. And I can't remember if this is the one. God damn it. I'm hicking up. I hate it when I hiccup. But like, I'm trying to remember what the Mold Mansion was. Is this the house where somebody died? Is this the Kick streamer house where like a French guy died? I'm not sure. Maybe somebody in chat will know, but it is a Mold Mansion. It is a scary place. Maybe even worse than Asmongold's house. I don't know. He's got that. He's got some Johnny Somali. He did a documentary. Oh yeah. I feel like this documentary was actually focusing on some of the channels that like cover like Johnny Somali. Like that their beat is Johnny Somali, right? Johnny Somali is a bad dude. Don't get me wrong. But some of the, like Illegal Mindset was one of them. Like there's some kind of bad people that chronicle his struggles as well. And then some really bad people around him. So anyway, he did this documentary. Wait, are there two? Oh no, that's a trailer. Legal Mindset allegations. So he went over the, speaking of Legal Mindset, he went over the allegations against Legal Mindset. We got Josh Weissman and Mr. Beastification of Food YouTube. That's another content Terminator. We got Protesties, Roblox. Okay, so something about robots. Sorry, I'm not saying this right. Roblox groomers, right? That's what this one's about. And then the one I talked to you earlier about, the Destiny. He talks to Destiny and Dan Saltman to get to the bottom of Destiny's obsession with Hassan Piker, which, you know, that should be like a college course, I feel. I feel like that could be a college course. He called out Joshua Weissman as well. Wait, who is this guy? Rat died and it woke up Asmongold for quite a while. No, it's the rat. It's when the rat starts cooking. It's when the rat starts cooking. Nobody knows about the Mold Mansion? Okay, again, it's super late, chat, so I might be stuck with only dream characters in my chat once again, even though I love to talk to chat. It's one of my pleasures in life. The whole H3 lore with Hila's family having cut her out after her brother and Trish started dating. Hila, oh. Wait, so I guess I didn't know this. Wait, you're telling me that like, because they always portray it like that Hila's brother is like crazy or dangerous or, I don't know, toxic or something, like, right? There's something really wrong with Hila's brother. And yeah, he's the guy that married Trish. But Miku's headphones telling me the whole H3 lore with Hila's family having cut her out after her brother and Trish started dating and then got married, and they have multiple kids now. So basically, is that, am I getting this right? The way that the Kleins are treating Hila's brother is not okay with the rest of the family? Is that the gist of it? He was stealthing woman? Wait, who? Sorry, he was stealthing women. Oh, this is the Joshua Weissman guy, right? That was stealthing. Well, don't tell Destiny because he'll defend him. Destiny's famous for defending guys that stealth. Anyway, we got to get into this, but like I'm saying, let me reset the goals here. Oh yeah, we should do a butterfly goal today. You want to do a butterfly goal? All right. So we will say 10 super chats of the teal variety or higher. is what it'll take to put a butterfly in my hair today. I'll give you, I don't know how long I'm gonna be streaming. I'll make it 3 hours. I may not stream if we don't hit the bonus goal. I may not stream for 3 hours, but I just want to make sure that this doesn't, you know, get time limited. Put a butterfly in my hair. Of course, these super chats also count towards the bonus content, so don't think it's because it's counting towards a butterfly that it's not bringing us closer to more bonus content. Put a butterfly in my hair. There we go. There it is. Pop out the chat. It's a good time to remind you that if you're in top chat right now, even though it says top chat, it's not the best chat, right? The chat you want to be in is live chat. That's where you see everything that happens in chat. You know, you won't have that problem of like people reacting to somebody that you can't see. So switch into live chat if you will. Also make sure to like the stream because that helps me out a month. I cannot stress that enough, right? A big part of when YouTube recommends this stream to other people, recommends this channel to other people, etc., is like when you like the stream. I know one like, one thumb by itself isn't very powerful, but if we put all our thumbs together, we can wrestle the algorithm into submission and force it to put out my my videos to a larger and larger audience, which is pretty necessary, which is pretty damn necessary. Like, right, I was you know, sick for a while. I have not been streaming as much during the past month, so we're really trying to mount a comeback here, and you can help me out with that comeback just by liking the stream, and I appreciate it a lot. Wait, this is more. The story is different from Ethan and Trisha's side. Yeah, I've only heard Ethan and Trisha's side. Wait, Ethan and Trisha's side? Oh, from Ethan versus Trisha's side. I got it. Yeah, I've only heard Ethan's side. Ethan has said that the family is super upset with Trisha and Hila's brother Moses and don't speak to them, but that does not seem to be true based on the stories Trisha has told about her family. So Trisha's got a some kind of a reality show that she's on now. Is that right? I'm guessing that's where that comes from. Moses was a pilot in the IDF. He's since spoken of regret about that time. Moses was IDF. He denounced Zionism and Israel since October 11th, though. He's at least more intelligent than Hila. There have been text messages too. I guess I didn't follow that part. Moses Hockman was Moses. Oh. It was Moses, Hila's brother, that was doing the stealthing, I guess. Sorry, Joshua. I didn't mean to imply anything. I misread that chat, but I'm correcting that just for, yeah. Let me, again, let me grab the link once more. Make sure that you can follow Alex Novell if you want to. I'll be trying to pump that because, again, I want his video to do good. All right. I don't think that covering it from here is gonna make it, you know, do worse. I don't think we have that kind of impact. But I actually want I want the net effect of my stream to be like more people following Alex, and maybe more people watching the video. That would be great because we want to see that video blow up. If it blows up, Ethan will respond, and if Ethan has to respond to this video, it's not going to look good for him. I think Alex really is exposed him in a way that few people do. Right? If you don't know, there's a lot of Ethan Klein hit pieces. That is what his community will call them. Right? There's going back to Gokunaru, going all the way back to Gokunaru. Right? Many people have criticized Ethan. Many people have failed in their criticism. Many people have made videos that like somehow elicited more sympathy for Ethan than ire, and I don't think that's gonna happen with Alex's video. So I'm glad we got a good Ethan Klein video in the algorithm. If it's good, you'll subscribe. Okay, well that's fair enough, Joshua Keller. But anyway, yeah, we gotta get into this. Looking at the poll right now. Bad Empanada and the Cavernacle called out. That's in first place. I didn't expect that. I did not expect that, right? Yeah, that's so just so you know what you're getting with that one, somebody named Trash Discourse made a piece saying that the left has a Nazi problem, has a right-wing, like an alt-right pipeline problem, and identified Bad Empanada and Cavernacle as 2 points of entry. That like somehow watching Bad Empanada and Cavernacle is going to lead you to becoming some kind of Nazi or something, right? And I mean, like I said, there's criticisms of Bad Empanada that are valid. I'm sure there are criticisms of the Cavernacle that are valid, but I don't think that either of these two creators are minting new Nazis or leading people down the alt-right pipeline. So anyway, that's what that video is about. That's in first place right now. Second place, we have Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard, talking about a lot of subjects, but you know, basically the internet and what should be done in terms of, you know, regulation, right? Taylor would rather, you know, exclusively regulate the platforms. The Vanguard seem to be like okay on some level with regulating the internet itself, which is what, you know, Congress is actually doing right now. There's major reform going on that Taylor says is going to end in a limit of free speech, inaccessibility of important information for LGBT, especially like children, and you know, just a lot of bad things. She's what is it called? She's running around like with her hair on fire. She's really worried about this, and I think she's worried for good reason. She has a conversation with Zach and Gavin. It's a contentious conversation. It's an argument, right? Is how I would characterize it. I don't think they're, you know, burning any bridges after the conversation, but they definitely don't agree when they begin. Maybe there's a few more things that they agree on by the end, but you know, it's definitely a back and forth. So we got that one at second place at 24%, and then tied for third place we have Overzealots, Chris Kunstler, Noah Sampson. Don't sleep on this one because it's a pretty good this is pretty good content here, and they're also talking about Ethan Klein, so decent night for that. And then we got the granddaddy of like extended content. Look, if you wanna like, you know, get your snacks, get a drink, maybe have a little CBD and some THC, that Pisco and Destiny debate, it goes hard and it goes long, right? So if you wanna, you know, like we're kind of set up right now for maybe a shorter stream, and we do have a shorter time, a shorter window to be able to hit that bonus goal. And you know, so far not so good. So far we're looking at a very short stream, but who knows? That could change. Miracles can happen, and what better time for a miracle to happen than in the wee hours of the morning, right? Some of the best miracles happen at that time. So yeah, we'll hope we can extend the stream for a while. If not, it'll be a fairly short stream, and I'll just go to edit it for all the people that were not able to stay up tonight and watch this, because I'm sure there's actually going to be a lot of interest in this one. I'm definitely interested in this. We better get into it here. Again, the things that make that number go up are when you super chats, super stickers, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, if you support me on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch. So speaking of Patreons, let me thank those people right now. I really do appreciate my Patreons. They are there for me every month with recurrent support, and it sometimes it's made the difference for me, right? There's been months where I was like Patreon literally made it so I was able to pay the bills. So massively thankful for my Patreons. Anyway, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Let's do those now. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Al of the Cake Mix and the Cake Remix. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Sherry Saphira, Rachel K, Omega Star, and Zara Xerox. With that being said, chat, let's go. Let's get this started. All right. Let's see what Alex Novell has been cooking up for us in his lab. He's in the lab, chat. Cooking up some bangers. Anyway, let's see what he's got.
Now look at this.
Whoa. All right.
Now look at this fucking vile pig. Fucking demon, dude. We need to exterminate him. We don't believe in extermination, but let's just move him somewhere else. All right, we need to
Yeah, just a little cleansing, maybe. I don't know.
Get this here in its own neighborhood, with its own kind. That's what it's.
Jesus fucking Christ! When did he say this? What was he talking about?
It's fantasy.
The culture war is raging on all fronts. Foot soldiers, fresh off the assembly line, strike the hot iron of the battlefield in droves, inoculated with the pounding drums of war.
It's going to war, you know what it is, guys. It's fucking straight up the front lines. I'm going to the front today to fight for the Jewish people.
Trapped in a never-ending battle against anyone brave enough to fight back. The architect of the culture war sits safe and tucked away from the horrors of the front lines, with endless resources and endless rage for the world that he created. But maybe, just maybe, we can turn back the clock. Maybe this time, we can actually stop Judgment Day from happening once and for all. Face the force powering all the hate and shut it down for good. It's the only way to bring about change to the chaos of war. Some people think that change is impossible, and maybe they're right. Because if I know one thing, it's that culture war never changes.
Oh shit! Fallout truck chat. How did he achieve this effect? Is this AI?
Let me tell you guys a story.
Ethan Klein can't stop harassing women on the internet.
You know I don't like talking about women's looks.
Yeah, said that one. You don't need to. You don't need to.
It's beneath me. That being said, you pig! You loser! It looks like she lives in a swamp. It looks like she hasn't showered, and she is a succubus.
We rated into... She's a succubus? Excuse me? We raided into Casey Tron last night. I think she was doing some kind of like extended subathon extended stream, and yeah, she looked really tired. She's been through a lot. She's luckily out of the line of fire when it comes to the lawsuit, but you know, he's using the he's using her settling with him as a victory, right? And for his, for the DGG followers, right? For the Asmongold DGG, all the people that are into Ethan because he's causing pain for the femoids that they hate, right? Denims, Casey Tron, Frogan, three very hated women in these communities. He's delivering with that W, right? He's delivering by essentially making Casey Tron read like a hostage speech as part of the conditions of the settlement. And thus keeping them engaged. Because look, with Ethan Klein, it's a lot of L's. Alex will get into that in a second as far as his numbers, his trajectory, where he was at the pinnacle of his career versus where he is now. And the constant loss of subs, of viewers, of members, etc. But you know, the way that he hides those L's is with like W's like this, right? You know, when he can financially bully somebody with litigation, vindictive litigation, chat.
You're a fucking piece of shit. You are the biggest fucking. Oh, can I say it? She did. Fuck you. I can call her a bitch.
He really wants to call her a bitch. It's clear.
Horrible person, but I would never do that. I would never say that. And and I mean that. I only use this harsh language to exemplify the fact that I can say whatever I want about her.
Can I just say that we don't have a clique problem at this school? And some of us shouldn't have to take this workshop because some of us are just victims in the situation?
That's probably true. How many of you have ever felt personally victimized by
Ethan Klein?
Oh, Denham's, Cruel World, Happy Mind, Casey Tron, Taylor Lorenz.
He's victimizing himself about anti-Semitism or those dreaded snarkers. Ethan has spent the last 2 years honing his blade of victimhood and using it to strike down any woman who dares to criticize.
Recognize that? That's the sword that iDubbbz picked up in Hassan's room when they shot the content cop, right? It's got a symbol called a manji, I think, on it. I mean, does anybody look at that sword and see? Yeah, swastika. I mean, supposedly this is the swastika sword, right? But there it is. It's the sword. I think, what is it? Renji on Bleach uses this sword. It's his Zanpakuto. You know, in Bleach, if you're a Shinigami, you got to have a Zanpakuto, and you know, you got a lot of responsibilities, right? A lot of responsibilities, right? You're basically kind of in charge of the afterlife. So so that's what he uses it for, not to be a Nazi or be anti-Semitic, right? I've never seen. Is there a joke about Renji being racist or something? I know that they got this in One Piece for Zoro, right? The meme that Zoro is racist. I haven't seen anything similar for Renji. If I'm a shitty Grammy, I need a Zapachinko. Oh, Zapachinko. I love that game. I fucking love pachinko. It's like one of my favorite things. Chat, I gotta visit Japan just to play pachinko sometime. I don't gamble though. I'm not good at gambling. It's that's Ichigo's sword? Okay, I'm sorry. It's not Renji. It's not Renji. It's chat, remind me of who ends up with who. Is it okay, so Sato and Orihime, right? I hope this is not spoilers for anybody. Rukia and Renji, and then Ichigo and, oh my god, I can't remember. I'm more of an stay. I'll see myself out. Nice, Joshua. Who ends up with Ichigo? I can't remember. I should remember.
This insane harassment and defamation campaign that you've been sucked into. And while
wait, did I get that wrong? It's Ichigo and Orihime? Okay, wait, who does Sato end up with then?
Trying to be this fair
and what about the Quincy dude? What's his name?
Arbiter of truth and research. You are repeating straight up.
I need to watch the rest of Bleach sometime.
As part of a anti-Semitic hate campaign, and I'm not saying she is yet.
You may.
And you're saying swastika hilt should not make me feel uncomfortable. No, you're insane. And what, 3 million people watched that, and nobody who supports him thought that was a little fucking nuts, a little fucked up to tell that? It's just like, these people don't give a fuck. I mean, it's kind of disillusioning where it's like, do these people care about this at all, about anyone?
But that blade of victimhood cuts both ways, as both his YouTube channels are bleeding subscribers. The H3 podcast, Ethan's main channel, has lost almost 400,000 subscribers since January of 2024, making them—
Okay, so just so we all know, just we're all on the same track, right? If you watch VODs of Ethan's podcast, that's the H3 podcast channel, right? If you're watching the content nuke, that is H3 Productions, right? That's the bigger channel. That's the channel that he did all the, you know, all the Vape Nation stuff, all of his famous skits that he did, all the videos that really blew up that Ethan and Hila did back in the day, which were sometimes just weird stories, right? put a pin in that, because that weird story theme, weird and gross stories, let's just say, on that channel. But yeah, it blew up, it got big and everything. And so that's why he put the content nuke out on it, is that, I don't know, it had been less decimated than this one's decimated, chat, because whenever Ethan Klein goes live, there's more people that are like, oh shit, I'm still subscribed to this shit. Yeah, unsubscribe. There's more people like that than people, you know, that get recommended and go like, ooh, this is good content. I really like this content creator talking about his personal grievances that I know nothing about, right? There's more of the former than the latter. And that's what causes this line to go down and down again. So for his content nuke, he went back to his channel that still has like, I don't know, 8 million subs on it to just try to give it a better chance in the algorithm. And it definitely blew up more than the stuff that the other channel he has is called Ethan Klein. And this was the when he would make videos in his basement and be like, let me tell you about why I'm concerned about Hassan Piker spreading anti-Semitism, right? Nobody cared. Nobody watched, right? It was just too little of a channel. And yeah, it was just, you know, marginal, right? So when he wants to get people's attention, he posts on H3 Productions. When he's doing his you know, live stream, it's all on H3 Podcast. And that's the one that's really, I mean, they've both lost subs, right? But the H3 Podcast is just consistently on a downward trajectory, and there's no end in sight to that.
One of the fastest shrinking communities on the platform.
Let's be real. Let's call a spade a spade.
Wait, he didn't choose to be a Quincy? Oh, Ishida? Ishida is his name. Yeah. He's an incel? Oh, wait. Or are Quincy's incels? Wait, are Quincy's bad? They got it like a blood feud, right? With the Shinigami. But aren't the Shinigami kind of like iffy too? Like everybody's morally gray in that world. He's a priest. So same. I hate Swordgate was ridiculous. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the title was like, what? Yeah, why does nobody care? That's a great way to get somebody to click on a video. Title it, why does nobody care? Is Ethan was Ethan jerking off in his basement and no one was into that? Yeah, I mean, it's very it's a niche so that's a niche. Quincy is a city in Illinois.
The views are down. We'll get him back. These are people that I want.
Voice of narrator, he did not get them back. Chat, this was like, I don't know, was this a year ago, 2 years ago? It's at least a year ago. It's at least a year ago. Shinigami are very hog-coded.
Wanted to shed anyway, let's be real. I knew what I was doing when I got into this. But the views are down, the members are down, the revenue's down. And
Ethan's coughing. Listen to him. He's like Tiny Tim, man.
Dude.
He's like Tiny Tim over here.
But Ethan Klein will not go down without a fight. When he's not going scorched earth on his former friends and colleagues, Ethan Klein spends his time fighting multiple court battles and rage texting anyone who disagrees with him. I was actually lucky enough to be on the receiving end of some incredibly paranoid Ethan Klein rage texts that I've taken the artistic liberty of bringing to life with a dramatic reenactment.
In this dramatic reenactment, the part of Ethan Klein will be played by Michael Jackson.
Hope mediation.
There's a rationale. There's a rationale. I think it comes up later in the video, that what the Michael Jackson reference is about. But yeah, we got Michael Jackson back from the grave, right? Maybe he's gone to Soul Society for this. Do you think that's like a gym in Soul Society? Maybe Alex is in Soul Society so he could interview Michael Jackson. That's wow. See, this is what I mean when I say that he does a lot for his videos. Yo, speaking of doing a lot, thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for the 5 gifted memberships getting us started tonight. That does mean a lot, and especially to those of you getting weaseled, I'm sure that means a lot. So, Jerry B, you just got weaseled. Mujika, you just got weaseled. Kalia, 3537, you just got weaseled. Megs, you just got weaseled. Wait, did I read off 5 of those? An infallible foul. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. All right, so there we go. Starting off getting to 15 on the bonus meter. Where is this thing? Oh, there it is. All right, I gotta try to keep this current so that I know if I'm sticking around for bonus content. And make sure to get your votes in. If you haven't voted already, the voting is going on over on YouTube. So place your votes. Right now, we still have Bad Empanada and Cavernacle in first place, Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard in second place, and Overzealots and Pisco versus Destiny tied for third place. But there's plenty of time, and not many votes have been cast already, only 41. So make sure to vote if you have not already.
Went well yesterday. Let me know if you think today will work better for you or if tomorrow is better. I know you have a show today, so no worries if you need to postpone. I'm around all day today and tomorrow.
Meditation ended up taking like 13 hours.
No worries. We can talk tomorrow.
That's some serious meditation. No, it's mediation.
The next day.
How's today looking for you?
Do you have a problem with Taylor Lorenz infrequently retweeting the account called Ethan's Attic, whose sole purpose is to lambast my declining mental health? Do you think it's okay to target someone's mental health as a partisan attack?
I retweeted him for sharing my video. I'm a small creator. Retweets do not equal endorsements.
A partisan attack? A partisan attack, chat. What does that mean to you? What is that? What? That's a partisan attack? He's saying that Ethan's basement, implied that his mental health was less than stellar as a partisan attack. Is Ethan a Republican now? What's going on? I don't get it.
Oh, okay.
All my accounts are public. It's not a gotcha that I've interacted with these folks before.
Here is a post that you retweeted. That jacket is fitting because Ethan Klein is now just a low-cow. Do you think I'm a low-cow?
I feel like, weren't the crew joking about that? Wasn't that the joke that the crew was making? This doesn't seem like, he's looking for, so here's the deal. We're gonna get to this in a second, right? You all know about how Ethan uses the word snark, that he's been trying to, he stated that he wants to give the word snark the force of an ethnic slur, right? Only you're allowed to say this. And if you call somebody snark or snark-brained or whatever, you're supposed to think they're really bad, right? And unfortunately, I did see Pisco kind of accepting this framing in his conversation with Destiny. We'll see if we have time for that tonight. I'll try to get to it at some point either way, but yeah, it was partisan. Okay, I get it. So the snark party, right? That's the partisan. You're on the side of snark. That's what Ethan was saying. He's looking at snark as like a political movement. Okay. And again, chat, you might be tempted to think that by snark he means only the H3 snark, the community and the mods for that, as well as the leftovers / H3 subreddit that kind of inherited the mantle from them, right? But no, it's snark is anybody that's got anything to say negative about Ethan Klein. That's what snark means. That's what snark brained. If you think anything like it, potentially if a crew member were to be dissatisfied with, I don't know, the amount of help that Ethan either had or had not rendered in terms of something like getting their visa sorted, then that would be love being snark brained, right?
I think he has always been kind of this way.
Wait,
so
does anybody know this guy? He's in a lot of this video. I don't know anything about him. Should we like really quickly see what we can find? He's a journalist, Stephen Assark. I feel like I'm mispronouncing his name. Assark sounds like a Stephen Assark. I don't know why that sounds like I'm calling him an ass or something. Rolling Stone. Okay. Ooh, okay. He's got he seems like a fun guy, actually. He looks like somebody that'd be fun to hang out with. Freelance right now from New York. Writes for the Rolling Stone. He covered the grooming allegations against Ava Tyson of the Mr. Beast team. Newsweek, tech reporter on Newsweek. Okay, tech reporter. There we go. That's what I was. Yeah, PC Magazine. I got it. Internet culture reporter, who lives on Twitch and YouTube. Excuse me, what? I didn't know you could live there. Chat. Wow, that I wonder what the rent is like. Steve Salat Ashar. I don't know this guy. I don't know about this guy. I have never heard of him. Ethan Yahoo is going to sign an executive order declaring Snark a WMD. I could see that. Rave.
Have been watching.
Are we sure it's not Pisco? I heard him pronounce it, and he says Pisco, right? But it is confusing. All right, if you don't know, Pisco is a oh my God, why can't I remember the country? It's a country in South America. Pisco is from Peru. It's Peruvian liquor made from grapes. It's like a brandy, and the drink that it usually goes in is called a pisco sour, right? But yeah, I think it is pisco, right? At least that's how he pronounces it. So his channel is called Pisco's Hour. It's a very funny pun right there. A little bit of a dad joke, but hey, you know. I think he does a podcast with Kat Tenbarge. Okay. So he's kind of part of the, maybe loosely part of the Taylor Lorenz fam.
H3 since the beginning. I remember my first article.
Chat, do you think I could become part of Taylor Lorenz fam? Or do you think that she'll be like, well, you did do those critical videos on Keffels. I'm like, yeah, but you didn't pay attention to that story and how it was changing. I did a lot of positive stories about Keffels when she was under attack from Kiwi Farms. I only did negative stories on. Anyway, I'm fighting a, you know, I'm arguing with a Taylor Lorenz that doesn't know who I am. But anyway, you know, Keffels was, you know, a friend of mine back in the day. It's complicated.
Article about H3 is in like 2018, I think, is when I first started writing about him in Newsweek. And I've always found his content fascinating, but it's evolved so much over time. He's starting to get more and more paranoid. Ethan Klein has become more siloed off, and I don't think he even leaves the house anymore except to go to the podcast. He's kind of scared of everything. That's why he's like siloed himself off in this $1 million mansion. And I think over time, that problem has only gotten worse.
Ethan? This guy's like an Ethan Klein expert, chat. You know, like how I was regarded by or what was it? Know Your Meme. I was listed by Know Your Meme as a Vosh expert. That was my claim to fame back in the day. She knows a lot about Vosh, right? But yeah, no. This guy's an Ethan Klein expert. That's even better.
Yeah. Klein is actually in a state of psychosis.
Yeah.
I think part of it feels maddening. It feels like gaslighting, like crazy making. Like it's so frustrating to look at all of these.
I gotta say, the other person that I hear talking about crazy making a lot, the other person that uses that as a frame of reference is Destiny, right? Destiny. Oh my God, I hate. Why does it have to go back to streamers that don't stream anymore? When Demon Mama debated somebody named Riley Grace Rochong, a debate which virtually ended Riley's career. Riley was an up-and-coming DGG orbiter, and she kind of got the career cut short by losing a debate to Demon Mama and then crashing out about it. But that was... Wait, what was I relating that to? RGR...
Yeah. I think part of it feels maddening.
Yeah, the crazy making, right? The Destiny reacted to it and basically accused Demon Mama of using crazy making logic. That there's a certain way you could interact with somebody in a debate that engenders psychosis on their part. That sounds like a high level debate tactic that I'm just not aware of. But yeah, Demon Mama was apparently disqualified from winning the debate that she won because she was crazy making. And it's not that Riley was crashing out or having a bad reaction to the fact that nobody agreed with her. It was that Demon Mama was crazy making.
feels like gaslighting, like crazy making. Like it's so frustrating to look at all these super woke people and nobody fucking can see what's happening.
Ethan's paranoia has clearly overtaken his online personality to the point that it's become the fuel for his entire content machine.
She's doing the thing where she's saying this Jew is hallucinating anti-Semitism. He's tricked his audience into thinking there's anti-Semitism, and he's making them paranoid. And it's actually totally fucking insane. Like, this is just straight up Nazi racism. Like, holy fuck.
From Ethan's perspective, everyone is out to get him. But that also means that everyone is also fair game to be targeted by him.
Listen, if you're gonna talk shit about me, I have a policy. This goes for everybody. I don't give a fuck how small of a creator you are. If you talk shit, you're fair game.
Uh-oh.
If you can't deal with it, then don't make the fucking video. Welcome to online.
And that, chat, is what we call a chilling effect.
I'm not like all the other bitches that you can shit on and fucking just collect the free views.
I'm special. I'm not like the other YouTubers, right? We have this thing on YouTube where we criticize each other. We watch each other's videos. We react to them. Sometimes we might like them. Sometimes we might dislike them. Sometimes we might like part of them and dislike another part of them. But he is special, chat. He is exempt. Everybody else has to deal with this. Everybody else has to suck it up. We could all, you know, if somebody uses my video, if somebody uses anybody's video, we all have the ability to inhale a piece of cabbage. God damn. We all have the ability. God damn. I inhaled cabbage tainted with chili paste, Chad. It's like it's doing a number. Oh, it's gonna open up my I'm gonna be able to breathe really well in about 20 minutes. Jesus Christ, wow. Oh wow. But yeah, no, everybody else has to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, but Ethan is special. You don't understand. He's YouTube royalty, chat. He was here in the beginning. That's probably why he has such a large channel, despite the fact that he's not that funny, he's not that charismatic, he's not that entertaining. Don't get me wrong, chat. I'm not dissing his content. I still think Vape Nation is funny. I still go for that, you know, I mean, I won't call it stoner humor because Ethan's not a stoner. He's making fun of humor, but I do like to vape, and you know, right? Touche. That was a good video about people that vape, Ethan. I'm part of who you're attacking in that video, and I think water is probably a good idea, or coffee. We do coffee out of a bag. I don't know. I feel like it went down the wrong pipe. I feel like there was a little bit of like cabbage still kicking around in my mouth, and I just like vacuumed it right down my Irene just went Ethan Klein coughing on stream. I did. Oh no. He would accuse me of making fun of him for that. Oh my god, damn. I'm not making fun of you, Ethan. Unlike Destiny, who literally refers to you as the R slur, right? Your supposed friends, people that are on your own side, even I'm sure Dan Saltman and his weird, you know, doxing crew, right? They call this guy the R slur for his Tourette's, basically. Right? Yeah, Ethan, I'll criticize you for everything. You know, Tourette's is not one of those things.
It's not how I do it, okay?
Ethan's quite successfully turned the word snarker into a catch-all term for anyone who criticizes him.
It's like thoughts crime, or like what in Scientology they call it like a suppressive person. You're an SP, and that's where you know how you said fair game? That's literally a Scientology practice. Now they disavow it now. They say that they don't do fair play or fair, what is it? Fair game, fair play, whatever he said earlier, right? They say that they don't do it anymore, but this was when they said basically anybody who's out there making the Church of Scientology look bad, right? Warning people about the Church of Scientology, especially somebody who's been in Scientology and can speak from personal experience. It's fair game for us to like literally ruin their life. And they did. They ruined a bunch of people's lives, right? You know, it's I mean, that's, you want to know what actual gang stalking feels like. you know, go join Scientology and then leave and do like an expose, because they will fucking absolutely come after you. I don't believe that fair game is a thing of the past either. I'm pretty, I would be surprised if they didn't still do it. Anyway, let's not talk about another giant organization that could sue me.
Start being used as a pejorative, like that needs to be a slur.
Wait, what? Narwhal by Nature says it is. He's playing poker with the Scientology and tech bro. He's hanging out with Scientologists now? Oh my. We're gonna get to somebody else that that Alex is comparing. Oh geez, we gotta fix that, don't we? We're gonna get to like somebody else that Alex is comparing Ethan Klein to, you know, that's a little bit worse than David Miscavige or L. Ron Hubbard, right? Some of you might know who I'm talking about, since I've compared Ethan to this person before.
Someone's a snarker, that's like a straight up like racial slur.
But then we don't want to say it.
Right. No, you can say it, but it's like, you can say it.
Not if it's a racial slur.
It's genius, really. He doesn't have to address any criticism. He can just say that every person
Cabbage terminated. I terminate, my lungs terminated that content. Oh wait, I thought I got some cabbage out of there.
Criticizing him as part of a deranged snarker hate mob.
You are so dumb. Yeah, this alleged harassment campaign. Thanks to Content Crash Out, the most deranged and also snark subreddit, for giving me all the information I ever needed about Ethan. It didn't invite speculation from...
Anybody want to explain Content Crash Out to me? I don't know about this one. I'm guessing CWHM mentioned it in her video.
Anyone out the most deranged snark circles. That's what snark brain is. And that's what he's suffering from. You don't have to suffer from snark brain. We need a hotline. 1-800 snark brain.
It should just be call into the show, right? You're suffering from snark brain, you can just call into the show. Give Ethan free content.
Ethan didn't invent hate mobs, but he is an expert on weaponizing his own.
All right, let's go to war, guys. Speaking of which, and like I said, when you see what's going on, I have no choice. I have to do this. I want to get along with the fun and the games and just have silly, fun episodes. And listen, we did have some silly, fun, lighthearted episodes this week. I'm glad to offer a variety. However, when this is happening, when the war is coming, listen, I'm like Ukraine. When the war comes to me, I have no choice but to defend myself.
Okay.
I'm being invaded, okay?
Okay.
And ironically, I'm also being invaded by a bunch of fucking commie tankies.
Besides his
Slava Ethan Klein,
rabid community of YouTube members, Reddit foot soldiers, and FUPA troopers, Ethan Klein also has a network of commentary orbiters leeching off of him for drama content.
Nicholas Diorio, my fucking best friend, dude. I call him Jolly Saint Nick.
He lives up my ass. Yeah. Nicholas Diorio. No, Dickolas Deodorant. Is that what we're calling him? Dickolas Deodorant. Yeah.
I love Nicholas Diorio. I'll say it. I've been watching your content. I think you're a very funny guy.
And I feel like your coverage has been really good on topics that I end up watching. Like you're good with research.
He's the Pope.
Top slopper and cousin of John Pork, Nicholas Diorio, made over $241,000 in a single year covering the Ethan Klein drama in his classic VTuber slop format.
This is why I respect this guy. He stands on fucking business. That's what he's doing right now. It could have been so easy to just maintain a friendship with Hassan and just flow through, cashing in the money from these fucking freaks. But instead, he's doing...
He thought he'd cash in on the Hassan hate crowd, and it turns out that doesn't work very well unless you're Nicholas Diorio, right? Again, these people, they might hate Hassan, but they look at Ethan like, and they look at his tics, and the first word that comes to their mind is the R slur, right? And that is how they think of him. That is how they treat him. And ultimately, chat, that makes him a lolcow. That's who he is in that ecosystem. He's a lolcow that they like, Much like Christine Chan in like later years, right? There was a time in which the people that used to harass her would, you know, kind of turned around and like, we must protect, right? That's what we're dealing with, right? And why do we protect? Because Ethan is our lolcow. Ethan is our arsler.
Yes, and I respect him endlessly for it.
For years, Ethan's content was about goofing on people. But if you tune
welcome to the channel, Wesley. That's a
into the H3 podcast today, Ethan is just using his show as a platform to destroy his enemies. And who does he choose to destroy? Well, lately,
Wesley, have you come here to cope or seethe? What are we doing here? Are you going to dilate? What are we doing?
It's almost exclusively women.
Ethan Klein claims he will never be done harassing iDubbbz and his wife, and he said, that's not what I said. And if that is what I said, if I did say that, then you guys still deserve it. And by the way, you can never accuse me of harassing them after what they did. I can never harass them. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, it will never qualify as harassment because what they did that launched this. Fuck them both forever.
If you're afraid that everyone you meet is going to come after you, like, what does that do to a person? It makes you into a perpetual victim.
Hop on the snark train. We're on that snark train. Wesley, you better be careful. You might start a different kind of train if you're not careful.
It's always about, I am the, you know, again, I am the victim. I am the one at fault. You are bullying me. Though I am bigger, though I am more aggressive, though I speak in hyperbole about how these people are the most awful things on the planet, which again is also kind of part of the Ethan Klein brand, is that everyone else attacking me is okay to attack, but if you attack me, that is considered unacceptable.
Yeah, and it's essentially what I talked about yesterday. Special pleading is what we're talking about here, right? It's an exception, right? There's a set of rules that people abide by, but one person that's not subject to, see what I mean? Careful, Wesley. You're going to get me paid if you're not careful.
Also, I mean, young internet right-wingers are like 99% openly anti-Semitic now.
That's true. Yeah, that is a defining factor. And in fact, that makes you a real one in their eyes. If you just criticize Israel, if you just say you don't like, you know, what's happening in Palestine right now, you're gay effectively, right? But the real ones are the ones that will combine that with the anti-Semitism, somehow blame Judaism or the Talmud for what Israel under, you know, Netanyahu is doing, right? That's the that's the defining factor of the that is their coat of arms. But thank you for the super chat.
And my audience should know about that. It is, I
put the fries in the bag. Wait, do you mean a bag like this? I'm one step ahead of you, Wesley. I don't think you know where you are, bud. But I gotta tell you, I don't live in the US. I don't live in America anymore. I live in Thailand. And here we don't have fries in the bag. We have coffee in the bag. So I will put the coffee in the bag just for you, bud.
Whatever I want. I feel like I can attack anyone I want. But if I give that same response,
that explains a lot.
Then you deserve no sympathy.
There's certain lines you cross, and you cross it with the wrong people, and that's what you did. Just wait. Just wait. Okay? I can't wait for videos crying. Ethan's suing me.
That does explain a lot. That's the fact that I don't have military out in my streets right now, you know, trying to harass, you know, immigrants, right? I'm not dealing with a lot of what you're dealing with right now. That's true. That's very observant, Wesley.
Fucking me. Ethan's all this. Yup. I'm doing all that.
Oh, this is my favorite Ethan.
I'll see you soon.
Wesley, what's your favorite Ethan? What's your favorite, like, you know, how do you feel about Ethan, right? What word comes to mind when you think of Ethan Klein? Maybe a word that starts with a R. I don't know. I'm just trying to feel this out because I know that, you know, kind of what community you're from. Are you like a true Fupa Troopa that's still hanging on amidst the massive drop off in Ethan's, you know, once large fan base? Or are you more of the like Destiny Asmongold type that Ethan is just a chess piece for you? He may be the Arsler, but he's your Arsler. And you're not going to let anybody else lolcow him because he's your lolcow. I'm just trying to get a read on this, right? I'm just kind of getting a read. I love that Ethan. That Ethan right there, the fucking completely unhinged one. The Joker mode Ethan, that's one of my favorites.
You crossed it with the wrong people, and that's what you did. Just wait. Just wait. Okay? I can't wait for videos crying. Ethan's suing me. Ethan's stalking me. Ethan's all this. Yup! I'm doing all that. I'll see you soon.
I just wonder, did he poop his pants right at that moment, right? That seemed like a pretty intense little moment. There could be a little Giardia nugget in his trousers after that.
Ethan didn't sue XQC, who he previously accused of being a content thief.
No, you still are a content thief, in my opinion.
Take it back.
No, why would I take it back?
Because if you're gonna reel it back and say,
I just said that wasn't a good analytical point. I still think you're a content thief.
He went for women in the commentary space, smaller creators that he could bury in legal fees and bully into hostage-style apologies.
There's so many.
Oh yeah, I should ask you, how do you feel about women, Wesley? Are you good with the ladies? Are you a real popular?
People, in my opinion, that owe me an apology. That I'm not, honestly not. I'm not complaining about any of the ones I get.
Ethan Klein's long-running struggle with his ingrained misogyny has gotten him into a few controversies over the years. But nowadays, his show has morphed into almost exclusively misogynistic rants about women who have criticized his rhetoric.
Yeah, and I'm not here to criticize anyone's
I'm not either, but like
and stuff.
As a parent.
But like, if you're gonna get on camera like this, like, how dare you sit there?
Wait, like what? Like what? You're sitting next to Hila, like dressed like a fucking toddler with like the most ridiculous makeup you've ever seen, and you're gonna come at Cruel World Happy Mind over. Look, there's probably shit that you can come at Cruel World Happy Mind over. Like I've heard that maybe some of the research could have been better, right? Right? There's definitely room to improve for all of us. There's room to criticize for all of us. But Jesus Christ, you're gonna go after her makeup, considering the absolute failure of Teddy Glow?
Theorize and theorize and LARP like a fucking mental health professional of any kind. You don't know anything.
I have to admit, I slipped up the other day.
Kinda is.
I called Taylor Lorenz.
I love it.
I know what she is.
But I do regret it.
Wesley says, I like women a lot. I respect them. I even respect people like you. I love all people. Yeah. That's why you call anybody that disagrees with your guy snark-brained, right? Except the snarkers, right? The snarkers aren't good.
Saying that, I don't like using
You
the
have to, but like you reserve it for the special cases.
But yeah, sometimes it really.
As far as other male content creators, I feel like I've come a long way in terms of like not using that word in a misogynistic way, right? I almost phase it out entirely. I can call her a bitch, I can call her a horrible person, but I would never do that. Denims is a dumb fucking bitch. She's a fucking bitch.
His fans, I couldn't help but the whole time feel like, shut up, bitch! The way that I felt.
Hey, this is respect for women, Wesley. He's doing you proud. He's doing you proud. Look at this. Shut up, bitch. Yeah. We see you, Wesley. We see you. But you know who's not seeing you is women.
Hey, Rock. You know what? Standing up for the Rock. He's right.
Throwback right there. Wow.
She really is. She really is a Nazi B word. Can you call her a Nazi B word for me?
Nazi bitch.
Yeah, thank you. Tamara, do you want to call her a Nazi B word? You're another Jewish woman. I can.
Wait, I don't know if she's there.
Any Jewish women want to call her a Nazi B word?
I don't think she's there.
Oh, she's not there?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, good luck with your streaming career. Yeah, Wesley, put the fries in the bag. All right?
Call my mom.
Among all the women that he spends his time raging about, perhaps no one has been harassed by Ethan Klein more than Taylor Lorenz.
Taylor Lorenz, brief update on my best friend, my favorite girl.
Oh, wait. Are people talking about Ethan's? Anybody want to explain this day to me? He's got makeup on. I'm guessing, was this the Teddy Glow launch or something? Or was there some reason that they put makeup on Ethan?
Right. Taylor Lorenz was accusing me of being a misogynist for saying she looked like a ventriloquist dummy.
But here she is making fun of my small feet, trying to demasculate me. Yeah, you saw Taylor Lorenz there, eh?
I saw and a bunch of other people.
You said she was looking real sour.
Yeah.
Nobody probably wants to be friends with her because they're afraid she's gonna like break down what they misrepresent, some weird shit, and write an article about them.
She was yucking it up with some people. It looks like she had
more like yucky and it up.
What's Ethan's goal with targeting you, do you think?
I think he hates women in a lot of ways. But I think it's the Hassan thing too. Like, I'm a progressive woman, like in Hassan's like broader internet circle. And I think he's a bigot who doesn't, he doesn't like progressive women.
I've known Taylor personally for many years, and Taylor has always kind of been a target of right-wing harassment campaigns. Taylor responds to these people, and that is what they want out of an enemy. They want someone who will keep engaging and will keep creating content for them. Ethan keeps going and then Taylor responds, which he has every right to do, but it keeps the content mill running.
At Devicliff super chatted $9.99. Ethan only respects women who dress like the straight girl at a gay bar in 2013.
Damn, that's kind of true. That's kind of true.
Running over and over and over. I think when it comes to like Ethan's, Ethan definitely, I believe, having spoken to a lot of the women he's gone after, he definitely goes after women a lot. Like it's undeniable at this point.
Ethan Klein's obsession with Taylor Lorenz runs deep. Between the hundreds of Instagram stories and podcast callouts, it's clear that Ethan Klein is using his platform to try to destroy Taylor's professional reputation.
Taylor, you are a propagandist scumbag. This is not reporting. This is hackery.
Oh, Taylor. Oh shit. Taylor, okay, I wasn't prepared for this.
Thanks so much for chatting with me.
I'll be totally honest with you. I don't respect your reporting.
Yeah,
and
don't believe
I don't
your
think
eyes.
you're honest.
Believe actual journalism.
Is that you?
Look, I don't think that our friend in Twitch chat was paying attention. And unfortunately, just like Andy Kaufman, right? If I don't get the attention that I need, I'm gonna roll back and start rereading The Great Gatsby, right? If I get laughs, this is a great work of art. This is a great, some people say that F. Scott Fitzgerald in Gatsby wrote the great American novel. At the time, it was many years ago, not as relevant today as it was back when it was written. I feel like Ethan Klein might be the the protagonist that we're looking for as far as the great American novel of today. So let's roll this back to make sure that our friend is taking this all in, because I don't know.
I'm Jolly Saint Nick. I love Nick.
Jolly Saint Nick. Yes, Nicholas Diorio. Nicholas Deodorant himself, right? Speaking of people that have fallen from fairly large heights, not as large as Ethan, Nick Diorio was never anywhere close to as big as Ethan, but he was at one time a pillar of the commentary community for better or worse. If you know what that community is like, maybe it's for worse, right? But he was respected, and he was respected because he said what was on his mind. He gave his opinion. He didn't cozy up to some larger creator in order to sweep for him, in order to act as a fig leaf for him, in order to simp for him. Unfortunately, chat, things have changed. Things have changed. And Nicholas Diorio has found himself as Ethan Klein's little lapdog, right? And it's only amount of, if you know anything about Ethan Klein and how he treats his pets, chat, the prognosis isn't great for Nick Diorio. Listen, Nick, don't eat any cheese, all right? If this guy tries to feed you cheese, please turn your nose up at that, all right?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Giardia, probably unavoidable. His house is completely infected in it. You're gonna get Giardia. You're gonna shit all over the floor, and just please try not to shit where the kids play. All right, because we don't need another reason for CPS to come out. All right. And whatever you do, oh, I'm not even gonna say it, chat. I'm not even gonna say it.
I'll say it. I've been watching your content. I think you're very funny guy.
And I feel like your coverage has been really good on topics that I end up watching. Like you're good with research.
He's the Pope.
Top slopper and cousin of John Pork, Nicholas D.
Okay, that's unfair. What is that from? I swear to God, I've seen that. Is that a queen? That's a Queeman thumbnail. That's a Queeman thumbnail, isn't it? Am I wrong? Look, chat, I said this was going to be a fairly short stream, potentially. Obviously, you know, all bets are off if we hit the bonus skull, but let's see. Queeman, what has he been up to lately? Queeman's back. Maybe he never left. Maybe he just left my algorithm. I don't know. Been covering some of the same content as me. But I want to see if I can confirm. Yup. Oh, shit. Here, let me search it. D Oreo. Oh my God. Yeah, so this is the offending thumbnail. What do we think, chat? Is Queeman doing a little too much fat shaming here? Nicholas Diorio is horrified by what he's become. This is exactly, oh my God. Queeman, you beat me to it. It took a troll in Twitch. It took a Fupa Troopa in Twitch to remind me that yeah, Nicholas Diorio has really, I mean, he came a long way and then he fell a long way.
Oh, this reminds me, actually. I saw...
What's a short one?
I saw Nicky D.
Look at this. He's on a crusade. He's on a crusade against Nicholas Diorio.
Nicky D. He takes a screenshot of this Nox tweet, where Nox says, so the guy who allegedly raped a 15-year-old in a brothel, which was never alleged, went to Diddy parties, called the cops to do wellness checks and XGFs, supports Hamas, mass rapists, supports Houthis, pedophiles, supports Hezbollah, sex slavers. You're saying he was a sex pest about the new Hassan thing. And Nick says, you should go back to watching little cartoons. What the fuck is this tweet even? Are you Hassan Piker's controlled opposition? And he got swarmed for this, guys. And he was quote posting about how, oh, is someone like buying anti-Hassan bots on Twitter? Why is everyone coming after me? Why is everyone coming? Someone's buying anti-Hassan bots on Twitter. Why is everyone coming after me? No, this is the bed you've made. It's just the bed you've made, you fat fucking idiot. Like Nikan just replies here. Are you seeing the 8 replies and no major retweets to this tweet? This is insane, Lamau.
Look, I probably have to say this, all right, for the good of the community. You are allowed to disagree with me. If you think that I'm wrong about Ethan Klein, you know, fair, right? If you think I'm wrong about Hassan Piker, fair, right? I don't ever want anybody to think that, you know, you're gonna get shit on by me on stream or you know, banned by the mods for disagreeing. But that fucker was coming in hot and just really needed to chill. Like if they had just said, like, I disagree. Actually, Ethan is quite cool. I mean, I'd be interested to hear that person out. Like, right? What am I missing here? Maybe Ethan was right. Maybe I was wrong all along. Right? Maybe there's a justification for Ethan's misogyny, his crusade against female content creators who support Palestine, right? I'm willing to hear that, all right? I want people to know that, you know, we're not banning anybody for disagreeing. I think that that chatter was banned for being annoying. I could tell the mods were getting annoyed, and you know, the rule is, and I think you followed it, Morbear. I think that was a perfectly good choice, right? The rule is they get to stay in chat unless they're making the chat environment like less good for other chatters, right? And when you spam the chat and then brag about being my most active chatter, that's kind of, yeah, it's not great. It's not great. But look, if you want to do a ban appeal, if you're still watching, all right, I will entertain a ban appeal from you. I'm not, I don't want anybody to think that that you're not allowed to disagree. You are, of course, allowed to disagree. And if you can make your point about, oh, look, hype train. See, that's what I told you. When you were saying that I'm on the snark train, but now I'm on the hype train, which is me getting paid for this bullshit career I've taken on. So congratulations. Congratulations. This is what happens when you find strangers in the Alps. Is that the quote from Big Lebowski? Find strangers in, I don't know, it's when you F strangers in the something. I think it's find strangers in the Alps. I think that was, at least when I watched it on television, that's what they said. Maybe it was different in the movie theater, chat. Maybe John Goodman said something else. So, Big Lebowski fans, you're eating good tonight. Thank you for the gift subs, Omega Star. I gotta read those out for people so they'll know if they got gifted. Same Suzuki. But anyway, no hate, Wesley. No hate. All right. I'm sorry if I assumed you were an incel. Oh my God! Look at, see, this is what happens when you find strangers in the Alps. Okay, you found a stranger in the Alp, and it provoked a hype train. But I mean, how were you to know, right? My view count was low. You're correct. My view count was very low. I started stream very late. We had just gotten started. I mean, I don't want to make too many excuses, right? But that's fair. That's a good criticism of me. I should get my view count higher for sure. Anyway, Suzuki, you just got jellyfished. Rob Dude, you just got jellyfished. Easy ice, better than the other kind of ice, I suppose. You just got jellyfish. Sir Vival, you got jellyfish. PTMFC, you just got jellyfished. And there's more, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 10 bits. Thank you for jumping aboard the hype train. I don't know what you're going to earn this time. Some kind of emotes. It's not the golden kappa this time, but different emotes maybe. Sequence, you just got jellyfished. Jimbit 007, you just got jellyfish. Spacer Galaxia, you just got jellyfished. Barthornome W. Oh my gosh, I might be misreading your name. Bart Horn oh God. Okay, I'm mispronouncing your name, but either way, you got jellyfished. And Laney Suki, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And that may just be us hitting the bonus goal, so maybe we will be on there for longer. For record, he'd already come in dropping slurs in YouTube. Aw, I'm so disappointed. Look, I want to find the good faith. Like is it Diogenes that was like, find me an honest man or something? He just wanted to hook up, maybe. I don't know. He wanted a really honest man to hook up. I don't know, Chad. I don't know what the Greek philosophers got up to. I'm assuming it's mostly to do with same sex attraction, but I'm sure there was they did sculpting too, mostly of guys. But no, there was is it Diogenes I'm thinking of, chat? Either way, we got a hype train for 2 minutes and 40 seconds. If you want to jump on there, earn exclusive emojis, now is your time. If you've been wanting to re-up your sub, if you've got a Twitch Prime burning a hole in your pocket, or if you want to gift, share the love with other people by gifting, now is the time to do it, because you can get extra emotes, exclusive emotes even. But yeah, it's disappointing that our friend Wesley was not coming in here in good faith, because I want one good faith Foopa Troopa. Chat, I want a pet. But yeah, listen, mods, just so you know, all right, even though I want a pet, right, if somebody's bothering chat and you make that assessment because you're in chat, if it's irritating to you, it's probably irritating to other people, right? They're spamming the chat and being annoying, then yeah, ban them. Don't ban them for disagreements, but ban them if they're making it a worse experience, because that's the whole thing. I aim to provide a good experience for everyone. So thank you, Joel Siverud, and thank you, Omega Star. We're at 95. Look at that. That's most of the way to the bonus goal. And what is winning? Last time I checked, it was the Bad Empanada thing. Oh my gosh, I didn't think we were ever going to get to cover this. But yeah, we got a crazy drama to get into involving Bad Empanada. Now that's in first place. Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard is in second place. Overzealots Chris Kunstler and Noah Sampson in third place, and Pisco versus Destiny also tied for third place. Remember that when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see, and I'll add your donation to the topic of your choice in a as a percentage, right? So you can kind of put your thumb on the scale a little bit. Of course, somebody else could put their thumb on the scale in the other direction by saying Vox Populi. What you're saying when you donate and you say Vox Populi is you're like, hey, the chatters, what they're voting for, I'll have that, right? You're making the vote count for more. You're making the donos count for less, right? When you say Vox Populi, that's how it works. And if you have not got enough of me playing Soul Hackers, right, you can always say video game, right? In which case I will add your donation to the video game kitty, which now stands at 157. I did do a Soul Hacker stream. If you like that content, make sure to go back a few, God, I don't know how. That's the short stream that I did that had the, it was like last Friday, I think, that had, where I played Soul Hackers, right? But because that stream was so short, I didn't take the 100 off, right? I normally, when I do a video game stream, I take 100 off, right? 100 gets you a video game stream. It was so short though, chat. I don't have the heart, right? I still owe you one video game stream. Anyway, that's where we're going. That's a little bit of housekeeping. Let's get back. There we go. The hype train coming in with 10 subs and 10 bits. And I think 3 people getting exclusive emojis, right? That's the prize for jumping aboard the hype train and becoming a conductor. Toot, toot. Omega Star says Vox Populi. Okay, well that is a very considerate choice. There we go. Vox Populi's got 30 on it. Is it Diogenes, the guy that lived in a jar? Wait, did he live in a jar? Who is the guy that says, find me an honest man? I'm saying, find me an honest Boopa Troopa, all right? Find me an honest, I don't know, DGG, or I don't know if that's possible. Ethan fans using slurs? So you're saying they came in the YouTube chat, they said slurs, and then they came here and tried to act all nice, but also annoying. Oh, well. Someday, like I said, Wesley, if you want to submit an unban request, I'll entertain it. Okay, I'll entertain it. Like I said, I'm not beyond criticism. Ethan's not beyond criticism. None of us are beyond criticism. But you can't come in hot in a way that makes there actually are people in the chat, and they don't appreciate when you spam it up with just like hate, especially after crashing out in YouTube chat. That's even worse. But look, maybe this was a bad night for you. Okay. Give me a an unban request and I'll consider it. Honorable Albanisia says, I'm going with Taylor Lorenz. Taylor Lorenz getting 15. Look at that. 15% to Taylor Lorenz. Okay. Anybody I missed? Maybe they were just a gardening enthusiast. I like to think so. Oh, you picked Soul Hackers. Nice. Okay, so Omega has changed votes to the video game stream. So look at that. You've almost I almost owe you 2 video game streams at this point. All right, again, sorry for getting distracted. I had a new toy to play with in chat, and maybe I got hyper focused a little bit. Let's watch the rest. Let's watch a little bit of this. I want to see a little bit of this Queeman thing, because look, I've heard Vadim is telling me that Queeman's got his eyes on the prize, right? He's looking at that crown that's slipping from Nick Diorio's head. Chat, what I'm saying is that Queeman's young, Queeman's talented, Queeman has excellent parentage, okay? Excellent parents. I'm not sure who they are, but I'm sure they both run good streams on their own, in their own regard. Maybe streams with usernames that are supposed to be ironic and just like, well, no, mine's still ironic, right? I comment a lot, but maybe Chud Logic's not so much. Anyway, chat, we're not talking about Queeman's parentage today. We're talking about Queeman on his crusade to take the crown right off of Nicholas Deodorant's head.
Yeah, FWNN update.
And I'm going to pee. Queeman, don't sue me.
FWNN update.
Yeah, that was confusing to me too, BCat K. Seed and cope, right? What is that about? What is seeding? We're farming? Or is he doing a different kind of seed? I don't know, chat. Seed and co-op. Yeah, a little socialism in there. Yeah, a little sneaky socialism, which is my favorite kind, chat. Sneaky socialism, I think, is underrated. Like, imagine this, okay? And this is the last thing I'll say before we get back to the content. Imagine this, right? Workers seize the means of production, but only when the capitalists are not looking, right? When the capitalists have their backs turned, we come in, we seize the means of production, we set up parallel corporations to every corporation that exists, every capitalist corporation. We got a parallel worker corporation, all right? And we distribute the earnings from that corporation as mutual aid. How does that? Yeah, look at that sneaky communism. So that way, because the whole thing that the rich are counting on is for us to be impoverished, both in terms of wealth, both in terms of our time. Time poverty is an underrated and important kind of poverty when you don't have any time. And it just makes it so that we're unable to really resist whatever capitalism is doing to us, whether it's enshittifying the internet or, causing wars or whatever, right? The rich will never realize that we're setting up these shadow corporations, right? One might even refer to them as like mirror life, right? Mirror of capitalism is what I'm implying here. And that these corporations might be used to redistribute wealth in the way that makes the working class a little bit less beleaguered, right? And that information advantage that we'll have when we're more able to cope with the slings and arrows of capitalism, and the wealthy don't realize that, I think might actually give us an advantage in a not so sneaky form of socialism, a not so covert way of seizing the means, so to speak. Anyway, chat, just some ideas that I think of late at night when I've had too much THC and Sebe Day. Let's get back to the Queeman thing. I'm gonna pee. Queeman, please don't sue me.
Dude, you and Nox shouldn't be at odds. Just chill a bit. I know you're no Hassan defender, but Nox absolutely hates the guy for good reason too. So the quote-unquote good reason here is that Nox claims, no one can verify this because obviously Nox is anonymous, Nox claims that his cousin was killed by Hamas in October 7th. Nox claims his cousin was killed by Hamas in October 7th. He was an IDF soldier killed by Hamas on October 7th. So that means that Nox can just lie about Hassan, I guess. That means that Nox get to, actually, if Jews have been victims, they just get to lie about everything. That's what I think, me personally. Why are you defending Hassan? Why weren't you aborted? Why weren't you aborted? Hassan is not gonna fuck you. Shocking, I know. Also, you shouldn't wish people to die. I'm pretty sure it's breaking TOS. You're defending an evil man who gets off on harming dogs. Let's not ignore the fact he's a terrorist sympathizer and provides material support to terrorists. Legit, you have no idea what this phrase means. Oh shit, he went to pedophile parties too. This who choose to defend at FBI. This guy's asked me to come look at his hard drive. He's fighting it down. He thinks these are bots and he's still fighting with them. Like, it just goes and goes. Yeah, wait, here's this other tweet about it. Genuine question. Are people botting negative Hassan comments? Nobody of value even retweeted this, and I have no idea where the brigading is coming from. Wow, it's almost like, you've been able to lie for, like, the whole last year and a half. It's almost like Nick's been, himself, lying for the whole past year and a half. And as such has gained an audience and a following on Twitter who believe the game is that they lie about Hassan and attack anyone who doesn't. It's almost like that's his entire audience now because he latched on to someone who also does that. Mate is trying to... So here's some of the tweets he's getting, he's crying about. Yeah, me sowing, me reaping. Mate is trying to defend the Hamas Diddy Piker. Just say you hate Jews, dude. This was literally Nick. This is Nick literally 30 seconds ago. 30 seconds before Nick wrote this tweet, he was writing like this. He was writing this exact tweet to someone else. because they defended the side. Just say you hate Jews, dude. Just say you want to murder Jews in the street. You support the embassy shooting, dude. That's what Nick was writing 2 seconds before this tweet came in. What part is wrong, lol? Why are you wearing defense for...
Megastar, thank you for the super chat. Butterfly, 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 butterfly. That's like 8 butterflies. That brings us to 3 out of 10 on the butterfly goal, of which we have what? Here, let me like that super chat. It'd be a weird thing not to like a super chat. Oh, we got 1 hour and 40 minutes left. Wow, this might actually happen. This might actually happen. Anyway, I feel so much better. I'm gonna need more chili paste at some point. What were they saying about, like, oh, that explains a lot, you live in Thailand? Like what? Like are you saying I'm legal mindset over here? I believe that guy's on the Ethan side of things anyway. Nom. All right, Waluigi, go away. It's time for Queeman.
For dog zapping sex pest. Weird hill to die on.
Did I miss anything?
You tell him to go back to his little cartoons because he's right and you can't argue that. Hey, WTF happened? You're now defending Hassan? TF? Oh, he talks about on stream. We're going to get to watch him see about this on stream. As we go, is this type of creator Star Forge PCs, sponsors? Oh boy. The real question is, why are you still trying to glaze Hassan after everything that's come out about this dude? Should we start looking into you, creep? Yeah, another one defending him.
Yeah, Queeman, are you shocking your dog?
How about Spiker's not gonna let you suck his dick, dude? He's not into little girl. He's into little girls, not. Wow.
What?
Stuff, man. Okay.
What?
And like, here's these fucking retards thinking they're any better. There are like so many documented lies from Nick's coverage. It's so funny, man. You the same people. You all the same. You all the same. Is he live yet? Or did you cover this last night? No, he wasn't live last night. Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see if we get that. If you've got last night's Nick VOD and he talks about
Nick,
this on
okay,
there,
okay.
then please send that to me. Why do I hate Nick? Because he's a despicable fucking liar? Because he's a despicable fucking low-life liar? Ridiculous fucking hypocrite? Who you can literally trace through, like, direct contradictions between his Ethan Klein coverage just, like, 2 years ago and his Ethan Klein coverage 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, like, look, there's a principle in the commentary community that is, like, the amount of grandstanding that you do, right, subjects you to an the amount of moral grandstanding that you do, and there's been a lot from Nick lately, right? This whole Ethan thing is framed in a moral sense, as if, it's a battle of, sensible centrist liberals against anti-Semitic terrorist supporter dog shockers or something like that, right? There's a lot of moral grandstanding. And with that moral grandstanding, chat, you have to be morally consistent. Because if you're morally grandstanding and casting aspersions on other people, as is like the majority, honestly, of Nick's content these days, whether it's, he's doing this, to Hassan or doing this to Cruel World Happy Mind, you gotta be, you gotta clean up your own house. And I'm afraid that Nicholas Diorio lives in a very dirty house. Maybe not to the Asmongold level, maybe not to the Mold Mansion level, but he still needs to, he needs to take that Jordan Peterson advice and clean his room. Make his bed, stand up straight.
Blatantly contradicting himself and abandoning
Eat
his values.
Eat an all-meat diet.
Because he's a pussy loser who the moment anyone says that to him, he shuts down and starts freaking the fuck out to the point where he's ordered
abuse painkiller. No, don't take that Peterson advice. Don't take that one.
All of his friends or connections with me.
What happened to Peterson, chat? He's sick again. Anybody want to catch me up on with the goings on of Jordan Peterson?
Desperately worried that I may be speaking to someone and getting information or turning them against him. Literally auditing and fucking quizzing his friends like, are you speaking to Queeman about that? Total paranoid pussy loser. Maybe that's part of why I hate him. That's part of why I hate him. Okay, so guys, we're tuning into FFWNN here for a bit. Let's see what's being said. Respond to these absolute drone tweets he was receiving. Let's see. How's Nick going to cope with the fact that this is the exact way that he's been behaving the whole time, and, you know, him and Nox are literally a fucking stone's throw apart?
Yes. Dude, this is like controlled opposition. There's absolutely zero credible evidence that Hassan Piker raped a 15-year-old in a brothel. You're like a bad person if you...
I gotta ask, chat, which Wiggler is more white? Which Wiggler is whiter? The Crusader Wiggler that Quimon's using, or the Pilgrim Wiggler that Diorio is using?
If you push this, like, this is insane. Like, you could say he went to a Diddy party, because objectively he did go to a Diddy party, right? Now that implication could be a little bit wary, but there's absolutely zero evidence. There's zero credible allegations that he fucking raped a 15-year-old in a brothel. I think people who post this are instantly discrediting themselves. I think Tectone looks like a fucking moron for reposting this. I think Nuxtaku looks like a psychopath for posting this. But the reason why I'm showing this right now...
I gotta also point out, all right, what's worse? Going to a Diddy party, or if you were like, I don't know, let's say a business partner with Diddy, right? Let's say that you created a platform with Diddy, and that platform had been used by actual pedophiles to procure victims, right? Would that be maybe a little worse than Hassan showing up to a Diddy party before it was widely known what Diddy was doing?
Dude, it's still like, dude, I don't know what...
Nick not getting the ethos of the Wiggler will never not get me. Dude, that's Nick with every, like, inside joke that he adopts. He just doesn't understand it at all and just, like, starts doing it. He is, like, terminally the fat kid in the frat house. Like, it is, like, terminally that mindset. The fat kid in the frat house trying to fit in. That is his whole fucking life.
What this was, there has been no one who is like, no one meaningful, no offense if the audience members retweeted it, but nobody with a following has retweeted this, and it got hoarded. It's at 90 replies. About 2 hours ago, I wrote in my chat, and it was at 50. And it's like every few minutes, another post is popping up on here, and it's like the most insane replies I've ever seen. I don't even think this is like that aggressive. Go back to watching your little cartoons. What the fuck is this tweet? Are you Hassan Piker controlled opposition? Which, by the way, implies, right, that the argument is so bad, it's helping Hassan look good. And it's being misinterpreted as like a overall defense of Hassan Piker. But look at the kind of responses under this tweet. Look at this one. You should buy a rope. Why are you trying to glaze Hassan after everything that has come out about this dude? This is why I'm thinking this is like a bot. This is like an insane fucking... Impossible. It probably isn't, but...
I'm trying to figure out where we're kind of seeing Nick at his best here, right? Why did this become the Diorio? This is the video with the pig nose on it, right? Don't make me, Quimon, whatever you do, don't make me take Nick's side here, because you did start off with fat shaming the guy. Right. And there's no need. When the man is a target-rich environment, there's many criticisms you could make.
It's not, I don't think it's botting. I went through a few of these accounts. I did not see the markings of bots. I was going through a few earlier when I saw him tweeting about this. I did not see bot accounts. Usually with bot accounts, you see a lot of stuff about crypto and Web3 on there, and they'll be retweeting stuff all at the same time because they're being bought from like a botnet. Bot stuff like that you'll see. Didn't see any sign they were bots. They just seem like, you know, retarded Asmongold types.
But it's, you should go back to watching
the sort of people Nick's been making content for the last year and a half.
While the adults speak. Oh no, this is a joke at the expense of at Nux. Hamas Piker is not going to let you suck his dick. He's into little girls and not F slurs. Thank you guys for hitting the goal.
Frog, heart fire, heart fire, heart fire.
It's like you have no idea whose fucking account you're posting on. This is like bizarre. Then this one is adding Asmongold to try to get me dropped from my fucking affiliate link.
What?
I mean, sure. Okay, cool. That's awesome, dude. This guy's implying that I'm a fucking pedophile. You're running defense for a terrorist dog zapping sex pest. Weird Hill. Oh, I don't think I screenshotted that one. Oh, here, just say that you hate Jews is another one.
Yeah, I mean, the feeling I get from this is Nick is calling his own side to account a little bit of like, hey, we want to get Hassan, all right? We want to get Hassan, but when you say that he went to a brothel, when you say all these discredited, debunked things, right? It's like you're kind of helping. You're making it look like we're just lying about on the dude because we hate his guts or we're jealous or something, right? And that's the last thing that Nick Diorio wants anybody to think about. That he's jealous of Hassan, right? So I mean that seems to be what he's doing. He's kind of they're self-policing, and then these dudes are like, you're a Hassan Glazer, you are you're on. They're both accusing each other of being Hassan fans. This is weird and cringe.
The real question is, why are you trying to glaze Hassan after everything that's come out? Should we start looking into you creep? So they're implying I'm a pedo. They're asking for my fucking affiliates to be removed. This guy's tweeting that I hate Jews. And all of this is happening in like rapid succession at an interval of like one reply every 3 minutes.
He does hate himself, but that you can't conclude that it's out of anti-Semitism, right? There's a lot of reasons for Nick to hate himself, right? The biggest one I would think is being an Ethan Klein Glazer, right? Going from somebody that was like a fairly independent commentary guy to absolutely becoming the H3 waiting room. He did so many videos on Ethan Klein, right? When Ethan Klein was like, I don't know, friendly with Hassan. This guy had nothing but bad words for Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein crashes out, and now he loves him. And now Nick is his little lapdog.
And it's hours after this tweet came up. You tell him to go back to his little cartoons because he's right and you can't argue that. Wait, you're defending Hassan Piker? Mate trying to defend Hamas.
Chad, I need more chili paste.
Insane. But, and notice this tweet. This tweet doesn't seem to have that. It's fucking beyond weird to me. My guess is that somebody added this post in like a Discord server. In 2021, most of his posts were just I can't show sexting on stream. I don't know what that was, but I'm not risking it. So I thought that was interesting. Yeah, I think people like this are pieces of shit. And they make everybody else around them look dumber. This is like a Bo Blacksian argument that you'd find on Twitter before the guy has like a seismic mental breakdown. But unfortunately,
oh yeah, good point, Narwhal. He got stuck to Destiny first, then Ethan. Yeah, you're right. This isn't his first rodeo when it comes to becoming a Glazer.
Fortunately, Nux Taku is like a wildly successful content creator.
He actually went to Destiny's house. Oh no, that's scary. Yeah. See, you can see why he doesn't want people slinging around like the pedophile accusations, right? Considering he went to Destiny's house.
Who can just get away with lying. So I understand that Hassan has lied about Nux.
Of course, and Nick would never lie. Nick would never lie in his criticisms of Hassan or Denims or anyone else. He would certainly not obfuscate and cover for Ethan maliciously editing or using a maliciously edited clip and then lying about the context of it. He would certainly never cover up a whole bunch of lies that Ethan's told. He would certainly never go on Twitter and pretend that the editing of the clip was different to what it was to try and quell people's disagreements. None of it. He would never do any of that.
Nicholas Delulu?
Because Nick does it honestly. Nick does it the right way.
Oh, Delulio. Delulio.
It just makes everybody else look bad. People replying to this like every person in this drama sucks, and it didn't really.
But also, isn't Nux Taco like a former friend of Shadman's? Isn't Nux Taco? Isn't he the guy that got caught? Like, what wasn't he caught watching like Lolicon? Or isn't he like a Lolicon? Is that not bad? Is that not okay in the commentary community to criticize people for that? They definitely criticized Vosh for it. Why not Nux Taco? Anyway, he's, I guess, saying Nux Taco's feeding, I think is the accusation, right? He's he's throwing out accusations that are debunked.
Me how annoying these people are until this interaction. Oh yeah, this is like the one. I saw this in my timeline. I'm
Nick,
like, yeah,
that's you. These people are just you and your fans.
Sometimes this is a both sides type moment. This is actually fucking depraved. Yeah. What's he lying about? There's absolutely zero credible allegations of Hassan Piker raping a 15-year-old in a brothel. It's just a flat out lie, like a flat out defamatory lie. So yeah, that's a pretty easy one. But anyways, that's the thing I wanted for the stream. Also, I wanted to promote this because I didn't stream last night and I wanted to raid into it, but I did not stream.
And look at his chat, man. Doesn't Hassan do
What
the
is
same
that?
thing?
Yeah, I saw that Mauler uploaded a new 17-hour video.
Oh no, Mauler?
Wow. Hellbent's
Isn't this a Gamergator? He's watching a Gamergator?
bit more later. How many hours of the iDubbbz shit is that after?
He's watching Girl with a Microphone?
How many hours into watching iDubbbz is that? How many hours into staring at Anissa Joma's tits is that? God, I fucking hate her so much. God, I hate her so much. I hate her so much.
And this is the whole thing when you're now they said VTubers. I gotta push back. All right, for my VTubers out there, I know there's good VTubers. I know there's cool VTubers, right? This is not a VTuber. This is it's not even a ping tuber really. It is a ping, right? That's what's it'd be a ping or a GIF. Maybe it's a GIF. I think it's a GIF. GIF, yeah. They're GIF. You can't even call them that. These are just little avatars, and they happen to be animated. That doesn't make so. A VTuber is somebody that controls their, avatar via like a face rig or something, right? That's the bare minimum. You got like a webcam that's controlling your VTuber, right? This is obviously not the same.
I'm just sitting and look at her all day. Look at her all day. Look at these old videos when she's younger and she's got her tits out. Because I just hate her so much. I just hate her so fucking much. And I would never, ever fuck her.
But I was going to say, yeah, the fact that they're not on screen means that we don't know where Nick's hands are. So, I mean, Quimon, could be right. Could be right in implying that maybe Nick is watching videos of Elisa Joma for illicit purposes.
$104 reply. Why? The guy who allegedly raped a 15-year-old in a brothel is on here. It's absolutely fucking delusional. What do we got here? Why are you defending Hassan? You're defending a dog abuser. Why are you defending Hassan Piker? Hey, Oreo, what does Hassan's dick taste like? You're not saying he's wrong. You don't like facts about Hassan Piker. That's such a weird okay. This Nuxtaku's out here spitting facts. Right message, awful measure. What about the post is wrong? People in the replies to don't know what Nick is. Destiny accusing Hassan, that scares me most. Hassan is also allegedly in cahoots with George Soros. Maybe it's personal, man. I don't know. Not hard to figure it out. The money ran out. This is the new grift. He's an Israeli Jew. That one's actually about Nuxtaku.
Oh. Oh yeah, I always forget. Nux is in Israel.
True.
Tel Aviv or something.
He's not wrong. Unaware. Nux's family. Again, okay, it doesn't make this correct.
Hello, Nick.
Well, it's true. Fat. He's not wrong.
Yeah, they're lying and saying he essayed they added that one, right? Well, I mean, it used to be that they'd say that he went to a brothel that was raided by the police, right? And he did go to a brothel called Artemis in Berlin and somewhere in Germany when he was much younger. And the brothel was many years later raided. They weren't raiding the brothel for, underage like sex workers or anything like that. They were raiding it for tax evasion. And it turned out that not only were they not able to prove tax evasion against the Artemis brothel, but the Artemis brothel successfully sued the German government for the raid. So yeah, there's just kind of nothing there. So now they're like being like, but there was I don't know where they've added the 15-year-old, right? If there was a 15-year-old working there, the Artemis would have gone down. Artemis would no longer exist, right? The German government would have brought down the hammer over that.
Wrong. Unaware. Nux's family.
So this person's thinking when Nux had family die in a Hamas attack. But wait, Nick, you're really like tone policing how Nux talks about his support for Israel and his hatred of Hassan when he's literally a Jew from Israel? When he's literally a Jew from Israel? Like Hila and Ethan? Like Hila and Ethan, he's literally a Jew from Israel and you're going to tone police how he talks about Israel? Really, Nick? Really, Nick? I can't believe you're doing this. Like, that's the whole last year of your content, you fucking idiot. The whole basis for siding with Ethan for these fucking idiots in the first place was that, oh, guys, I understand that Ethan said...
It all started from Israel has the right to defend itself. Now, of course, he's hated Hassan Piker for a lot longer than that. But in terms of defending Ethan, right, taking Ethan's sides on this, it was, you know, about agreement, essentially that, in fact, I think Diorio might even go a little bit further. Ethan, if you catch him on the right day, he'll criticize Netanyahu or one of the other right-wing, you know, weirdos in the government. You know, Hila said that she voted against Netanyahu, right? I'm not sure. I don't think I haven't heard anything. Is Nick Israeli? No, he's not Israeli. I don't think. No, I think he's American. They're conflating it with Destiny's allegations on purpose. That's kind of what they did with the Dogtober 7th thing. Some people don't know this, but prior to that, prior to the shot collar thing, Ethan had been, like, one of his dogs was photographed with a prong collar. It's like these prongs that kind of dig into the dog's neck. I don't know if that's I don't know much about that, if that's unethical, if it's painful. Some people just say it gives the dog a little pinch to get him to, you know, not drag you around on the leash. Other people say that it's, you know, painful or I don't know, obstructs the breathing or something, and that you should really work on training your dog so that they don't pull you around on the leash, not using one of those pinch collars. I really can't say either way. I'm not an expert on dog training. But that was a scandal, a little bit of a scandal for Ethan. The other major scandal, though, is the dog that he fed cheddar cheese until it died of kidney disease. And, you know, he blames the veterinarian for not telling him that feeding his dog shredded cheese. And sadly, the dog's name was Shredder. That makes it even more, you know, tragic and ironic, I guess. But anyway, that's where the Dogtober 7th thing, this was engineered by Dan Saltman as a way to kind of, so if you can, like, look at what Trump does, right? A lot of times when Trump criticizes people, it's for shit that he does, right? Crooked Hillary, she's corrupt. There's never been a president as corrupt as Donald Trump, right? Sleepy Joe Biden, he's got dementia, he's old, he's incapable of the office. Look at Trump right now, right? A lot of his criticisms serve the purpose of not just attacking his opponents, but attacking them on something that he himself is guilty of, thus cutting off a criticism. Because if you come back with, well, actually, Trump, you're the one that's corrupt. You got the shitcoin thing going on, or actually, Ethan, you know, you're the one that maybe isn't treating your dog the best. That it kind of gets put back to you as like, you know, because Hassan, I don't think ever talked about the prong. I don't think Hassan talked about the prong collar. I don't think he talked about the death of Ethan's dog Shredder or anything like that. Usually Hassan doesn't go low. Other people do. Other people definitely do. But it's not really a Hassan thing. But now even that hypocrisy that you could otherwise point out about Ethan Klein is maybe a little harder to do. Anyway, let's get through this.
Family should be shot, killed, and burned in front of her. But what you have to understand is that, you see, she said this tweet about how October 7th was an act of resistance. So you have to understand that can really upset Ethan. That could really upset Ethan. So it's like fine that he totally spoke the fuck out and had a total meltdown and violated a bunch of norms that we would usually uphold. It's actually fine that he did that because he's a Jew from Israel. He's a Jew and his wife's a Jew from Israel. That's the whole fucking basis for your view on this over the last 2 years. You stupid fat fuck. you stupid fucking moron. You FFW, you stupid FFW. Where has that gone, Nick?
Again, okay, it doesn't make this correct. Let's see. Guy's so gay. Shock collars for. Imagine hating the guy so much that you're spite-driven idiots like you.
And just for anybody who's confused, right? When he says Ethan's a Jew from Israel, I think what he's saying is that, like, that this is why Nick supports him. Again, like, what I noticed was that it was, after like October 7th, that it was a thing where he defended Ethan because from what I've seen, Nick is one of these, like, Israel has the right to defend himself type dudes, right? Yeah, all of these creators are Jewish. Quiman, Nick, and Ethan. So you're not hearing anti-Semitism. I don't think. I know Quiman has maybe some interesting connections, but wait, Nick is not Jewish? I thought I'd heard him say that he was, and that was part of the reason that he took offense to what Hassan and company were saying after October 7th, or that was his rationale. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know Diorio as well as I thought.
You clap like seals. Pretty obvious he's being sarcastic. Maybe you're autistic or something. I'm just curious. Like, yeah, I understand. Maybe the chatter was caught defending Hassan Piker.
Yeah,
Where's
Sid.
the lie? Is Nick a troll? I thought you hated Hassan. What part is wrong? You're a retard, all right. Just say you hate Jews. Dude is terrified of Nuxtaku. What did he say was wrong? Mate trying to defend Hamas Diddy Piker.
This is you and your friends, bro.
Why are you running
This
defense?
is you, your friends, your fans. This is you. This is just you.
It's for a terrorist.
That's Norm Macdonald.
I started dog zapping sex pests, weird hill to die on. I don't understand the problem with Nux's tweet. Nux, let's ratio this guy. Taking some in the ass. Tell him to go back to cartoons because he's right. You know what the tweet is about. Get your head out of your ass. Shut the fuck up, moon-shaped jackass. Sadly, he stated fact. Ride Hassan's dick some more. Every time there's a factual thought, you're not refuting it. It's crazy how we have more evidence of... Okay, that's not one that's going to be... There are other comments here that are going after Nux. I get it, Nux is a retard, but what is your tweet about this? Is he wrong?
Yeah, which argument... Is there any part of this tweet Nick agrees with? I don't think Nick has the knowledge to agree with this, does he? So, allegedly raped a 15-year-old in a brothel. Okay, Nick can take a stance on that. That's drama, okay? That's drama. That's a rape that happened in Germany. So that's drama. Went to Diddy parties. Okay, Diddy, that's a rape. That's rapes that happened in America. Nick can talk about that. That's drama. Called the cops to do wellness checks on XGFs. Okay, this happened in America. That's drama. Supports Hamas, mass rapists. Now, Nick can't take a stance on any of this because this is politics. This is politics. So Nick can't take a stance on any of this. So he would surely never say something like Hassan supports Hamas or supports terrorists. So, and he certainly wouldn't take a stance on the mass rape question because that's quite a complex geopolitical thing. That's quite a complex, like, it's a geopolitical thing where you have to read through a UN report and understand, like, distinctions between circumstantial, forensic, direct evidence, all these different ideas, understand what arguments people are making and weigh in on the value of those arguments. So Nick would surely never, because that type of rape happened in some desert country, that's politics, so he would surely never weigh in on that, so he doesn't agree with that. Supports Houthis. Now, Hassan did say once, 10 toes down, I support the Houthis, but he was saying it in the context of a specific military action, so that's quite political.
So if you don't remember, during the height of the, attack on civilians in Gaza, there were very few people standing up, very few countries standing up against Israel, right? One of the countries was Yemen, which had been through its own genocide. And yeah, like in terms of the attempted blockade, the, commandeering of vessels, of trade vessels in the area, right? The Houthis took part in that. This is where the whole pirate controversy came from, as well as maybe some. I think they might have fired drones and missiles, right? So, that was when he said 10 tones down, as far as disrupting maritime trade as a way to put pressure on the United States and Israel to stop Israel's actions in Gaza.
So I don't think there's no way Nick would ever agree with that. Supports Hezbollah. I don't know that he's ever said supports Hezbollah. I think he has said he has no major issues with Hezbollah. Hezbollah was his statement. Something like that he said to Nick, I think. He was like, let's just say I don't have any major issues with Hezbollah. Or some shit like that, I think he says. So that's quite complicated, and Nick wouldn't weigh in on that. So Nick basically doesn't agree with any of these, because this one's drama and isn't substantiated, and this one's drama, but is misleading. So Nick actually thinks this whole tweet is a lie, doesn't he? So I would like Nick to say he thinks this whole tweet is a lie.
104 reply. Why? The guy who allegedly raped a 15-year-old in a brothel is on here. It's absolutely fucking delusional. What do we got here? Why are you defending Hassan? You're defending a dog abuser. Why are you defending Hassan Piker? Hey, Oreo, what does Hassan's dick taste like? You're not saying he's wrong. You don't like facts about Hassan Piker. That's such a weird okay.
Chat, I feel like I've missed too much to really be able to... I get that this isn't, like, super entertaining. Oh God, we got what? Okay, we got like 5 minutes left of this. I guess we'll watch the rest of it, right? I feel like I've missed so much. I feel like there's so much that we're not privy to in the whole arc of Nick DeOrio becoming a H3 waiting room. That, oh wait, I had it. Oh my God, I had the volume turned down.
This Nuxtaku's out here spitting facts. Right message, awful measure. What about the post is wrong? People in the replies to don't know what Nick is. Destiny accusing Hassan, that scares me most. Hassan is also allegedly in cahoots with George Soros. Maybe it's personal, man. I don't know. Not hard to figure it out. The money ran out. This is the new grift. He's an Israeli Jew. That one's actually about Nuxtaku.
Yeah, this is what you would say about Ethan, Nick.
Let's see. Well, it's true. Fat. He's not wrong. Unaware. Nux's family. Again, okay. That doesn't make this correct. Let's see. Guy's so gay. Shock collars. Imagine hating the guy so much that you're spite-driven idiots like you clap like seals. Pretty obvious he's being sarcastic. Maybe you're autistic or something. I'm just curious. Like, yeah, I understand maybe the chatter was caught defending Hassan Piker. Where's the lie? Is Nick a troll? I thought you hated Hassan. What part is wrong? You're a retard, all right. Just say you hate Jews. Dude is terrified of Nuxtaku. What did he say was wrong? Mate trying to defend Hamas Diddy Piker. Why are you running defense for a terrorist dog zapping sex pest, weird hill to die on? I don't understand the problem with Nux's tweet. Nux, let's ratio this guy. Taking some in the ass. Tell him to go back to cartoons because he's right. You know what the tweet is about. Get your head out of your ass. Shut the fuck up, moon-shaped jackass. Sadly, he stated fact. Ride Hassan's dick some more. Every time there's a factual thought, you're not refuting it. It's crazy how we have more evidence of... Okay, that's not one that's going to be... There are other comments here that are going after Nux. I get it, Nux is a retard, but what is your tweet about this? Is he wrong? And let me see. You're a retarded Hassan Piker dick sucker. Let's see. You should not be on the algorithm. Are you a Hassan Piker glazer? Hassan's not going to let you suck his dick. He's into little girls, not F-slurs. I think this one is just telling me to kill myself and buy some rope.
Oh yeah, that's the do it F-slur meme.
Brave soldier.
I've literally
Brave
made more money
soldier.
than these people are worth on this fucking drama, shitting on Hassan Piker. What else do we got here? Nick DeOrio being pro Hassan Piker. Are you a fucking moron? He's a fucking Nepo baby, blah, 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 blah. There were people, I think we covered it in the other tweet, where they were adding Asmongold, demanding that I get dropped from my affiliate with Starforge over this. There were people implying that I was a pedophile because I did.
Yeah, these are my favorite Nick DeOrio segments, where he spends like 30 minutes at a time reading endless hate comments.
Because I was arguing this talking point. The neck one was there for.
I thought maybe Quimon had rolled the. Either way, chat. Either way, this isn't the best Quimon video. I'm sorry, Quimon. Look, good luck with your crusade against Diorio. I hope you take his crown and his pumpkin pie. Sorry that we watched a video of yours that had a pretty serious editing mistake in it. I think a part of his video just got repeated. I've never seen like this on a, Quimon's editing is usually way better, but it's easy. It's an easy mistake to make editing, and maybe somebody in the comments said something. Nobody noticed it. It's clear. It's clearly like they repeated. I don't know. There's Alex Novell. There he is. There he is. I love this thumbnail. Instant click. W's. Okay. Anyway, that's why we brought up this video because Alex is mentioning it. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that gets sorted with the editing and everything, because I gotta be honest. I was trying to interpret. Is he saying that? Why is he like coverage of Diorio? So.
Diorio made over $241,000 in a single year covering the Ethan Klein drama in his classic VTuber slop format.
This is why I respect this guy. He stands on fucking business. That's what he's doing right now. It could have been so easy to just maintain a friendship with Hassan and just flow through, cashing in the money from these fucking freaks. But instead, he's doing this, and I respect him endlessly for it.
For years, Ethan's content was about goofing on people. But if you tune into the H3 podcast today, Ethan is just using his show as a platform to destroy his enemies. And who does he choose to destroy? Well, lately, it's almost exclusively women.
Ethan Klein claims he will never be done harassing iDubbbz and his wife, and he said, that's not what I said. And if that is what I said, if I did say that, then you guys still deserve it. And by the way, you can never accuse me of harassing them after what they did. I can never harass them. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, it will never qualify as harassment.
So
because
you get it, chat? If you make one video criticizing Ethan, even if half of the video is like you crying and you like trying to reach out and be a little bit more conciliatory and leaving a space for maybe, I don't know, they used to be friends, right? And the iDubbbz video, I get that he goes hard in the beginning, right? And that's why everybody ignores or discounts or even like takes the part where iDubbbz is more emotional and kind of like opening a door, maybe even like offering an olive branch. People don't take that seriously because of iDubbbz's like successful ridiculing of Ethan. But yeah, if you make one video about Ethan Klein, he says, there's nothing that he can do that should be considered harassment. It's
is what they did that launched this. Fuck them both forever.
If you're afraid that everyone you meet is going to come after you, like, what does that do to a person? It makes you into a perpetual victim. It's always about, I am the, again, I am the victim. I am the one at fault. You are bullying me. Though I am bigger, though I am more aggressive, though I speak in hyperbole about how these people are the most awful things on the planet, which again is also kind of part of the Ethan Klein brand.
And also very Israel.
Is that everyone else attacking me is okay to attack, but if you attack me, that is considered unacceptable, and my audience should know about that. It is, I can do whatever I want. I feel like I can attack anyone I want. But if I give that same response back, then you deserve no sympathy.
There's certain lines you cross, and you cross it with the wrong people, and that's what you did. Just wait. Just wait. Okay? I can't wait for videos crying, Ethan's suing me, Ethan's stalking me, Ethan's all this.
Mm-hmm.
Yup! I'm doing all that! I'll see you soon.
Ethan didn't sue XQC, who he previously accused of being a content thief.
No, you still are a content thief, in my opinion.
Take it back.
No, why would I take it back?
Because if you're gonna reel it back and say, oh,
I just said
it
that
the
wasn't a
wrong-
good analytical point. I still think you're a content thief.
He went for women in the commentary space, smaller creators that he could bury in legal fees and bully into hostage-style apologies.
There's so many people, in my opinion, that owe me an apology that I'm not, honestly not. I'm not complaining about any of the ones I get.
Ethan Klein's long-running struggle with his ingrained misogyny has gotten him into a few controversies over the years. But nowadays, his show has morphed into almost exclusively misogynistic rants about women who have criticized his rhetoric.
Yeah, and I'm not here to criticize anyone's
I'm not either, but
fashion
like
and stuff.
As a parent.
But like, if you're gonna get on camera like this, like, how dare you sit there and moralize and theorize and LARP like a fucking mental health professional of any kind? You don't know anything.
I have to admit, I slipped up the other day.
Kinda is.
I called Taylor Lorenz the
I love
viewer.
it.
No, but she is.
But I do regret saying that. I don't like using the
You
viewer
have to, but
on
like
a
you
woman.
reserve it for the special cases.
But yeah,
also, like,
sometimes
I-
it really.
As far as other male content creators,
You reserve it for the special cases when a woman really needs to be put in her place.
I feel like I've come a long way in terms of like not using that word in a misogynistic way, right? I almost phase it out entirely. I can call her a bitch, I can call her a horrible person, but I would never do that. Denims is a dumb fucking bitch. She's a fucking bitch.
His fans, I couldn't help but the whole time feel like, shut up, bitch! The way that I felt.
Hey, Rock. You know what? Standing up for the Rock. He's right.
Throwback right there. Wow.
She really is. She really is a Nazi B word. Can you call her a Nazi B word for me?
Nazi bitch.
Yeah, thank you. Tamara, do you want to call her a Nazi B word? You're another Jewish woman. I can.
Wait, I don't know if she's there.
Any Jewish women want to call her a Nazi B word?
I don't think she's there.
Oh, she's not there?
Fair enough, fair enough.
I'll call my mom.
I feel like there's more anti-Semitic content coming from Ethan's podcast than directed at it, which is a weird thing to say because there is, you know, a lot of anti-Semitism out there these days. A lot of mainstreamed anti-Semitism, unfortunately.
Among all the women that he spends his time raging about, perhaps no one has been harassed by Ethan Klein more than Taylor Lorenz.
Taylor Lorenz, brief update on my best friend, my favorite girl, Taylor Lorenz. Taylor Lorenz was accusing me of being a misogynist for saying she looked like a ventriloquist dummy. But here she is making fun of my small feet, trying to demasculate me. Yeah, you saw Taylor.
Excuse me, isn't this the guy that like said Hassan Piker had petite feet? I mean, like, I don't know, that was a meme. Also, but no, they really tried to like somehow, I don't know. Somehow the petite, like, I don't know. I never saw the show that Petite Feet is from, so what is it from? Oh my God, it's from that Tim and Eric, right? Is that where Petite Feet is from? Feminism is asking women to call other women viewers. Yeah.
Taylor Lorenz there, eh?
I saw and a bunch of other people.
You said she was looking real sour.
Yeah.
Nobody probably wants to be friends with her because they're afraid she's gonna like write down what they.
Ooh. See, again, these are not things that Ethan should be saying. This is more describing Ethan than Taylor. Taylor's extremely outgoing, and in spite of the fact that she is immunocompromised and, you know, has to wear a mask when she's in places with a lot of people. Right, just by nature of her job, just being a journalist, she gets around. Ethan, from what I've heard, like, it's kind of like studio, fast food, home. Like, right? It's not. Anyway.
Misrepresent some weird shit and write an article about him.
She was yucking it up with some people. It looks like she had
more like yucky and it up.
What's Ethan's goal with targeting you, do you think?
I think he hates women in a lot of ways. But I think it's the Hassan thing too. Like, I'm a progressive woman, like in Hassan's like broader internet circle. And I think he's a bigot who doesn't, he doesn't like progressive women.
I've known Taylor personally for many years, and Taylor has always kind of been a target of right-wing harassment campaigns. Taylor responds to these people, and that is what they want out of an enemy. They want someone who will keep engaging. and will keep creating content for them. You know, Ethan keeps going and then Taylor responds, which he has every right to do, but it keeps the content mill running over and over and over. I think when it comes to like Ethan's, you know, Ethan definitely, I believe, you know, having spoken to a lot of the women he's gone after, he definitely goes after women a lot. Like it's undeniable at this point.
Ethan Klein's obsession with Taylor Lorenz runs deep. Between the hundreds of Instagram stories and podcast callouts, it's clear that Ethan Klein is using his platform to try to destroy Taylor's professional reputation.
Taylor, you are a propagandist scumbag. This is not reporting. This is hackery.
Oh, Taylor. Oh shit. Taylor, okay, I wasn't prepared for this.
Thanks so much for chatting with me.
I'll be totally honest with you. I don't respect your reporting.
Yeah,
and
don't believe
I don't
your
think
eyes.
you're honest.
Believe actual journalism.
Is that you?
Thanks so much for chatting with me.
Taylor, not if you're a hack. Not if you're a hack. Yep.
The comedy stylings of Ethan Klein, right? He's really fallen a long way since Vape Nation. All right, some people don't like. Some people think Vape Nation is cheap laughs too. I mean, it's got to be funnier than this, though.
Taylor, not if you will support Hassan until the very end, no matter what, with the small hope that yeah.
Is that AI?
That if you're the last woman on Earth, maybe he'll sleep with you. Not if that's all true. Go ahead. Go ahead. Not if that's.
Thanks so much for chatting with me.
Okay, yeah. I knew it. And she's so mad. And I just can't get over the fact that, like, Taylor Lorenz keeps lecturing our community, which is majority female, on how much I'm dangerous to women.
Guess what? I have bad news for you, Alex. Women are deeply misogynistic. This is what I'm talking about. What do you think snark Reddits are? Snark subreddits are the picture of misogyny on the internet. I don't know where people got the idea that women don't uphold misogyny. He's a misogynist, first of all. Everything he says misogynistic stuff all the time. He's deeply misogynistic and appears to have look at all the stuff that he said about young women. You know, he just traffics in misogynistic hate, and that feeds these snark communities, because Ethan is actually has a very symbiotic relationship with the snark communities. He has recognized that the snarkers on the internet, these, again, which I've reported on for years, they are vicious, misogynistic, and hateful. And he loves to...
Yeah, she's taking snarkers to kind of take his language and reflect it back on him. Okay, well, you think that people that don't like you are snark? Well, here's other people doing the same behavior, right? Taylor is actually somewhat sympathetic to Ethan's plight. That at various times has tried to help Ethan when it comes to Reddit, when it comes to his snark. But yeah, she's trying to turn it back, sort of his meme back on him and point out how he is somewhat, he's kind of the king of snark in some ways, right? I would say that it's Gamergate behavior, really, is what we're talking about here. When we're talking about the people that all they got to see is Casey Tron Denims and Frogan, and you know that they hate one of those women, right? And you know that also that they don't have a lot of women in their life. They may be, incels, right? These same fuckers that would have been, talking about ethics and journalism back during Gamergate are out here doing Gamergate to, women they don't like on the internet. So that's how I would characterize it, rather than, I don't like that. I don't like Ethan turning snark into. Look, it's just like, all it is like, all right, if there's an H3 community, H3 productions or whatever, right? That's Ethan's community, right? And people that didn't like that community would get banned. This is how snark started. Am I wrong about this? I think this is how the H3 snark started, right? So people would when they would post anything even slightly negative and even slightly critical, they get banned from the H3 Productions subreddit. And they created snark. So now there's H3 snark, H3 subreddit to snark in, right? That's the inception.
to leverage those people against the women that he targets.
Great source there, girlie. You fucking dumbass. Fuck you.
The HD podcast.
Actually, fuck you. Like, fuck you. Fuck you.
After releasing a video about Ethan Klein on her own YouTube channel, YouTuber Cruel World Happy Mind was invited on the H3 podcast for what she thought would be a good faith conversation. Little did she know, Ethan and his whole crew had prepared an entire docket of debate-style questions for her.
First of all, thanks for calling. Nice to meet you virtually.
Yeah.
I appreciate it a lot. So what I want to do today is talk through it, right? And I can express myself, you can express yourself, and we'll see if there's any understandings brought. I'm going to try my best to be respectful, and I want to have a productive conversation, right? So that's my goal here. Do you know what happened on October 7th?
We were living it still because my family lives there.
Do you think Hamas was do you think Hamas are terrorists?
Do you think I'm dressed like a pedophile? I don't understand. What is your point?
Seeing, your past Reddit accounts, seeing the sort of jokes that you would continually make about pedophilia, seeing all of that and your closeness with the brand, I was kind of like, essentially, that association. Do
I make a lot of jokes about
sort of
pedophilia? I mean, I acknowledge I had that old account that's like 15 years old and stuff.
Do I make a lot of jokes about pedophilia? Yeah, you had a whole fucking Reddit identity for that. And no, even after that, and not just like jokes about pedophilia, like weird sexual objectification of underage people, right? And yeah, the whole thing where he calls the other YouTuber a pedophile and Blackzilla.
But do I make jokes about pedophilia? I don't think so. That's not like a frequent topic. I mean, I talk about Michael Jackson. That's true.
There we go.
Michael Jackson.
All right, full circle, chat. Michael Jackson. Let's get back.
I make Michael Jackson jokes.
What do you think about people who make jokes about Michael?
I think it's cruel. I think it's cruel because I think also it's cruel to do that to somebody who's passed away. So it's, the fact that he's been attacked after death is just such a sad thing.
What do you think Michael would have thought about Ethan? I'm ready to get started whenever you are, so.
No, I'm not done yet.
We only got like 30 minutes, so whenever you're ready.
So if you're just joining us, Alex started off the video talking about how he had received texts from Ethan Klein on around the same day that Taylor had Hila in her DMs. Alex was dealing with DMs from Ethan Klein, and because Ethan said that he likes to make jokes about Michael Jackson, Alex hired a Michael Jackson impersonator to read Ethan's side of the texts.
Will you do the moonwalk with me?
I'll try.
Okay. And then we can get started.
Okay.
Okay. So you're gonna go up on the right toe.
Right toe.
Slide the left back.
Left goes back. Wait, no, wait. Sorry. So wait. How do you do the moonwalk, chat? You go up on one toe and then you slide the other back. Is that right, or is it? Do you slide the toe that you're up on, or do you slide the toe that you're not up on? How does the moonwalk work? Because I want to be able to.
Not bad.
Moonwalk.
Tell me, why did you share this post from Froggy Tonic encouraging people to insult me in real life? Sorry, I mean, who has? Not that you shared a post of him doing this. Do you think I deserve violence in some physical response?
Again, dude, I've been covering this story and chatting with the individuals involved. How would you suggest I go about getting these people to speak frankly about
the flat foot slides, not the up foot.
The situation? I don't think you deserve violence or anguish for internet drama, but you realize I'm also Jewish and have faced anti-Semitism online before, right?
I did not know you were Jewish. I'm sorry. Condolences.
I should have been like smarter going about it. If I was told like, hey, we're sitting down for a debate, I would have like maybe gone about it differently. But it was like, hey, we're gonna have a conversation here. Like, let's have a kind conversation. And then it's like rephrased as like, this is a debate.
But the live ambush from Ethan was just the beginning of the harassment towards Cruel World Happy Mind. She and her partner began to receive tons of threatening messages from riled up H3 fans.
My husband got like one of the most intense messages that we got sent, where someone sent him a message saying that they're going to show up at our house, break my jaw, or they called us like a Nazi, our Nazi family. They were going to show up at our house, break my jaw, break my child's jaw. Like that, and like, yeah, I forget what else they've said, but like that was like the gist of the message. And so Ethan had sent me a message after he did that whole podcast and said that I should come back on his show, that he wants me to come back on his show. And so the only thing I responded is just sending him like this screenshot, because I was like curious, like, and then someone just said they're gonna show up at our house and break our jaws. Like, what are you gonna say? And all he responds is that's just a snarker. That's not our audience. That's a snarker. That's not our audience. And then he says, you're victimizing yourself.
By the way, my community doesn't harass people.
That's not true. Let me explain to you what.
Absolutely, provably, empirically true.
Do you want to hear my perspective, or do you want to fucking just keep playing clips that your production team put together?
Ethan's not even really a commentator anymore. He's a CEO, a capital owner, and his product is drama.
I really miss the time when we could produce fun segments without having to sensationalize or clickbait it and just upload it and knowing people were going to enjoy it. I think the only way they'll push it is if it's like hyper specified to you, which is why super specific like drama stuff tends to do the best.
Ethan has long said that he models the...
Can I just give my thoughts on that? Because this is something that I've dealt with for a really long time. You know, the question about drama, right? I cover politics and I cover some drama. And I often try to, you know, use the drama to focus attention on a political subject that's not as attractive to people, right? But that being said, I have recently tried to really, I mean, when I you know, yeah, like, is drama content a way to get your numbers up like immediately, right? Yeah, you bring in people that aren't part of your community, that are just there for the drama. But it's not like a long-term solution, and it doesn't do a good job of creating the community. The reason, Ethan, that you were able back in the day to just do wholesome videos that got tons of views is because people liked you. You were the content, right? Or your interactions with the crew or whatever, right? Something about, you know, people bonded with, right? And the more you do like Hassan bad shit and you see your numbers go up with a bunch of Destiny orbiters and a bunch of, you know, commentary bros, this isn't growth, right? Those people, like I said, they look at Ethan and they think the R slur, right? That is how they see him due to, you know, his you know, due to him, you know, a lot of the, you know, ticks that he gets from Tourette's, right? They're never gonna be part of his audience. They're never gonna see him as anything other than a lolcow, or at best a chess piece to use against Hassan, right? And so what he's doing by getting to this mentality where he thinks he has to cover drama, he has to clickbait, he has to, you know, signal like, am I going to say something about Hassan? You know, am I going to crash out? Right? It is because you've alienated the audience, a lot of the audience that was just there for you and the crew, right? And honestly, not even this crew. They were there for the old crew. They were there for Sam. They were there for Olivia. They were there for a lot of the people that you've driven for the fuck off. You know who they're not there for, Ethan? They're not there for Tom. They're not there for Giardia, and they're not there for Tamara. Sorry, Tamara. They're not there for your, like, you know, stalker research, like personal Kiwi Farms crew. They were there for the old crew. And your content has not only driven away that audience, it's also driven away, you know, people that were a big part of the attraction to H3. And it's a sad cautionary tale that we're seeing here, right? This guy that, you know, had a following, had an audience just based on stories, right? He was a storyteller. He had a lot of fucked up, gross stories about you know, him and Hila and their family that people resonated with for whatever reason. And he's basically lost that. And you could see the mentality that shows you why Ethan Klein is going to continue to lose audience. Look, like even with you driving your numbers up, even with you doing a content nuke, even with you like getting the attention and causing controversy and being at the center of that controversy, you still got 10,000 more unsubscribers than you do subscribers every month. And yeah, putting sugar in your gas tank by continuing leaning into this drama that honestly should be over, right? You were on a podcast with Hassan. You agreed about a lot of things until you started talking about subjects like capitalism and communism and Israel, and you found out that actually, you know, there's some really important things we don't agree with, and you didn't feel comfortable continuing with the podcast, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, chat. He was losing, you know, viewership even before then, but the going on a year-long, you know, crusade to try to get Hassan's attention, harassing his friends until he could not ignore you, and then continually, like, you know, becoming Wile E. Coyote to Hassan's Roadrunner, continually thinking that Hassan's cancellation is just around the corner. If we just go a little further, if we just dig a little deeper, we can get Hassan. And maybe my show is in ruins, but at least I'll get my revenge, right? I mean, that's a sad way to be, first of all. That's a sad motivation to have. But it's not working, and it's not gonna work. And Dogtober 7th didn't do it. The content nuke didn't do it. Any fucking controversy that you and Dan Saltman have ginned up around Hassan didn't do it. It's not gonna happen, Ethan. And all you're doing is like, yeah, burning down, you know, the rest of your audience. So yeah, sad cautionary tale. What triggered the Hassan hate in Ethan? I mean, I don't know. It's hard to tell. If you look at Ethan's career, I guess this is not his first rodeo, right? Where did the drama start to creep in? I think with Trish, right? Is that right? I think that, you know, he brought yeah, and that's what also brought the height of the H3 podcast was probably when Trish was on. This was probably Frenemies. And then, you know, even after she left, even after the show was over, he kept up the drama. I think that's really where, wait, Keemstar? Is that where the drama started? Oh my god, I'm trying to remember what the drama was with Keemstar was back in the day. When did that start? I feel like I've heard of this before, but this is before my time.
The H3 podcast after the Howard Stern show. But Ethan's ignoring a big difference here. Howard Stern had bosses. Howard Stern had limits set by people that were above him. Ethan Klein answers to no one, and that's part of the problem.
How the fuck are you supposed to grow a business and, you know, participate in this space? you know, I feel like serial rapists and murderers get treated the same way.
Like I know people that worked on somebody like James Charles shoot, and they're treating me the same way.
When you have no guardrails, no one to tell you, hey, maybe don't rage text that guy, or maybe suing that small creator is a bad look, you end up here, isolated in a mansion.
So it all started with Ethan calling Keemstar racist.
Surrounded by yes men, and convinced the whole world is out to get you while you bleed subscribers by the hundreds of thousands.
I don't talk about this because
That eyeshadow was a choice. It looks like she's playing. Like, was this the day that they brought out Teddy Glow? It looks to me like they were just like, you know, going to town with just kind of maxing a look that maybe should have been minimized. I don't know.
Because it's painful and I don't want people to know.
Yeah, she's not beating the charges of toddler core, right? This is like what she's got. It looks like how a little kid puts on makeup. And then the Teddy Fresh brand looks like, clothes that a toddler would design. Yeah. And look, it's great if you're just, having fun, you play, maybe like letting your kids do makeup on you or something, you know what I mean? Like that, but when it's for a brand, well, I mean, Rich Lux did her makeup. Oh, that day it was Rich Lux. Okay, that makes sense. Rich Lux got a certain aesthetic when it comes to makeup.
Oh. But I'll say, I mean, it's from a professional perspective, our entire lives are ruined. Collaborations, partners, business partners, employees, creators,
Gee, I wonder why nobody wants to work with this guy. Could it have anything to do with the fact that he has no rules for what he's going to do to somebody that like disagrees with him or embarrasses him or slights him? And Anissa, look at Anissa and iDubbbz, right? There never would have been a content cop that, from iDubbbz had Ethan not, basically yelled at them for not defending him on his bullshit on shit they don't agree with.
Friends. Brittany Broski just completely stopped responding to me. Brittany Broski. Look, I don't blame her if she doesn't want to get involved in. I've seen what this harassment looks like, and I've seen what she received for basically doing nothing, right? So I don't blame her for wanting to not be involved in that, but it doesn't feel fucking good knowing that somebody that I was friends with in real life, that I had rapport with, that I hung out with, that I talked to about, making a show together at one point, that we were in like regular contact, just like all of a sudden fucking quietly unfollows me and everything H3 related. Like, sure, I don't blame her. I'm not angry at her, but like at the same time,
Okay, I'm sorry, Ethan. You can't criticize Frogan now. Yeah, the one decent criticism about Frogan was that Frogan reacted publicly to Ethan unfollowing her. He unfollowed her about something that she said in the, right after October 7th. But it's always a mistake to try to, you know what I mean? You can't react to somebody unfollowing you. People follow you, people unfollow you. If you're a content creator, you kind of got to just take that, right? And Frogan didn't. She got upset. She made a big deal about it. That wasn't a good look. Now, I don't think that, does that, mean that Frogan deserves to be harassed? No. Does that mean that Frogan deserves to be dehumanized? No. Does that, right? It's just a mistake. It's a bad look is all, right? But now Ethan is doing the exact same thing. You can't criticize Frogan for that anymore. It was a chat on Discord. Frogan didn't do it on Twitter. Okay, so that's even less of a mistake than I thought. She was chatting with people. Oh, and they screenshotted her. Is that what happened, Ash? They screenshotted Frogan from Discord. Okay, that's even worse. I didn't know that. But yeah, I don't want to hear any more criticism of Frogan for saying shit about being unfollowed when Ethan Klein is 10 times worse. 10 times more aggrieved.
What the fuck did I do? Of course I don't blame her. These people are the worst,
Oh, they screenshotted her in Haas's Discord. That's the Discord that she helped create. Yeah.
But we'll get him, guys. We'll get him.
You know me. I'll ruin my fucking life in the pursuit of getting these people.
Ethan Klein is involved in a number of frivolous lawsuits right now that he claims are due to infringements on his copyright.
I've really resented this
Careful about calling him frivolous.
narrative from Hassan and all of these people in orbit who say they're lawsuits.
I called the lawsuits vindictive, right? I think I'm safe in saying that the lawsuits are coming from a vindictive place, right?
Frivolous. When you spend a second to look into it, it's clearly not frivolous, and they keep rehashing the same.
Oh, Marbear, I want a churro and a joint. I could use that.
Dumb arguments like, oh, if it wasn't frivolous, why aren't you suing Asmongold? Dude, I said it in the video. I said it a million times over every time. It's because they
Not the same
they willfully and maliciously.
Was Brittany the one that Ethan scared with the prolapse video? Correct. Yes.
Copyright infringed.
Yeah.
In actuality, Ethan's lawsuits are a tool to scare and silence his critics. A tactic that Ethan Klein learned the hard way after being scared and silenced himself by film industry mogul and former Harvey Weinstein lookalike Ryan Kavanaugh.
Ryan Kavanaugh was probably one of the last, real powerful men that he went after. And look what happened with that. Casey Tron had to do a similar form of public humiliation that he did with the Ryan Kavanaugh lawsuit.
To Ryan Kavanaugh, I want to offer my sincere and unreserved apology. At the time, I was led to believe you were behind a particular copyright lawsuit. Acting on that belief, I went on and attacked you publicly and persistently. In doing so, I failed to consider the personal impact of my actions, and I lost sight of the basic respect every person deserves, regardless of any dispute. That hit its home. Because of the attention I placed on you, I know that you and your family became the target of harassment and hate, and truly none of them deserved any of that. The hurt that, was caused by my actions is something I take full responsibility for, and I am truly sorry for that. With this apology and with full respect, I ask that anybody who may have been acting on my behalf directly or indirectly stop immediately. Ryan and his family and his associates should be left alone now for good.
Ethan spent what some called the best years of the H3 podcast fighting a legal battle against Ryan Kavanaugh over what was initially a copyright infringement lawsuit that then spiraled into multiple defamation cases.
I'm just going to type Ryan Kavanaugh, and I'm not going to, but I'll say this. He does resemble Harvey Weinstein physically, and that's all I'll say about that. If you Google Ryan Kavanaugh, you'll probably find on the top.
Does Ryan Kavanaugh look like HarveyWeinstein.com? What the fuck?
You know that's my website, right?
That's so stupid.
We made that website to help the public.
5 months ago, those lawsuits finally settled, with Ethan on the considerable losing end, having to deliver a public apology to Ryan Kavanaugh on his podcast, as well as censor all of the previous mentions of him on his show.
I'm not accusing Ryan Kavanaugh, the guy who's...
Did he have to delete those websites? Because again, like blowing up somebody's SEO, right? And in that case, you're talking about a what is he like Kavanaugh is he's like a CEO of Triller, right? Anyway, it's making it so that whenever anybody in his life happens to Google him, I don't know, maybe the Ryan Kavanaugh lookalike thing isn't as, it does seem like a little going hard, right? When you're trying to alter somebody's Google search, what comes up when you Google their name? I don't know, that seems a bit scorched earth.
suing me from Triller of
What the episode actually looked like? Wait, what?
sexual impropriety. I just think they look similar. That's all. Just to make that clear.
Having to remove the best years of your videos and...
Oh, because they blurred it. I got it. Wait, is that all they did? They just blurred it?
Apologize to someone who financially wrecked you for what's probably hundreds of thousands of dollars has to inflict some form of psychological trauma and damage on you. But for Ethan, settling with Ryan Kavanaugh was just a necessary evil so he could pursue his righteous cause of suing women who reacted to his YouTube video.
The whole point of these lawsuits for me has been activism from the start. That's the primary purpose of this. And so when I hear that she's kind of learned how to be more mindful with the way she interacts with copyrighted or other people's property, then I think that's a big win for both of us. I think that's a huge dub. If you have a problem with what I'm saying, talk about that. Also, why are you literally lying and defaming the dude who's like suing everybody talking shit right now? Like, people are not learning. They will not learn. They don't believe me still or something. I'm suing 3 people. This is not the end of it.
One of his lawsuits against Casey Tron just settled and ended with Casey Tron delivering a somber public apology. Gee, I wonder where they learned that trick.
I want to begin by stating I take responsibility for infringing the content nuke. The lawsuit was not frivolous. When I said the lawsuit was frivolous and based on misogyny, it was to garner sympathy, protect my own reputation, and retaliate against the Kleins.
You know what? I should just let it play for you guys, right? And we can go back and enjoy certain moments of it. Or, I mean, not enjoy, because certainly that's not the right word to say, but to appreciate.
You know, Casey Tron on multiple occasions has said that she felt that she couldn't afford to do it because she is taking care of, you know, multiple family members who cannot work. And Ethan Klein doing that, knowing that situation, and instead forcing her to release some sort of hostage-style apology, just kind of makes the whole situation look incredibly, you know, gross.
It's clear that Ethan's goal here is not to establish some kind of new precedent for copyright law. It's just to inflict the same trauma.
Wait, they lost the suit because Ethan and Love had Love explain how to play the algorithm and get it to number one on the Google search?
And public embarrassment that he received from Ryan Kavanaugh onto his own enemies, who are, again, mostly women creators who have smaller subscriber counts than him.
Ethan has kind of used that, you know, these women did this, you know, copyright abuse in his mind as kind of like a way to shoo off any of the criticisms of misogyny.
To the lawsuit stuff. Now, people are scrambling to draw defense up for the indefensible. There is basically 3 people making the most damning confessions on video. There is no way to honestly defend these people. But I predicted what would happen, and of course, it's exactly what's happening. The refrains are...
Followstown says, men suing women to force them into humiliating public appearances. Can I get this off my timeline, please? We were so close, Followstown, to getting this off your timeline, right? Had Ryan Kavanaugh been a little bit less merciful towards Ethan Klein, you know, which, you know, given the campaign of defamation that it looks like he engaged in, I mean, I don't know, maybe Ryan Kavanaugh is a piece of shit too. I don't know anything about the guy, right? But had Ryan Kavanaugh gone as hard on Ethan Klein as he's going on these 3 content creators, he would have taken a substantial portion of Ethan's wealth away, right? I don't know. Ethan might have had to sell his house had the potential damages that that Kavanaugh could have gotten if he hadn't settled. And he really kind of, I mean, I wouldn't say a sweetheart deal, but it's a pretty good deal for Ethan considering what could have happened. Then yeah, Ethan would in no way be able to, you know, harass people through litigation. So we were almost there, Followstan. We were almost at a place where at least this guy would have gotten the fuck off your timeline. But yeah, unfortunately, it's like a Goku and Frieza kind of situation, isn't it? Goku's like, all right, Frieza, I beat your ass, and now I'm gonna leave Namek. You just, you know, please don't shoot a energy disc at me, forcing me to Kamehameha it back and cut you in half. And yeah. But no, in this case, you know, it's like, yeah, being too gentle on Ethan that caused him to still be able to be a problem for people like Casey Tron.
Attacking women, attacking small creators, silencing
Pro-Palestine
silencing
voices.
criticism, targeting pro-Palestine voices, etc., etc.
Ethan's audience also knows that he's going through some kind of extended crash out because they try to inflict the same trauma and psychic damage onto whoever Ethan tells them is the enemy of the week. What Ethan's audience doesn't fully understand when trying to do this type of harassment is that by trying to give the snarkers a taste of their own medicine, they've become addicted to the formula of gaslighting and public harassment, just like the snark communities do.
Harassment podcast.
Yeah, that's what the H stands for.
Again, there's another snarking talking point.
Sounds like such a Karen.
People outside of the snarking community don't use certain lines of attack. Like calling our podcast a harassing, what do you call it? A
Harassment podcast.
A harassment podcast isn't.
Yeah, you'd have to know not just about like what's on the H3 podcast, but you'd have to. Oh no, actually, you probably could pick it up from there. Yeah, people that know more about your podcast are able to say, that you've engaged in that behavior, especially people that are like communities that are like subject to Ethan's scorn.
It's nobody outside snark says that. It's just an insanely dumb, totally random attack line that is just totally imagined in their psychotic world.
Snark is a made-up concept by Ethan Klein to weaponize his audience against people he disagrees with. I don't care what influencer you are. There is an audience of people who hate you. Every influencer has a snark community, if you feel that snark is a valid term. We exist in an online space that thrives on negativity. And I think Ethan Klein's packaging of snark has been incredibly lucrative for him.
This type of information warfare is a dime a dozen on the internet these days. Almost every online figure has a snark community in their name. But for some reason, Ethan claims that his snark community is the most dangerous.
I mean, how extreme do I need to get these people's attentions? I just don't understand. Because at a certain point, I personally, as a parent and as a person, I can't just sit idly by and let these people continue doing what they're doing.
For that reason, he's spending even more of his hard-earned YouTube and Teddy Fresh money trying to subpoena Reddit and Discord to dox the individuals behind the snark accounts.
Y'all thought I was playing games? I'm coming. Y'all thought, oh, Ethan's not gonna get our info. Oh, look at Ethan, he's not this and that. Oh, Reddit's not gonna give it. Oh, they're not gonna give us up. You're done. You're cooked. I'm coming. All I need is your IP address.
And so ultimately they will have a charge of copyright.
All I need is your IP address. Chad, it sounds to me like Ethan doesn't much care whether as long as he's got a name that he can harass, right? Even if can you imagine one of the snark mods was your roommate, something, I don't know, you're in the same dorm. I'm trying to think of that's not but anyway, this is his plan. He's not only suing Casey Tron, Denims, and Froga. Now Casey Tron's out of the suit, but he is also suing the mods, and in a way that would reveal their names, make their identities part of the court case, right? So in order, he's doxing. He's doxing. You talk shit about Ethan Klein, and he feels that gives him the license to dox you, or to dox your roommate, or your significant other. I mean, there's so many ways in which this could end up with names of people that aren't even involved getting released. This is reminding me of Keffels, when Keffels tried to dox her, the people that were harassing her, and ended up getting the wrong people.
Filed against them?
That's correct.
That's the idea.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
The charges specifically,
Oh, shit, yeah. Sue Fair Wolf B says, Ethan and Trump have a lot in common. I've been saying this for months now, and I think I agree, right? It's that's the only frame, and I'm not saying this to try to be compare him to somebody who I know we all hate, right? Like the whole United States kind of hates, like about 60% of Americans by the latest poll hate, right? I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to smear him with Trump or anything. I just don't know anybody else whose narcissism manifests this greatly and in this like harmful of a way, right? It is very similar to like, you know, Trump. The way that Ethan uses litigation is actually fairly similar to the way that Trump uses litigation.
Inducement of copy. I don't know. There's some
And the double standards. Yeah, there's so
some
much
specific terminology for it. But then also, because some of your cohorts leaked your Discord messages to us, we have some of your Discord IDs. And guess what? We're gonna if anyone's gonna have your real identity, it's gonna be right there. We're gonna have all your messages. Discord. And listen, don't try to erase them. If you erase them now, it's not gonna look good. And you should know.
See, like, by the fact that he says that, it makes me think that, like, maybe they should erase them. I don't know. This is a Scary Terry situation, right? I don't take, you know, advice from Scary Terry when I'm having a scary dream and he says you can run but you can't hide, bitch. And I'm not taking legal advice from Ethan Klein when he's coming after me with his fucking weird settler law team, right? Isn't it? Oh yeah, he's part of his lawyer is part of a firm with somebody that was, I guess, involved in the biggest scandal ever to hit Malaysia, right? Who I think the Malaysian government, if I'm not mistaken, is still looking for.
That I'll still get them even if you erase them.
But Trump can be funny
to anybody that's going through such, like, you know, that tells me rather that they're going through harassment, because
good point, Reed. Ethan is like Trump, except Trump can be funny if he wants.
Have dealt with so much of that, and so I was like, well, I'll try to help them. You know, they were making a lot of claims about Reddit at the time too, and snark subreddits, and that's something I've reported on a lot. I reached out to Reddit.
Whoa, she's a Steely Dan fan, chat. Do you see that t-shirt? I only know this because my uncle's a Steely Dan fan too.
And I was like, hey, can you look into this? Like, they're making all these claims that they're being doxxed, and the CPS people are calling their, you know, from Reddit and everything. Reddit looked into it. They were like, not only did we not find that, but like his community is actually being problematic and abusive.
When it comes to...
Is that like a tour t-shirt? Did she go to the concert?
Ethan Klein's crash outs, they are being
Didn't one of the Dans die?
Milked for content. It's all about how much can you engage with and how much can you milk a lolcow. And Ethan Klein has proven that, like, he just wants the content, you know? He's milking himself at this point. There's no doubt in my mind that this is just like where he expects this to go and what he wants out of his YouTube experience.
Now, if you don't watch my channel a lot, you wouldn't know this, but I was actually involved in a pretty public lawsuit as well. All that to say, I know how to read these legal papers, and I've done it a couple times. And while Ethan's attorney may be very talented and charge him a lot of money, these subpoenas read like the incredibly deranged ramblings of someone wealthy enough to try to litigate public opinion on the internet. And that doesn't mean that the courts won't take it seriously. I mean, this is America, a country that was founded on frivolous lawsuits from the rich.
Tonight you are saying...
Wait, chat, did Sunday delete his old channel? Did we lose access to milking Tyler's content? I think this is the new channel. Yeah, that's the new channel.
Oh,
what happened to the old channel? Anyway, he had a video about milking. So Sunday kind of has a milking thing.
To our viewers that you will go forward and file a defamation lawsuit against the BBC.
Well, I think I have an obligation to do it. I guess I have to, you know, why not? Because they defrauded the public.
Well, listen up, mods, haters, snarkers. It's going to start settling. These people still think this is a joke. All the snarkers and all the people, they keep coping hard about how, you know, Ethan's delusional, his lawyer's an idiot, this is all whatever. And it's going to start dawning on you. This should be the first peek at what's coming. And what's coming is the full fucking weight of Lady Justice's big fat swinging titties.
But Ethan's not just pulling a Donald Trump here. He's taking a page out of the book of a very important attorney.
So I'm
really anxiously looking forward to an opportunity to depose CNN. This will be the first time this has ever happened. And I think CNN is probably quaking in their boots. We have demanded that they not destroy any documents, any memos. We want to get the editors who told them to edit the tape. We want to get the commentators.
And look, I know in my last video I said that Destiny was like Alan Dershowitz because they both love teenage girls and the state of Israel. Well, for Ethan Klein, he's like Dershowitz because
Blue Butterfly, I do have one. We're what, 7 super chats away from that. Looks like how much time is left? 11 minutes 45 seconds. If any butterfly fans out there, and since you said Blue Butterfly, Star Man X, I'll go and grab the blue version.
because they both love to sue people as a pastime. Oh, and because they both love Israel still. We can keep the Israel thing up there. What do you think like Michael thinks about like frivolous lawsuits?
I think that Michael, he would believe that everybody's entitled to, you know, be able to have a lawsuit, and I think he believed in the law and everything. But that's why he had he fought for his, you know, innocence.
Yeah.
You understand two-party consent laws, right?
New York City is single-party consent.
I only say that because I told you the conversation was private and you agreed.
Not sure a court would see my messages as me agreeing with you, but I guess we'll find out soon enough.
Oh, my bad. I thought New York City, like California, was two-party.
Nope, here's a link to the law.
This is not me threatening to sue you. I won't. More so just expressing my disappointment that you would agree to have a private conversation and then publish it. I was polite and respectful the entire time, my friend.
Dog, you straight up were not. You accused me of being a snarker over retweets of people promoting my content when I was just asking you for comment about my interview with Taylor.
But Alex, you started your last video with you shooting me with a pistol. I hardly think that's appropriate.
Is that true?
In this political climate.
Is that true? Did he do that? That's very Gokunaru. Right, the first Ethan Klein takedown video is from a creator named Gokunaru.
To film yourself on a camera,
Wait, what are we even talking about? Your last video, this one, you start, oh, this one.
So, would you say that you wield your audience more like a shield than like a sword?
I mean, I try to in that sense, but I wield them like a sword as well for things that I believe in.
Streamer Destiny is saying that it's justifiable to attack and kill me in real life.
Hassan was terrified. The fear, the terror in Hassan's eyes.
Culture war. Culture war never changes. In the year 2025, every community online is at war with each other.
When the war comes to me, I have no choice but to defend myself.
Okay, I mean, we couldn't see that it was Ethan that he was shooting. Like maybe like he does have a gun. I mean, that's definitely circumstantial evidence, but maybe it was another Terminator that shot the Ethan television.
Every community online is at war with each other.
When the war comes to me, I have no choice but to defend myself.
I'm being invaded by...
Oh, no. I spoke too soon.
Let's go to...
yeah, he didn't just shoot Ethan once either. He shot several... But wait, these are not Ethans though. They're like Terminator units. They're like the evil robots from the what is the one that turns into molten metal? Also, Starman X, thank you for gifting somebody got a gift sub. Our gift membership. Comrade Senpai. You just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Online culture war. I am the strongest soldier.
Alex Novell is the strongest Hasanabi head. This is the strongest Hasanabi soldier.
I mean, you knew what you were dealing with when you were talking to Alex Novell. You knew that he was, you know, from the other side. Shouldn't have been that surprised. Ethan does seem like... I know that Alex has worked with Ethan, worked with Jimmy Lee back before Jimmy Lee was exposed. So kind of tangentially with Ethan.
It's clearly a Terminator issue T-1000 liquid metal disguising itself as you to make a metaphor for warring online.
Yeah, he's like, I would never shoot you. I just wanted to carve a little Z in your fort. No, he just wanted to. Yeah, he was just taking care of the T-1000 liquid metal Terminators disguising themselves as Ethan Klein.
Communities.
I saw someone with a gun shooting at me. You think that's okay considering the rise of political assassinations?
Well, you're not going to like the new video either then. I've got a whole factory of T-1000 Ethans.
Please do not include imagery of me being shot.
I would never and have never done that.
LOL, the point is that you shot me. I can't tell if you're serious.
I already told you, I shot the T-1000 Liquid Metal Edition. That's not you. But I know it looks similar considering the T-1000 can disguise itself as anyone and anything. Have you seen Terminator 2 Judgment Day? It's a great film. Also, like Dershowitz, Ethan uses accusations of anti-Semitism as a shield from criticism.
I'm gonna sue you if I can. And I feel like there's a lot of ground to it. Yeah, that's gonna happen. So fuck you. Like literally fuck you. How dare you? After all this time, you go regurgitate all this shit in the most hateful, anti-Semitic, obsessive fucking freak way. And then to sit here and pretend like you're unbiased, fuck you.
So using anti-Semitism as like a protection has kind of always bothered me. Like Jews in general who use anti-Semitism to dodge criticism is something that like grosses me out because anti-Semitism is a real thing. I have had pennies thrown at my head. I've been punched in my head for wearing a yarmulke. Like I have dealt with actual anti-Semitic attacks. So claiming that me thinking that Ethan Klein, his video, the Casey trial.
Oh my God, Chad! I didn't even see. Do you see this on the left here? What was this guy's name again? Steve Asark. Tech reporter for Newsweek, Rolling Stone, a writer about internet culture, perpetually online digital culture writer, and internet culture reporter who lives on Twitch and YouTube are the ways that he's described himself, right? Why is there, he posted tongue sahur. He wrote an article about tongue sahur. Where's Tung? Why this AI wooden logman was yanked from a popular... Whoa, what the fuck is this? Chat, this is what he's been up to. This is the guy, Steven Asark. Tung Sahur's removal from Steal a Brain Rot stems from... Oh, it's a Roblox game. Okay. But Ethan Klein says if you report on Roblox that you're a pedophile, so watch out. He might be calling you a pedophile soon, considering you showed up in Alex's video. Again, chat, let's take a look. Alex's video is currently at 8.8 views. I mean, we're hoping it takes off. We're hoping it catches fire. We're hoping it goes viral, right? Because if it gets to 100,000 views, I think Ethan Klein will be forced to reply. Will be forced to respond, and then he'll find out about this tongue. This is tongue Sahur. He's a AI Italian brain rot animal. These are loosely based on Italian nursery rhymes, but AI characters that have backstories and but yeah, they took Tung Sahur off of a popular Roblox game. Is it because of copyright? Tung's name mimics the sound of early morning drumming, intended to wake people for a meal during Ramadan. Trouble sign for Steal a Brain Rot. Yeah, I don't think they came to like a conclusion about why Tung Sahur was removed from the Steal Your Brain Rot, Steal a Brain Rot Roblox game. Anyway, but he had what I'm noticing here in the lower left hand, make sure you can see this. Can you see the little medallion on the robot, right? That's a Sonichu medallion, right? Only the the super online are able to procure a Sonichu medallion.
On video is, it's kind of, upsetting, and it feels like the lawsuit was kind of just, this was the goal. That's not anti-Semitic. Using anti-Semitism as a crutch is just something that makes me feel icky. And Ethan Klein has definitely used that as a way to kind of like push away criticism.
Ethan has even gone as far as partnering with radical Zionist Dan Saltman on a long-term sponsorship for the H3 podcast.
And that's where the relationship with money kind of comes in, is that Dan Saltman pays for this sort of stuff and allows him also to, again, be kind of introduced to H3's community as part of the brand. The weirdest part of the brand where Ethan says...
Would you want Dan Saltman as part of your brand? I wouldn't. I don't know where I'd fit. Like, I got weasels, I got jellyfish. I don't have room for Dan Saltman.
Horrible thing.
Like, what if I say, you just got Saltmaned? I can't say that's a good thing. That's probably a bad thing.
Things and needs to cut out before they're live.
You guys may have noticed we got a button sponsor. Look at it. Oh, wait, my glasses. Redact.dev, guys. They are our button sponsor.
Bunton.
Basically, they've got a pre-roll. Whenever I hit the button, you'll see some Redact stuff now.
Not that kind of pre-roll chat. Although I really would have. Oh my God, it's night already. God damn, how much? We're going on 4 hours here, chat. We got to get through this.
Partnership.
It just makes
Rambutan. Oh my God, hell yeah! I could go for a Rambutan right now. It's not seasoned though. Starman X.
sense.
People like to call me like an ultra Zionist genocidal maniac, and in my mind, I think the Jews should have.
I just call you a Sinnerite douchebag personally, but yeah.
Gotten half of Germany. I think that would have been the fair thing to have in that situation. So it's just but these people for their entire life have been told that Jews are evil, and that they want to destroy you. And if you kill one of them, you're gonna I don't know all the religious terms, but it's crazy. And to combat that level of indoctrination, there has to be a massive influx of resources into that area. There needs to be a McDonald's on every corner, and everyone there needs to be driving a Ferrari. And I know it sounds stupid, but it's only at that point that these people are that the residents of Gaza and the West Bank are going to be like, maybe, let's focus on something besides killing Jews, because life right now is pretty awesome.
Funny enough, when I spoke with him...
Well, good thing for you that Trump Gaza is coming, and that's what I've heard it's going to be like. Yeah, it's going to be really... Gaza's going to be great, it's everybody's going to be rich, and we're going to have bearded belly dancers, and Trump's going to be there. Elon Musk will be there eating hummus in a hotel. Yeah, everything's, I'm sure, going to be great under Trump. That's definitely a real thing, not an AI fever dream.
And Saltman also offered me a weird sponsorship with his terrible company.
If you ever feel like pushing it, let me know. And we have an affiliate program that I can get you in. And essentially, if you for a lot of content, I think it makes sense. A lot of content creators that
I mean, not on this video, because I don't want to sick any bad people back towards you. But we'll talk about it. Sure.
Yeah, but maybe in the future. But yeah, like if you're dealing, I mean, it sounds like you do stuff like this is what this guy said in the past. That's like always the perfect segue into like, don't want to be the next subject of my video? Use redact.dev and make sure you clean up all of your DMs on Discord, Twitter.
He's calling Alex a scumbag here.
Reddit, etc. So, but let me know. No rush.
Aside from business, Dan Saltman and Ethan Klein also share an extreme hatred for Hassan Piker and a vested interest in getting him deplatformed from the streaming platform Twitch.
Twitch continues to allow him to spread terrorist propaganda with impunity, without even seemingly a warning. Just a full-on endorsement of this terrorist organization right here on Twitch. Now, I don't know if you remember, but basically this is what caused the apocalypse on YouTube, is that ads were showing up next to ISIS videos.
Ethan Klein's obsession with Hassan Piker was the first thing that started his decline in views and subscribers. His casual viewers lost interest and moved on to other things, while his core audience became more loyal and radicalized.
Our audience was extremely supportive and kind.
Yeah.
And again, so grateful, despite everything we've been through, to still have like a significant core audience that supports us, that knows who we are, right? That's the only reason we've been able to continue pushing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there'd be no point otherwise.
Even after making his entire content nuke and debating Hassan live months later, Ethan still can't let his grudge and obsession with Hassan Piker go.
I promised everybody that I was going to take this to the next level once CPS showed up to my house. This is only the beginning. This is chapter 1. There's many more to come. And by the way, Hassan, if you think I'm done with you, I'm not done with you by a mile. I'm taking the trash out.
Cringe.
I'm saving you for my main course, you fucking propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter who spends all day lying. It's funny, this narrative, Ethan's obsessed with his son, literally spends hours every day on his stream talking about me. I saw the guy.
Again, if you want to talk about like crazy making, and I don't know, remember what else he said, right? But basically gaslighting. Yeah, gaslighting. Right there it is right there. Hassan did not respond to, I don't know, what was it, chat? 6 months, 9 months, a year of your barbs, right? He ignored you. He defended you to you know, the chat. He said, you know, they didn't understand you. You were a good guy. You know, don't act like this is like that Hassan is finally clapping back is an indication, is now, oh no, he's the one that's upset. But look at Ethan's psychology. If you want to understand it, he's been called obsessed for, you know, 6 months, 9 months, however long it was. And then Hassan does videos back. And so, oh, it looks like Hassan's obsessed, right? You do videos about somebody, you must be obsessed. In his mind, it's all justified, chat. It's a case of special pleading, which, look, I usually don't, I'm not a debate pervert. I usually don't bring up logical fallacies. But this is one that Ethan just keeps on employing over and over and over again, right? He's got, like, you know, rules for thee. He's got his rules for everyone else. And then there's rules for me. And he's granted all the exceptions in the world, right? Ethan Klein obsesses about Hassan Piker for the better part of a year. That's not obsession. Hassan Piker responds to him. There we go. But honestly, with that one, I mean, he's got to know. He's got, look at his face right there. He's not looking at the camera. All right. He knows he's selling, what is it? Selling porky pies. Is that how you say it in UK slang? He's selling, he's a porky pie. He's selling the, he knows he's lying.
Don't worry, buddy. I got time for everybody. I'm making time for everybody. You know what I mean?
You're actually taking time away from the audience that you've cultivated that's here for a certain thing, that's complaining about, at this point, the war room segments, I think is what they were called, and would like to get back to the goofs and the gaffs and the, you know, wholesome crew interactions, right? This is, I think, when Olivia was still part of the broadcast, right? It's pokey pies, not porky pies. Telling porkies, is that a thing? Okay.
And I'm just that kind of guy.
Oh, it's porky pie.
The world is wide enough for all of us. Hamilton.
But wait, which is better, Chad? An eel pie or a porky pie?
So don't worry. Don't worry. You know what I mean? We go from the bottom up, and everybody's catching these hands.
If Ethan put half as much effort into making his podcast
petite hands
entertaining as he did into obsessing over online snarkers and Hassan Piker and filing frivolous lawsuits, he definitely wouldn't be hemorrhaging 10,000 subscribers every single month. He just doesn't care about that anymore. And I don't know if he'll ever be able to come back from that.
We never had the clickbait anything. Like, we would upload like Thanksgiving, you laugh, you lose, whatever. And then people, that would get like 1 million views. You didn't have to clickbait it. You didn't have to be sensational. You're just like, here's a candy tier list. Those used to get a fucking million views.
Yeah.
Candy tier list, man. If we uploaded that now, content that I know people wanted to watch because they were watching it.
Yeah.
What would that get? Like less than 10,000 views?
Probably.
You know?
On True Detective Season 1, Matthew McConaughey said that time is a flat circle.
Time is a flat circle. Everything we've ever done or will do, we're gonna do over and over and over again.
Well, the same metaphor can be applied to careers on YouTube. At the beginning of his career, Ethan blew up for his lawsuit establishing a matter of law for reaction videos on YouTube. But now everyone on YouTube is blowing up at him for trying to change that definition to suit his goals of silencing his critics.
Yeah, Ethan Klein's lawsuit with Matt Haas is one of the most important lawsuits when it comes to YouTube. I have cited it, I don't even know, countless amount of times in my article. It's the only lawsuit that really took it that far, that really established what constitutes fair use on YouTube. And Ethan Klein kind of transforming into the person that was attacking him beforehand is, you know, something that I've noticed. You know, you start out as the guy who's defending fair use, creating the FUPA fund, and, you know, trying to represent creators against bullies like that. And then you are using the legal system with your own, you know, monetary privilege, because you're a lot richer than these people you're suing.
By the way, my favorite part about this is like, you guys can shitpost on Twitter all you want, but this is an actual lawsuit and it's happening and it's coming and you're gonna have to argue in front of a judge and this shit is not gonna work, right? It's not gonna work.
Do you think we could dig up Matt Haas to call him a hypocrite?
That's the best part about this. You guys are fucking screaming into the wind.
In many ways, Ethan Klein has become just like all the guys that he used to fight so hard against when he was younger and less wealthy. Matt Haas tried to silence Ethan for making a video laughing at him. Ryan Kavanaugh tried to silence Ethan for defaming him. But now Ethan is the one doing the silencing. Ethan is the one reacting to the court-settled apology instead of the one making the court-settled apology. And I bet at times that feels like a victory for him and his community. But in reality, it's just not.
I win. You lose. You lose everything. Look at me. This is me. I win, you lose. And you will continue to lose, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm not done.
Honestly, look, Ethan's presentation doesn't work as the hard-ass supervillain, right? Like, he looks like a fucking he's like a cartoon supervillain, right? That you know is going to be embarrassingly defeated in the end. But if you want to do this kind of shit, like you're just not the like. Look, Ethan Klein is I don't know. Like he can manage the good-natured, you know, flawed, you know, dad telling dad jokes, right? That works for him. But when he tries to be a hard ass like this, it's just like, I mean, the real hard asses out there, Ethan, would eat you alive. And some of them did, right? Ryan Kavanaugh, he could have put a lot more hurt on Ethan if he you know refused to settle. But this is like, I don't know. I don't know what he like. Something about a victim of bullying being turned into a bully and only being able to enact that bullying by virtue of his financial privilege, as Alex said, it's not a good look. It's not an intimidating look. And it is a one-way ticket, Ethan, to being a permanent member of Keemstar's cast on Lolcow Live. So I hope you're keeping that jacket, right? That's, you know, dress for the job that you want, not for the job that you have. Ethan Klein is gonna fit that Lolcow sports jacket or sports. What's it called? Whatever that jacket is called. Chat. There's a name for those.
I'll never be done.
Instead, it makes him look like a bigger and bigger
like a
villain
starter
to
jacket,
potential
isn't it?
subscribers. I mean, who's gonna want to subscribe as a new watcher in the middle of all this drama when a regular—
But not even a villain that you like respect and fear, a villain that you know is going to get their comeuppance, right? Like I said, cartoon villain.
H3 podcast episode looks like this.
You called me a racist.
It's the kid villain from The Incredibles. That works.
You said that I'm hallucinating anti-Semitism. You came out of nowhere. You came and you swung at the king. And you know what they say when you swing at the king, Dan?
I'm confused. Who's the king?
I am.
There's a saying in capitalist America that people vote with their dollar. Well, that saying doesn't really work or apply here anymore, but here on YouTube, people have always voted with the subscribe button. It's a way of saying that they either are or are not on board with what you're doing with your channel. If that number's going up, it's probably because you're working hard to improve your content and people are subscribing to see you continue on that journey. But if the whole vibe of the channel slowly shifts to be vitriolic galvanization against women and smaller creators, you're probably going to vote to unsubscribe. And you should. Because there's a lot of great channels out there that make well thought out videos and interesting podcasts that—
Yeah, a lot of creative channels that incorporate elements of like retro futurism into their aesthetic. Yeah, I would say so.
you might want to subscribe to instead.
There you go. Subscribe to Alex Novell if you want more like this. Let me put let's grab his I'm gonna grab his link one more time and put it in both chats for anybody who hasn't subscribed yet. Good stuff coming from Alex Novell. That is where to find it, and we want to make sure, since we're reacting to his content on the night that it was posted, especially, we want to make sure to and I want to see that video blow up, right? I want to see that video blow up. I want to see it get to 100,000. I want to see Ethan have to respond to it, because I think that Alex has got him dead to rights. Now, of course, if he does, it'll be cherry picked, the parts that he reacts to versus, I mean, we've seen this before where he fast forwards through Chris Kunstler because he can't, he's afraid of Chris Kunstler, honestly. The dad incredible is stupid, sexy Hassan. I gotta admit, I've never seen that. But what I have seen, chat, is that we've got 77 votes on the bonus content, right? It's very close between Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard and Bad Empanada and Cavernacle, called out by Trash Discourse, right? Those are our top two. A lot farther down. Actually, Pisco's made a little bit of a comeback. Pisco versus Destiny. That is a long video. That's a long debate. Yeah, it's interesting, right? That's at 23%. We got Overzealots and Chris Kunstler and Noah Sampson in last place now at 16%. That's where it is right now. Now, it would be close, right? Except for when I look at the vote right above me, the bonuses for donos, right? Oh, wait, actually, no. So here, let's see how this happens, right? There's a 30% Vox Populi right now. So everything on this board gets wiped. Oh no, they're like tied. Oh my God, chat. We need a tiebreaker somehow. It's 31-31. I don't know. YouTube's telling me that Taylor Lorenz versus the Vanguard is slightly ahead. There's no bonus on anything because we got a 30% Vox Populi. And basically, if the Vox Populi is higher, anyway, I should keep that on there in case in case somebody adds to that, right? God damn, we need a tiebreaker somehow, or maybe I'll just go with Taylor and the Vanguard. It's very close. It's very close. Ethan would have a cape as a supervillain. He's like an angry Fabergé egg coming at you. So fragile, you're a bit scared. You might break him. You know, I saw it when I was in Malaysia for some reason in the airport little it's like a little convenience store, I guess / gift store. They were selling what looked like Fabergé eggs. I didn't have money for that though. I only when I was in Malaysia, I only traded out like, what was it? I think I got 10 I think they're 10 ringgit is what it's called. So it was enough to buy a a packet of seaweed snack, which was very delicious on the way back to Thailand. And I was so happy to be going home. Yo, Joel Siverud, with the gifted sub to Fullostan. Fullostan, you just got jellyfish, and that's a good thing. All right, let me look again and see. Yeah. Oh, wait. Look. Taylor Lorenz has increased her lead, so it's a good night for Taylor Lorenz. Getting some vengeance through the Alex Novell video, and also teaching maybe the Vanguard a little bit about freedom of speech on the internet. I mean, look, it's a complex matter. I think that the things that Zach and Gavin don't know about are stuff that a lot of people don't know about. In a lot of ways, Taylor Lorenz is a voice crying in the wilderness about some stuff that she pays more attention to than anyone else. So let's bring that up. It looks like it's going to be 34%. Okay, we're relatively far ahead now. Let's see, Casa del Vanguard, I believe it's called. Although, honestly, they should, how does this work in Spanish? Does anybody know? Vanguard? Is that, because, de la is if it's, what, wait, do you call them feminine words? I don't remember how it, right? If it's de la, if it's la, and it's del if it's de el, if it's, masculine. But I don't know which one Vanguard is.
So the whole thing about addiction, number one, addiction is a real thing. So when you are...
Oh, let's pull it back.
Bring Taylor Lorenz in.
I gotta
really
pee.
appreciate you coming on again. Taylor, thanks for making the time.
Zach and Gavin, don't sue me, please.
To join us.
Thank you so much for having me. I know, well, I've been covering this stuff so much and no one on the left is even talking about it. So you guys, kudos to you guys for even talking about this issue because we're in a bad place right now. So
yeah, there's so many different laws being passed.
Yeah, thank you for the gifted sub, Joel.
It's obviously not just in America with the TikTok ban and stuff like that, briefly was in effect, but now seems to have been completely reversed. But all these kind of different, censorious laws that are in the ether, not just in America, but then obviously the Australian one that we were discussing where, younger children, I think up to age of 16, will be banned from creating new social media accounts, and the government's going to, authorize them to shut down existing accounts for the 16-year-olds. I was talking about how, when Zach and I first enrolled in social medias back in the day,
chat really quick, I gotta ask you a question. Did anybody hear a sound that was like did anybody hear a computer noise? That's okay. Yeah, I think we're still plugged in. There was no computer noise, right? Okay, good. Okay, I gotta pee so bad. Let me unpause it again, and this time I'll be a little bit more careful and not trip over wires.
Facebook. For one, they actually felt more like social medias. You were connecting with your friends and family more so than just seeing a bunch of AI slop, ads, and rage bait from, sometimes foreign bots, right, in the feed. So I felt it was a much more genuinely social experience and also a much less addictive experience. And I understand that you've pushed back on that term addiction. We'll talk about that a little bit and let you explain, why you think that's a bit, pseudoscientific. But I guess that I would say that I find social media to be addictive in the same way that a lot of people find gambling or pornography.
Or music or reading. Or talking to friends, hanging out with friends.
Well, let me finish first. Because obviously anyone can do anything too much. That goes without saying. You can even drink so much water that you die, right? So everything in moderation, right? But I do think that everyone, or at least most people, would acknowledge that you can get addicted to gambling, or that you can get addicted.
Right. But that has. Sorry to interrupt.
Can I just finish real quick?
Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Opening statement.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. It's just that I in my opinion, you can get addicted to gambling. You can get addicted to pornography. You're not going to die if you take away. The gambler's not going to die if you take away their slot machine. The porn addict is not going to die if you shut off access to Pornhub. But it still is considered an addiction because most people understand what that means, at least in my opinion, the way we colloquially understand and use the term addiction. In the same way, I have found that there are periods in my life where I get quote unquote addicted to social media, where I have to download the app for several months, take a time off because I notice the negative effects it's having on my mental state, specifically in the age of AI, slop, misinformation, again, bots, all this kind of stuff, the dead internet theory feeling more real than ever. So that's the kind of colloquial, non-scientific terms that I was discussing social media in, specifically this new hyper algorithmic addictive version of social media. But please, now that I've said that, push back and explain to everyone why that is
Guys,
apparently a totally incorrect way to frame it.
Okay. So first of all, I just want to say, you're saying, oh, we're not seeing some of this up. We are seeing right now in Congress. Congress is trying to ram through, without publicity, 18 of the most aggressive censorship and surveillance laws that we've ever seen in our lifetime. This is like the digital version of the Patriot Act is what they're trying to push through. And they're also simultaneously trying to repeal Section 230, which is basically the First Amendment for the internet. So this is terrifying what we're dealing with in America. In America, this is nothing compared to the TikTok ban. Okay, this is so much worse than the TikTok ban you wouldn't.
And I didn't defend
believe.
any of that, by the way.
No. I know. I just want people to know, like, this is not something that's happening in Australia. This is not something that's happening. This is happening in America as well, to actually a much more insane degree. So the whole thing about addiction, number one, addiction is a real thing. So when you are addicted to things, you have certain characteristics. For instance, you go through withdrawal. It affects, like you physically experience like symptoms of withdrawal. There's all these real qualifications. I think there's 6 main ones, and I can't remember them off the top of my head, that qualify something as an addiction. And if you look up in the dictionary, right, or the DSM-5 or whatever, like to be addicted, there are certain types of addicting things, right? Like actual that there are real addictions. To say that you're addicted, I mean, look, I understand what you're saying of like addiction. In one sense, it's the scientific term, but also it's a slang term that people use. The problem is that when you use that slang term about media or communication tools, which people doing moral panics constantly try to do, you are allowing them to regulate things similar to actual addictive products. Cigarettes, for instance, those have actual harm on people. Those actually cause, physical withdrawal symptoms. Those are, they are damaging your health. There is absolutely zero evidence. In fact, there's plenty of evidence to the contrary that social media is damaging young people's mental health in any capacity. In fact, we have endless evidence showing that it's actually improving mental health in many cases. And by the way, if you doubt me, every single top researcher on this subject came together and issued a report, an 82-page report, which I can share the link to, saying there's no evidence for this. They've written this. They've been shouting this from the rooftop. No one that actually studies this topic will say that. And in fact, comparing things with the big study that came out last month by Caltech found that actually framing social media and framing any kind of media as an addiction actually makes it harder, to the point of impossible, to moderate your usage, because it's not addicting. It's a habit. It's a bad habit. And I'm not, saying that.
But when you say that about porn addiction too, or gambling addition,
porn is not
a different category.
You need to stop conflating media with gambling. Gambling is an activity. Gambling is not media that you're consuming. So
I think that scrolling and interacting with people's posts and having them interact with your posts can similarly operate and stimulate your dopamine and adrenaline receptors.
No. Please talk to people that actually study addiction. No.
Okay, so just to clear that up, because I feel like if you're saying that is a total myth, I feel like a lot of people do believe it. You're saying that you cannot get. You're saying.
Let me just finish saying this. You know what they said? The same thing about music. The same thing, right? Music is framed as listed all the drama of the music, right? Like rock music. Rock music was framed as addicting. Television shows are framed as addicting. They actually get you hooked by doing cliffhangers. Novels back in the day when they wanted to ban them, right? Like they write it in this addicting way that was keeping kids addicted to them, where they had to keep reading them. And then they would have cliffhangers at the end, and they would write it in a way that would really hook you in. Comic books, talking on the phone, which was blamed for 9/10 of divorce because women were addicted to talking on the phone and dopamine.
I just feel like there's something a little bit different with the undeniable dopamine receptors that get activated when
dopamine receptors from being active from consuming media. Media
the
is
difference between. I'm just having a conversation with you.
No,
this is genuinely hard.
But we can't even have a conversation when
when I'm what? Giving you my opinion?
No,
what we came on here to talk about?
no. I appreciate your opinion. I'm just trying to deal in facts and
Okay,
science.
well, I'm not an expert, so please educate us, but just let me share the way that I, understand this technology, because it is a technology. It's not just something that you passively engage with like
It's
a
media
book.
and communication. It's
Okay, I
media and
understand that.
communication. So you
Obviously,
yeah.
okay, well, in my opinion, you don't just passively engage with it in the same way that you do a book, because yeah, you literally
We find some video or something on the way that there's been times that reading was thought of like this. Now when you say, read something, right? You're saying, right? I don't know. It's recognized as maybe something that we don't do enough of now, right? But there was a time, like for instance, I think, if I remember this correctly, Descartes' audience when he wrote his meditations was actually women. It was women who were reading stuff like that, who were reading Descartes when he put it out, right? And and it because or partially because of who was partaking in that activity, like it was looked down on in a way, and Descartes maybe to some degree suffered from that, right? So there's been like times when um like media like the way that oh my gosh, we still have Waluigi, don't we? I'm trying to make a point here, and oh my god, and Waluigi, it's getting my way. Sorry, Waluigi. Um, but yeah, I mean, I get what Gavin is saying, right? Because look, the algorithms, right, are made to maximize their retention of your eyeballs, right? Everything about the way that YouTube does its algorithm, Twitter does its algorithm, TikTok, right? Especially TikTok, right? They seem to be one of the stronger algorithms for retention right now. But there is I guess what she's trying to draw the distinction is, and people in chat are mentioning that neurotransmitters are involved in gambling or stuff that we do regard as addicting, and maybe also involved in the internet behavior, staying up too late on Twitter, watching YouTube videos, because they're interesting at first, and then ending up, just kind of glazing over and watching something that you only really have marginal. Anybody experienced that before? I think what she's trying to talk about though is like the difference, but she wants to separate like something that is an addiction that you can't overcome due to the fact that it's being driven by those neurotransmitters, like gambling or alcohol or drug addiction, to something that, because the solution I think is, she says, is different. Well, Waluigi was sitting on my face. I mean, that was, yeah. You can get addicted to anything. True, but is it the same? Like if I don't know, let's say that I make this cabbage salad, right, tomorrow, and it's amazing. It's great. And I just decide that I'm going to eat this salad, for lunch, for my whole life, right? Or no, like I'm just going to eat the salad. That's the only vegetable I get. All right. Well, yeah, cabbage is healthy. And salad's a great way to eat it. You're absorbing some of those fat soluble vitamins along with your dressing, right? But the same thing every day, might not be good for me. If I get on a rut like that, because I just love the salad so much, is that really the same thing as if I'm like, relying on take your pick substance to get me out of bed, to get me through my day? I'm constantly having to disappear to the bathroom to get to get to a state that becomes harder and harder to attain until I am just using the substance to get back to my normal, right? From the, myriad of things, as many doctors said, that you can get addicted to, right? Or get in a habit of. Yeah. Habit forming versus addiction. Yeah, I think so. But I mean, like, I don't know. It's I'm not, I mean, like, here's what's like, I have listened to a lot of Taylor's talk about, like, say, for instance, Jonathan Haidt and her problem with him, because he is a author that I've heard from, let's see, Anna Kasparian and Pod Save America, right? And the more I look into him, right, which is like, some of his ideas sound good and unobjectionable, right? But the more I look into him, the less I like it. The more, yeah, he was a liberal, and he started writing this book about, I think, like, communication styles between different political tendencies, and tried to psychologically profile these tendencies. And in the process, he said that he became more of a centrist, right? Because he understood maybe the right-wing mindset better. And more, a lot of what, he's saying, right, resembles more right-wing stuff, right? So yeah, if you want to go down an Anna Kasparian rabbit hole, apparently Jonathan Haidt is part of how you do it. But hey, maybe she was addicted to no, I don't know. Unconvinced by her position. I'd like to know more, honestly, because, like, I don't have the context that I want. Like, I really want to see, like, how this conversation started. But I do agree with her in her skepticism of Haidt and some of the bills that he's pushing. Like, for instance, there's legislation right now that would, I think, either, I can't remember if it was district-wide or statewide, but you, like, mandate a no phone situation. Now, if you concentrate on the no phone situation, we're talking about for, like, school age kids, like, right up to, high school. You know, yeah, that sounds like, is the kid going to study better with or without a phone? Unless you're using the phone somehow, which actually some people do. Yeah, it would be without the phone, but that's already a thing that maybe those of us who haven't been to school in a number of years wouldn't know has been somewhat dealt with on a per case basis, right? A lot of places it's the teacher that decides the cell phone policy. And a lot of times that policy is, I've got a big box here, and you're all going to put your cell phones in the box as you walk in. So, problem taken care of, right? But we don't need, the district or the state. Actually, no, wait, I think it maybe some of these are, like, district wide. Anyway, I think she brings up some good points that not a lot of people are onto. I heard the Pod Johns make fun of her as the one person who, like, oh, everybody's pretty much on board with this except for Taylor Lorenz, haha. And yeah, I think she does have a point, but again, I'm sort of missing the context of. I get the feeling that this started from either, like, something on Twitter that they posted or content that they posted. And it's just they're kind of dropping us into it with a edit here. I don't know. Yeah, Prohibition has a horrible track record. Good point, Drew Powell. Drew Opal, I'm sorry. I am bad at reading names sometimes. Should be better. But anyway, let's get a little further in this. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting topic. And, like, I get that they're coming at it from a point, like, that a lot of people, seeing kind of seeing the issue the way, like, a lot of people see it, and maybe she's looking a level deeper
It's a communication technology, right? So you engage with any sort of communication technology, texting, a beeper, Walkmans give, or some of these other tools like Spotify, right? Spotify's
Okay,
keeping you
I understand that, but
listening to
if
more
I
and more
can't
music.
mention porn and gambling in the same sentence, why are you allowed to mention books, social media, talking to the phone with your grandma, and group them all into the same fucking
Because
category as
gambling is
communication?
activity and pornography is a type of content.
Okay, well, I would say posting a selfie on social media and waiting for 48,000 people to like it is also an activity. It's not the same thing as reading the Washington Post.
So are you saying that the act of posting is addicting? Because the act of posting has actually significantly decreased over the past 10 years. It's gone way, way down. Most people post less than they did even a few years ago.
Think about this, chat. Who's making the posts? It's the bots. It's the scammers. Yeah, it's like all the things that you don't want to see posts from are making more posts, and then like all the posts that you do want to see, like, you know what, I actually, here's something. I I don't usually, I don't know, pay attention to a lot of people um that I follow in my personal social, like I can lose track of a lot of people on like my personal social media. And I ended up just randomly looking at an old friend of mine from college's page, and everything on her feed was either her being wished a happy birthday or her wishing other people happy birthday. That's all she uses. Like her personal and I don't post anything. So
So posting has gone significantly down.
Can I chime in here for a second? Because I think I have a lot of thoughts about this too, and I think it's really interesting what you're sharing. One of the reasons why I've always kind of felt like I drift towards using the word addiction, where you might say like bad habit, is because one of the things that I've noticed. Oh, you would not say bad habit.
What I would say is, guys, there is a scientific definition of addiction. And when you frame social media as an addiction, as this great big paper, research paper, people that study these PhDs that have dedicated their life.
wait, please don't tell me this is it. Is it really just that I sorry, I stopped her in the middle. Is it really just that they're framing it as an addiction and she's like, "Hey, that is, that is the argument that they're going to use to regulate social media at the level of making users, show identification or essentially there's a way that you could do this where you regulate the platform. And then there's a way that you can do this where, you're just kind of giving the platform more of your information. And it feels like we really got to start because we haven't done a lot of like actual like regulation of the platform. And right now with the enshittification, the increasing enshittification of almost all social media platforms, I think that this is something that people could be receptive to, right? If we all tried to get behind this and make the fight proactive for regulation of platforms rather than regulation of speech, regulation of users, and ultimately, giving the platforms more control and making all of our experiences worse. I know people remember like when the internet used to be good, where it used to be, just kind of a escape where you could see something incredibly cool or incredibly cute often involving cats, as a way to just kind of, chill and then, keep in touch with people that you have moved away from, right? It was all positives. I mean, not all positives, obviously, but and yeah, thinking back to how the internet was back then, in a lot of ways, it wasn't great. But I don't know. I feel like this is something that as like I don't want to. I know it sounds a little bit silly. Do you remember when the internet was good? Right? It's like okay, that's we got so much other important stuff to worry about, right? That the world is fucking going to hell. The world outside of the internet, that is going to hell, and the internet is turning into hell too, right? It's not a good time. But there's got to be some way to sort of to crystallize that to oh my god, I'm looking for a different word. Uh, Addiction is a neuropsychological disorder characterized by a persistent, intense urge to use a drug or engage in a behavior that produces natural reward, despite substantial harm. Yeah, that's the it's causing harm to your life, harm to your health, harm to your ability to function. There's what is it like there's like the 4 Ds in psychology or something. Distressed,
When you talk about social media and you try to frame media and communication stuff as an addiction, it actually makes it significantly harder to moderate your usage because the way you treat an addiction is the opposite of how you treat changing habits. So if you think of it as a habit that you want to change, you can actually moderate your usage pretty effectively. If you treat it as an addiction and you view it that way and you try to use strategies for addiction, you will have a hard time. That is what scientific researchers have found that have dedicated their lives to studying this. So I just want to make that clear. And here I'll link the paper as well.
For sure. And I totally believe you. I imagine, actually, I don't imagine, I know for a fact you're far, far more educated on this than I am, but I just kind of want to air out the way a lot of people feel, right? Because I think one of the things that's really interesting about this topic is that emotion becomes such a real element of all of it. And I think to me, one of the things that I find most interesting about social media, and I'll try and be careful out of respect for your analysis to what I'm trying to articulate, right? But I do think that I myself have experienced a little bit of a like crave, satisfy. Like I crave external validation. I crave the dopamine rush from having,
Do you ever call friends
praise
on the
from my-
phone? Do you ever call
For
friends
sure.
on the phone? And would you say
understand
it's
that pushback.
satisfying? Yeah.
Yes, but I also would say that we're at a time where people are feeling very overwhelmed and they're feeling like they're victims of.
Whoa, actually, that's a really good question. I never thought about it like that. We're talking about like behavior versus addiction here, and like the idea that um of something like a phone conversation, right? As being like I feel what she's saying. It just seems I don't know. It just it's making me think about like the kind of craving, or what does she say? Craving satisfaction that you feel for like everything in life, right? Like you go out and dance and feel extremely good. I'm sure there's some neurotransmitters going on there, even if you're not like even if you're not like on any kind of substance or drunk or you're just dancing to music, just moving your body, and kind of the more you're enjoying it, the longer you do it, and the more you know, like you feel like a wellness. It's, and I'm sure it's true of anything that, like, take your pick. Maybe dancing's not your thing, you know, maybe a conversation is, right? But yeah, we've all got those things that it's like we need to do to be okay. And I've never thought of, like, look, comparing that to like an addiction, right? But it is pretty, it's the kind of thing that it has a self-reinforcing nature, just like addiction. But it seems like that self-reinforcement is really healthy. Somebody had mentioned exercise addiction earlier, and I definitely don't want to trivialize that. I had a roommate who I think was experiencing that, and there's definitely a point at which your returns on something are diminishing, and if it's causing you to not be able to, taking up that much time, right? I'm talking about like somebody who had, I think, trained for, like, I don't know, multiple. She went to the gym multiple times in a day. So laziness in defining everyone's life as a medical condition rather than just life. Social media isn't talking to your friends on the phone. Social media is more about making posts and hoping you get a response from hundreds of people. I mean, you're right in terms of what people are posting now, right? The kind of posting that's fallen off is yeah, like the on sites where you're posting to your friends or people that you haven't, talked to, and or your family, right? And like, because so much of that happens on Facebook, a lot of people have, cut that part out of their life in order to avoid the bullshit of Facebook, right? I don't know if anybody else experiences it this way, but I feel like it's like the worst of the social media platforms. I mean, it can be useful too, but it's the most problematic. It's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. They're trying to regulate genuinely addictive algorithms as people level at the people level, because these massive companies are unregulated. Meanwhile, social interaction is basically a human imperative. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like, yeah, I mean, I could see the comparison between that and a substance that you become dependent on um over time, but um yeah, it does seem to be on a whole another level.
And they're feeling like these perverse companies that they're spending a lot of time using the platform of don't have their best interest at heart.
That's true. That's
Maybe I could
true.
ask
That
a different
is
question.
true.
Yeah, and if I could ask you a different question, Taylor.
Mindy Doctor says, I find this conversation is talking across each other. Talking across each. I did notice that they've got a sidechain ducking set up. So just like I do. I don't know if anybody remembers when Sunday and Tyler came on the stream together. At first, I had it. It basically it means that when there's music or something in the background, like my voice makes it softer. And when you have that on and you debate somebody, you know, you're definitely it's definitely an advantage. So I ended up taking that off, even though I wasn't debating against either of them. Oral Lip says, I had an exercise addiction in college. Exercise helped my depression and anxiety, but I'd skip classes just because oh my God, that's relatable. That's relatable. I got really into Muay Thai for a while. And I mean, kind of like, because like the gym that I went to at the time, it was like 30 minutes away, right? It wasn't close by. And um and I would stay, they had like two classes that like, were an hour in each, and I would stay for both classes cuz like afterwards I would be like, I don't know, like it kind of gets like, I don't know, it puts you in a state, right? Um very but yeah, I'd stay out on nights that I should have been studying, and yeah, it's very easy to do.
What would you consider to be effective ways to assuage people's fears? Because I think a lot of people's fears of the way these social media companies are operating are rooted in legitimate, emotional responses. So I'm just curious, obviously, Section 230, that's something that's fundamental to the internet. Gavin and I would never want to support anything to overturn that. But what kind of legislation do you think would be effective in kind of assuaging Americans' concerns, and then maybe moving towards like a way where they feel like, okay, we're not just.
But yeah, like when you're in grad school, it's kind of like taking, if a place is 30 minutes away, you start thinking of it as, okay, is this worth taking an hour out of my day? Because like most of the time you don't really have an hour to spare.
Just letting.
Well, I mean, an hour plus the time of the workout. So, oh God, 4 hours, right? That's a lot of time. That's a lot of time when you're in a academic crunch.
Social media companies run rampant, but we're also not restricting anybody's rights, or we're not limiting people's capacity to engage with media.
Yes. So let me tell you. So to answer your first question, we don't want to assuage people's concerns. People are right. They're right to be concerned. These tech companies are terrible. They're predatory companies that will harvest every single ounce of your data and use it to target you with highly predatory advertising and monetize and give it to the government. They do tons of evil things. Okay. What we want is to actually crack down on those business models. What we want is to actually regulate tech, right? So that means passing comprehensive data privacy reform. Say they were addicting, right? So let's just go with your premise that these are addictive, evil companies, da da da. Okay, so then why are you mandating that they harvest more data in order to make their algorithms even more addicting? That's what those laws that you support are doing. I'm saying you, not you specifically, but you as in the collective people that support these laws. We want them to harvest less data. We want a less profit-driven tech environment. The reason that these the reason that these platforms, like you were saying, with the sort of dead internet theory and this enshittification, is the profit incentive. So all of these platforms are beholden to shareholders. They have to maximize profit every single quarter. We could have a less profit-driven and less monopolistic tech landscape by targeting the actual business models of these companies instead of doing any of that, because we're not doing any of that. We're not even starting to do any of that. We are instead doing censorship and mass surveillance and actually saying, hey guys, listen to hey tech companies, we're about to give you billions and billions of more dollars now so that you can actually harvest biometric data and start harvesting data on children, something that actually we hauled you in front of Congress for doing a few years ago. We're actually going to mandate that you collect even more data, including biometric data, for safety. And none of it's about safety. But what I would say is that, like, you need to sort of understand the fundamentals about this, like, addiction stuff. You need to understand that you are falling for a moral panic. And when you say a lot of people feel, I understand people have strong feelings. As somebody that's reported extensively on moral panics and lived through the video game. I'm a millennial, so like we had this video game and rap music moral panic.
I just looked at the Vanguard's Twitter, and I didn't see anything. I'm trying to figure out what this all came from. Does anybody know where this discussion started? Like, it sounded like in the beginning, they're like, well, you had some concerns about something about what we've been posting on social media. So I mean, that sounds like Twitter. I guess it could be Instagram or any number of places. But yeah, I'm really curious what this started about, like what it was.
Really in the 90s and early 2000s. the same arguments were made, right? Oh, these video games are addicting and they're ruining people's lives and we need to censor them. Da da da. They're making school shootings worse. They're doing these things. Of course, none of that bore out. More people play more video games than ever in places like South Korea. They have the lowest rate of violent crime. We have, there's no evidence that video games have affected like people in that sort of capacity in any way that they were claiming. And if you look at the history of moral panics, and I just bring this up, like, oh, well, it's different than talking on the telephone. Okay, but the exact same arguments and the exact same laws are being pushed for each new tech, right? So the same arguments that you're making right now about social media, you could make about Spotify. You could make about, early music listening services. This was like a big scandal, right? Like, oh, and think about how that sounds, right? When you think about that, like, I think a lot of people get triggered by social media ultimately because
Yeah, it could be Blue Sky.
they have the problem with the content.
Oh wait, they made a video about Taylor and Ethan Klein. I think they also talked to her about Ethan Klein. But yeah, it would have Taylor and Ethan Klein on the thumbnail if it's what I think it's the video I'm thinking of.
And I think that's what they need to admit is that it's the content. Because if social media was just Wikipedia all day long, say it was just Wikipedia, it was the most informative information, and these platforms were incentivizing you to consume endless amounts of
Wait, could I get like somehow a Wikipedia feed where it gives me like a random article? Like I get to learn some cool new thing that I know nothing about. You could just scroll and there'd be like random Wikipedia articles. Okay.
Wikipedia articles. Do you think there'd be the same calls for regulation?
No, and I also don't think that there would be the same calls for regulation if social media still looked like it used to look like in the time period. Can I please talk, Taylor?
Okay,
I let you talk. I just let you talk.
Yes, but I hope that you understand that point, which is that
I do
you need
understand.
to
I'm
recognize
just
that you
giving
have a problem with the content.
I'm in the middle of explaining why. I'm saying that back in the day, I didn't have a problem with the content. Back in the day, I felt like it actually was social. I felt that in the same way that Wikipedia was actually genuinely useful to my personal life and my, understanding of the internet. I felt the same way about Facebook. Nowadays, I do feel like the algorithm pushes a lot of, content on me that I'm not asking for, whether it's AI slop, whether it's straight up misinformation, rage bait, stuff like that. That's very hard to curate out of your timeline, specifically if you're not technologically sophisticated.
Yeah, I've been trying to get Tung 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 Sahur out of my timeline for weeks, but he keeps on popping back up.
And I'll just speak for myself, but I'm not falling for a moral panic. I am talking about my own personal experiences here as someone that has experienced addiction when it comes to chemicals like nicotine, and I honestly find it easier to take breaks from nicotine than I do social media.
Because you're treating social media as an addiction, but
no,
you're viewing it as an addiction.
No, I'm
just
not.
Said you view it as an addiction. You've spent the whole time here saying that you view it as an addiction, and you're currently correlating it to your addiction.
Okay, I'm saying that in the same way that I find nicotine to be habit forming, yeah, I find social media to be habit forming.
Nicotine is not habit forming. Nicotine is addicting.
Do you use nicotine?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't experience withdrawals from it.
She's like, I got a Xenon right now.
I haven't had nicotine at all today. Okay. I'm doing totally fine. I don't want it. I don't need it.
It is yeah. That's lucky.
I'm serious.
But,
I'm
that's
serious.
Great.
I don't.
But
please drop an ad read right now. Speaking of nicotine, our new sponsor offers pouches that come in 3, 6, or 9 grams.
what I'm saying is, whether you recognize it or not, you are making all of these arguments that are classic to every moral panic about content.
Okay,
and
well, I'm talking about my experience. Am I not allowed to have opinions?
Oh wait, sorry. It's milligrams, isn't it? Is it milligrams, chat? I just outed myself as a non-nicotine knower.
Whatever you've decided is a moral panic.
Whoa, not me. Not me.
Well, you're the one that keeps saying it.
No.
I'm telling you my experience, and you're invalidating it by telling me I'm part of a moral panic.
No,
that's how this is coming off to me.
Wait, is that what she said? Wait, what did she say that sounded like? I mean, maybe her tone. I mean, she's pretty. She's animated, right? Is that why? Is that what? like as far as him saying that it feels like you're accusing me of being part of a moral panic, right? Like Gamergate, right? I don't, obviously that's not what she's saying, but maybe the tone makes it feel that way. I don't know. Just because he doesn't use nicotine often enough to have withdrawals doesn't mean it doesn't. Yeah, I'd be scared of that. I've been lucky. Like honestly, chat, luckily every form of nicotine is like just happens to be repulsive to me. Or at least every type I've tried, right? That's why I don't want to give because it sounds like Zen's is like nicotine without all the like things that keep me from like that make it so I couldn't be like a like addicted. It makes my head spin, right? So it doesn't have like a good feeling, but I'm sure if I did it enough then it would, I got anyway, yeah. It's a very tough addiction. I've been the partner of somebody who had to quit twice, so yeah, it's definitely not easy.
Okay, listen. I'm sorry that it's information that is upsetting to hear. Every single researcher who has dedicated decades of their life to studying this topic, who Alice Marwick, Candace Odgers, Dana Boyd, people whose entire careers they have dedicated studying this exact topic, who have published research papers, who run centers at Princeton, UNC, this is their entire life's work, right? Has come out and said time and time again,
A weasel earned its wings. It's a Christmas
that
miracle.
this is a moral panic, and here are the classic signs. You can read that 82-page report outlining in detail how how this plays out. Also, I've made a bunch of content. There's a bunch of content online, and I can send it to you, showing how the things
I've
that you're
watched it,
saying
yeah.
today, it's exactly
The only thing is she's a little like she's like a little too like animated about this. I mean, I could see, yeah, I could see some people like because she's trying to kind of she's trying to present this in a way that people aren't used to thinking about, which makes it harder. And I mean, like, this is her issue, right? This is something that she deeply cares about, right? And I think that's where her tone, that maybe sounds like, is making Gavin feel like he's being blamed for the moral panic. I think that's where that comes from, right? From her perspective.
the same. And I'm not saying that you actively know that. I'm not saying, I want all of us to just be a little bit more aware of how we fall for these tropes and think a little bit deeper, scratch the surface. I think it's a really great thing that you're acknowledging the issue. The problem you have is with the content. You feel like the content is low quality. I totally agree with you. You feel like these algorithms are feeding you content that's making you upset or making you watch too much or whatever. I totally agree with you. That is true. That is why we need to pass comprehensive data privacy reform. And that is why we need to change the way that we look at social media rather than make this moral panic about the content, actually start regulating these platforms and actually target these companies' business models. Because when you start to freak out about the content and say, well, it's just the content, then they regulate the content. And that's when you get these censorship laws. And that's what's so dangerous. And I know that that's sorry, I'm not trying to like make it some judgment of you or whatever. I think you are literally like 99% of people out there who
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
who aren't reading this every day, right? Like who don't spend their entire
That's
life
fair.
reading this
That's
research.
fair. I'm just giving you my experience though. Like I'm not trying to say that you're wrong. I'm just saying this is how I have felt about it and the reason why I've talked about it. And the reason why we had you on is so you could give your perspective, which I do find to be genuinely fascinating and to elucidate the scientific studies behind this technology.
Well, wait, is it the content that's addicting, or is it the like? It feels like it'd be the algorithm, if anything, right? Like the way that it, you know, it's just like, okay, It's in YouTube's interest to, keep you. It's in any like platform's interest to keep you on it as long as possible. That's how the algorithms are attuned, right? That's why they're so valuable. It's not just like people like the site better because it's serving you stuff you're interested in. It's people stay on the site longer, people see more ads, they get paid more.
Technology, which clearly proves me wrong. I'm willing to admit that. But I do just want you to know that I'm not trying to fall for a moral panic. This is based on my personal experience with my relationship to social media, one that has been very beneficial to my life in a sense, which I talked about in that episode that you reacted to. It's
That
enabled me to have
episode
the
that she
career that I have,
reacted
which I
to. What is this, chat? There was an episode of The Vanguard that Taylor reacted to?
greatly admire or greatly enjoy, and I'm very thankful for. But I just think it's kind of I just don't understand the instinct to not want to talk about the potentially negative effects it has specifically on developing minds as it relates to the habits that it forms.
So there's no impact on the developing minds. There's no impact in just the way that listening to rap music 24/7. It's not going to impact your developing mind. We're
JD
not
Vance
talking
might
about
have been a little
changing
bit.
neurotransmitters or anything like that. Now, listen, there's always been moral panics about different content. And I hear you in the sense that you don't no one that actually participates in a moral panic will say that they're falling for a moral panic. It's only like when you look back at it, they're like, oh shit, that was kind of a moral panic. Why were we all freaking out trying to ban lyrics in rap music or something, right? Like, why were we trying to ban XYZ?
But I'm not trying to ban it. That's the thing. I'm trying to make it better. I'm trying to make it more of an actual social
But
media.
the
It just sounds like is you agree.
Yes, but the laws regulating content, you're not when you put forward this moral panic stuff, and I'm not saying you specifically, but I'm saying like when one puts forward this sort of moral panic lens on things and pushes this moral panic about the content online gets regulated through censorship laws. And surveillance laws that allow actually even worse, that's going to make even worse content in this case because the tech companies are going to be able to harvest even more data. It's going to degrade the experience even more. I think you want the same outcome. I think most people that are participate in these campaigns, right? Whether it's against video games, cell phones, beepers, anything that's sort of the current moral panic is about, they have good intentions, right? They want young people to be healthy and happy and whatever, right? There are ways that we know the causes of the youth mental health crisis, and they have nothing to do with phones, by the way. They're largely economic and other sort of societal issues. But in terms of making the tech landscape better, you guys want that as much as me. But I'm saying we need to start regulating the tech industry and not the content.
And can we I think that is an area where we'll.
Yeah, I'm not seeing. It must have been an older video. Unless it's this gambling one.
We should get into the gambling conversation. I think you guys have a pretty brilliant position. You were of the opinion that that sports gambling should absolutely be legal, but the limitation, the bottleneck in terms of how we make it available would be you have to physically go to a sports book, put down cash, get a ticket, and then go watch the game, come back after the game if you win and collect your winnings.
I think it makes sense, because here's my instinct, right? I was like, I'm not a prude. I don't give a fuck about sports gambling. I like to gamble. All my friends like to gamble a little bit. I've lost.
I don't know. Is this it? Then Gavin comes back.
Yeah, so it's been going on since the inception of internet sports gambling, but basically when...
I don't know. This is the only video that looks like it might be touching on addiction.
We'll find a lot of overlap. So I'd like to maybe dig in a little deeper there, because I feel like where I'm coming from is it's like a lot of people, they want to know, and maybe this is, a weird reaction to have, but they want to know what they can do, right? And they don't want the solution to be nothing. They don't want the solution to be opposing regulation. They want to figure out how to fix the problem. Is at least my instinct, right? And how I'm approaching this, where it's like, I don't want to support the COSA. I don't want to support all of the crap that's being passed. I love Section 230. I love a free internet. I want net neutrality, all of these kinds of things. I want all of that. But I also just have this little voice in the back of my head that's pissed off at the landscape of big tech. And I think a lot of people are pissed off with the landscape of big tech. So if I asked you, what would be some constructive things that you would like to see happen domestically, a movement, obviously against these censorship laws these data harvesting laws, these things that will further enslopify social media. On the other hand, what are some constructive, ways to regulate these companies that you think would be more effective, obviously, than going the content route?
Yeah. And I say the content route too, guys, because we see what happens with the moral panics. Like the comic book moral panics was used to sort of crack down on LGBTQ content, communism. Already, these platforms are pre complying, saying, guys, don't worry. Yes, we know our algorithm.
Yeah, Mitty says, I feel she doesn't know her source material well enough to convince me. Um, I mean, I could definitely see not being convinced by like I don't know. I kind of uh, I feel like I'd understand better if she made a video about it, right? Like I don't entirely understand her position. I only know that this is her wheelhouse, right? Almost more than anything, and she is kind of like a voice crying in the wilderness as far as this, regulation of the platform rather than of content.
Are so addicting and harmful. So don't worry, we're going to prevent the harmful content. And we just need to scan your face and we're just going to start harvesting more data to protect you from this harmful content. And we're going to take all these LGBTQ people off the internet and ban all these leftist creators. They're already doing that, which is, again, something we hauled them in front of Congress for doing to protect. Guys, don't worry. Yes, with the moral panics, like the comic book moral panics was used to sort of crack down on LGBTQ content, communism. Already, these platforms are pre complying, saying, guys, don't worry. Yes, we know our algorithms are so addicting and harmful. So don't worry, we're going to prevent the harmful content. And we just need to scan your face and we're just going to start harvesting more data to protect you from this harmful content. And we're going to take all these LGBTQ people off the internet and ban all these leftist creators. They're already doing that, which is, again, something we hauled them in front of Congress for doing like almost a decade ago. And now they're pre-complying with it because they know that there's this moral panic that gives them cover to do this, which is really bad. So I think we agree. Yes, we want to actually target the tech companies because you're right. They're evil. They are bad. They are really bad actors. These are really, really predatory companies that they do not have their users' best interests at heart. So we want to target their actual business model, which is harvesting data. There's that famous clip of Mark Zuckerberg in front of Congress, right? When he's like, I sell data, Senator, or whatever, instead of mandating through identification laws and all these things that they collect even more data and do even more surveillance, and by the way, work with the government for that, we want them to collect less. So comprehensive data privacy protection for consumers is a good place to start. That would have also, by the way, prevented the TikTok ban if we had something like that. So we want to focus that in terms of proactive legislation. There's also a ton of other stuff, antitrust regulation. Obviously, the government lost the Google and Meta cases the past year in large part because of this moral panic that gave them cover, which is very frustrating. But listen, we can target their business models, we can target their acquisitions, we can target their anti-competitive behavior, and we should. In the meantime, there's a package, as I mentioned.
Yeah, I really do feel like her she's kind of pre-trend on this, right? There's a lot of anger out there on the shitification of the internet, and when when every single like attempt to address it or promise to address it ends in like a worse internet than just like taking more advantage, I feel like there's gonna be at some point like this is gonna catch fire, and there's gonna be a big movement for this of actually making like social media work for users again, and recognizing that the way these businesses work, and the way that they tend to solidify around I don't know, in some cases monopolies, in some cases you'd call it a monopsony, I guess depending on whether you're a creator or a viewer, right? But it's just it causes them to like the one nice thing about capitalism is the catering to the consumer that comes out of competition. If it's real, and if there's not monopolies constructed that basically freeze everybody out, the even if there is a large consolidation of the market share behind a few companies, those companies have still an incentive to provide the best user experience to be, useful, right? And right now, I mean, think about this. The way that everybody knows, okay, the best example of enshittification, or the most universally recognized, I think, is the Google search, right? I think we all remember being, able to use Google to find, what we were looking for would be like one of the first few results, right? Now it's not like that. And for Google, on Google's side, apparently the reason that they made those changes was because if you find what you're looking for, you're not you're not in search and you're not getting Google ads as much, right? They literally made it was part of the reason that search sucks. And when there's that kind of a perverse incentive in a market, I mean, that's where regulation should be targeted first, right? Otherwise, you get enshittification.
Of 18 of the most dangerous surveillance censorship laws of the internet that we've ever seen in our life. It's the Kids Online Safety Act, which a lot of people are really familiar with, which will remove. It's originated with the Heritage Foundation. They plan to use it. They've said this. It's not. You can Google it, and I'll send links too. But they want to use it to remove all LGBTQ content, feminist content, reproductive health content from the web, etc. So COSA, the Screen Act. The App Store Accountability Act, which is a surveillance app, ID law. If you go to badinternetbills.com, you'll see there's a whole list of them, and it tells you how to contact your lawmaker. It gives you one paragraph, very easy to
Okay,
understand.
look, let's take a look at Taylor's badinternetbills.com. Is that what she said?
Law. If you go to badinternetbills.com, you'll see
Wait, I'm gonna
there's a
pull
whole
that
list
up.
of them, and it tells you how to contact your lawmaker. It gives you one paragraph, very easy to understand. It's just badinternetbills.com. You can read up on all the really bad internet bills, and you can take action against it. And Section 230 is mentioned on there, but the Senate Democrats are really pushing that right now. They want to repeal it. So just call your representatives, say no to Section 230 reform, and if you scroll down, yeah, you'll see like a little bit further down, it'll say, yeah, so here it has like some of the, now these are not all the bills. Again, there's 18 of them, but you'll see up here like the COSA online ID checks, why it's bad. The Screen Act is horrible.
And that's something that I never anticipated actually being a reality, right? Gavin and I talked about it, maybe a week ago, how now if you're a Missouri resident, like you have to put in your driver's license if you're going to access porn or something. And that seems like extreme surveillance state, right-wing solution to me. So yeah, it's just already coming to America in a way that I would have, 10, 15 years ago thought was, dystopic. And
they're banning VPNs too. So don't think, oh, I'll just use a VPN. They're trying to criminalize VPNs, which is, I just want to say too, that this is already playing.
In a just world, right? There'd be some media watchdog that the second that ever became discussed, the second that any politician or lobbyist like brought that up, right? Let's ban VPNs. There would be a huge scandal, a huge stink. This would be like, I mean, there's, enshittification, which is definitely like the slow death of the internet. But, in terms of like, forced like ID laws, which sometimes masquerade as age gating. Look at this one. This one's called Stop CSAM. Who could be against that? Right? They named it the Stop CSAM bill. What does it do? Weakens end-to-end encryption and gives new surveillance powers to law enforcement. Cooper Davis, I haven't heard of this one. Opens the door for increased surveillance and messaging and damages encryption that ensures digital security online. take it down, threatens end-to-end encryption, and opens the door for even more censorship and policed content online. Earn it undermines end-to-end. They're really going after encryption, and from what she says, it's not on here, or I'm not seeing it on here. This is badinternetbills.com, but what she says, they're going after VPNs too. But like, I mean, that's like one of the signs to me of like, you know, the end of the internet. If you are, um, and as far as the nefarious things that somebody might do with a VPN, like law enforcement can, you know, can see through that, right? It's not something that's protecting criminals, but it is something that's letting people watch media that otherwise wouldn't be available in their region. It is something that, like in my case, is allowing me to keep the phone or the YouTube window open when I'm in other apps, because for some reason I'm only able to do that when it sees me as in the US, if, you know, IP wise, right? I mean, there's like a, you know, ton of reasons that that people need VPNs, and if they're going after those, then you know they really are like um internet won't work without them, says many doctors. Yeah. Okay, let's get back to the debate.
Hang out elsewhere. So we have COSA here in the UK. They have UCOSA that passed in 2023 and went into effect a couple months ago. You might remember when that went into effect, not only were content creators mass deplatformed, a lot of like marginalized ones especially, but this is how they started to get people on these terrorism charges by tying these laws, man, sort of increasingly tie your offline identity to
And
your
like understand this too, like when these laws get implemented, assuming they're not like scheduled for like long, yeah, I mean they're going to be implemented by the Trump administration, or maybe the Vance administration if Trump is no longer with us, right? They're going to be it's going to be the worst people in the world, you know, in charge of the implementation. How are VPNs banned?
online behavior.
She's talking about a bill, like a legislative bill to ban VPNs. UK wants to age gate a VPN as a fix. Oh, they're worried about, yeah, because is the UK where a lot of people were like using like game characters to get around the like the age recognition. You could just give it like a video game character.
So you tweet the wrong thing, you make the wrong Charlie Kirk joke, you can be, you know, that can go into like your terrorism case. Also, we are seeing the censorship in the UK. For instance, the subreddit for war crimes, where people were documenting Israeli war crimes, was blocked. Forums for Alcoholics Anonymous are blocked. All of this stuff that's adult content. And that's why I don't want to like litigate the porn stuff too much, but we don't want the government determining sort of that they can regulate adult content without being like really at all, because anytime you allow them to do that, what they consider adult content is just going to be anything that the government doesn't like, namely anti-Israel stuff. It's considered adult. And I have a story coming out actually this week showing that this is already happening. They're already classifying like LGBTQ people this way. They already are having these lists of people that are ending up banned.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's totally horrifying, 100%. And I support none of
Sundry Clown Car using Sam Bridges or Solid Snake to get around requests for headshot photos.
of that. I guess the only thing that I am concerned about is the reporting I've seen, which does suggest that these tech companies are trying to make people stay on their apps.
Blue Sky asked you for your birthday. Yeah, yeah.
For longer by tweaking the algorithm.
They do that now.
Keep them on there, which is in the
Yeah.
best interest of their bottom line and not necessarily in the best interest of the user's mental health, which is
Yes.
really the only point I was making. I'll keep it in those terms so as not to say anything that's illiterate scientifically, which I wasn't trying to necessarily, just trying to express the way I've experienced this technology. But I wanted to switch a little bit to talk about the Chinese social media, because this is an interesting aspect of your recent video, The Global Internet is Dying, which I highly recommend everyone watch. I can throw the link to that in the chat as well, because it's genuinely fascinating and really well done piece of content about this. There has been a recent push from some people on the left that you reference in that video to really celebrate Chinese society and culture, which there is a lot to celebrate about. But one aspect of Chinese society and culture that traditionally has kind of been held up as an example of real censorship and authoritarianism is the way that Chinese citizens use the internet and what they're barred from seeing. So do you think that when people on the left celebrate China, that they should talk more about that aspect so that it doesn't end up being replicated here in America?
Yeah, I think China's so complicated because obviously we're fed just absurd levels of propaganda about China, and most of it is just nonsense. China, as you mentioned, is actually a really wonderful place with really great culture, food, society, like healthcare, the housing. There's so much about Chinese society that I think is amazing. One thing that I don't think is amazing is the structure of their internet. Now, I understand why they structured their internet that way. Like, China is very protectionist. Like, they also have to deal with this onslaught of like CIA disinformation on them constantly. Like, I understand why when they were building the internet, their own internet, sort of back in the 90s when all of this was emerging, why they built this. And they've gone back and forth. Like, let's not forget, like, they've sort of tried to open up and then sort of close back. And so they've always sort of had this very like protectionist attitude. But they do have government control over speech. And here's the thing. We are trying to replicate those sorts of authoritarian top-down censorship structures, but we have the American government doing it. As I said on Twitter the other day, I would actually rather have the Chinese government have that sort of authoritarian control over American speech rather than American government. And I think a lot of people said this around the TikTok ban, right? They're like, actually, I trust China with my data way more than I trust the Department of Homeland Security, right? Like, so I think the thing is, we want a free and open internet. I hope that one day China can actually have a free and open internet. Part of the reason their internet is not more free and open is because of the bad influence of the United States and the way that we do terrible misinformation campaigns against their citizens and things like that. But we want free and open access to information, ideas, especially in these repressive countries. China is the most authoritarian, but Russia, Iran, was it Kazakhstan? There's all these different countries that have the UAE, like, they don't have free speech, that have pretty authoritarian structures of the internet. A lot of them aren't totally shut off. There's no firewall like China, but increasingly America is building a firewall, and America wants to control the tech ecosystem. And they view these tech companies as a proxy for American imperialist power. That's why all of them are sitting right behind Trump when he's elected. And this is also another reason we need to break up these big tech companies and have more competition and have less profit, like you mentioned. Like, they do make these algorithms that aim, and by the way, every piece of media is addictive. Like, every piece of media every media is meant to get you to continue to stay on. Same with novels, television, video games, whatever. But I think what's scary is that the tight relationship that these major tech companies have with the American government, and the way that Facebook is working with the government to get, women, for instance, that have had abortions arrested, by providing them with data, like, especially the government saying, hey, thanks for all the support these tech companies. Now we're going to protect children and actually let you collect even more data. And by the way, simultaneously, we're building this massive surveillance state. The major third-party identification tool is Persona, which is Peter Thiel-backed data harvesting company that does a lot of these ID things. So anyway, yeah, I'm sorry I'm talking so much, but
no, I really appreciate it, and you're sharing a lot of really interesting stuff. It's blowing my hair back, and I am trying to grapple with it in real time because I have been kind of on this kick. I'll just be straight up with you, Taylor, where I've been like, fuck everything. Like, I'm a neo-Luddite. Like, I hate technology. I hate all these corrupt, Silicon Valley industries, and I feel like that is where people are left to be if they don't feel like that we have as citizens the power to properly regulate these companies and be in control and return the power to the people. It's what civic government is supposed to be all about. And one last question I had as it pertains to the way that big tech is regulated in America is, obviously it hasn't been, right? And one of the ways that big tech has always spent their money has been being like, we're liberal, we're awesome, like, we're woke, like, we'll give Barack Obama hundreds of millions of dollars, just don't do anything that's going to interrupt what we're doing over here. Like, don't stop Jeff Bezos from not only monopolizing the Amazon that we know, but also Amazon Web Services.
And this is a huge problem, right? If we don't have even one side of the political dichotomy that has like any interest in regulating tech or crypto or what have you. Like all the Democrats are taking crypto money. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but Calvin looks super grounded right now. I kind of stopped Zach on a weird freeze frame. Let's let him go.
Services, let's let Elon Musk become 100 billionaire. He's like a 500 billionaire, whatever, how much money he has now, infinite money, essentially. And it was never regulated because the idea was they were just going to regulate themselves. I feel like that is really falling apart. People are no longer buying that obvious lie. So I guess my question for you is, what can we expect now as the politics of this continue to like move in the Donald Trump administration, right? We have Paramount that tried to buy Warner Brothers, and now Netflix buying Warner Brothers, and we have further consolidation. Meta owns Instagram, Facebook. I always forget the amount of people that are still on Facebook. Obviously Twitter got bought by Elon Musk and then turned into a Nazi propaganda machine that we're all forced to still kind of half exist on because of our jobs in media. What should we be prepared to witness? And I guess what would be your best strategy for how people in our audience can oppose it outside of, gaining information, but really a more,
First trillionaire incoming, apparently, isn't it Elon? I think the board of Tesla agreed to give him like a, what is it, like a $3 trillion payout, ridiculous salary.
tangible way of opposing it.
Yeah, I think we're just at this crossroads. So we have two options. We have like fuck all that corporate control, crack down on these billionaires, like crack down on these evil tech companies, really target their business models, really center user privacy, user control. Like you were saying earlier too, like one of you was saying like, oh, I feel like I can't control my algorithm. You're totally right. Also, you don't know what your algorithm, you don't know how they're targeting you. You don't have any transparency. If your account gets banned, with one of these AI systems, like you have no appeal. Like there's no transparency. We could argue for transparency, privacy, more user control, breaking up these tech companies. It's crazy to me too that just like, I mean, the whole TikTok thing is nuts because Musical.ly, we could have had Musical.ly. Musical.ly was choosing selling between Viacom and ByteDance. Viacom's an American company. They had to sell to ByteDance because Facebook at that time was driving them out of business. So we need to stop letting these tech companies engage in this anti-competitive behavior where they just try to shut down and target all these smaller platforms that are less profit-driven and stuff. But unfortunately, we're not doing any of that right now, I think because people haven't gotten engaged and because we're in the midst of this insane, I'm sorry to say it, moral panic where people are taking that anger, that rightful anger that they feel towards these horrible tech companies, and they're letting these corrupt politicians convince them that it's harming children. And if we pass these child safety laws, that's going to help the children because they're harming, and so all of the energy is going towards that. All of the, you wouldn't believe the amount of groups that are advocating for this and people that advocate, leftists that advocate for this all day online. That's really dangerous because that's how this package of censorship bills got so far. That's how we're getting 11 states currently with age verification laws, identity verification,
including ours.
That's terrifying. We don't want that. And by the way, if you guys are you're going to be the first to get downranked and deplatformed. Like I was telling these other leftist influencers, I'm like, you guys are you're going to get fucked. If these laws pass, your channels will be hidden. We already know what we can look at authoritarian countries and see that future. Yeah. And in that future, there is no dissent, and so we don't want that. We want to fight. And yes, you can start by going to badinternetbills.com and start calling and just don't let yourself fall for this stuff. Like, I know how it feels. I know how it feels. But take that rightful anger and say, let's target these actual companies and not target the companies through censorship stuff, but let's actually target these business models and try to be, use less profit driven platforms. I'm on like Mastodon, PeerTube, and all these other ones. You don't have to go that far, but just let's target the companies.
I think that's good advice, and I genuinely appreciate the perspective that you bring not only to our audience but to us, because it helps me think about it in a different way, and it helps me reframe it in a way that is less destructive than what I kind of feel like it is doing to my brain. Like people talk about brain rot, and literally, like, I'm not even kidding. That is sometimes how it feels after you've been scrolling for too long. You're like, my brain is fucking rotting. There's all these random conspiracies floating around in my fucking mind that have been injected into my fucking veins like poison. That's what it feels like. So I appreciate you, kind of reframing that, because it does feel scary. And I think that there's two things that have really changed my attitude towards social media in a more negative way over the last couple of years, because I used to really feel very similar to you. And I think the two things that have really kind of made me sour on social media is, one, seeing seeing Twitter get bought by Elon Musk and turned into X. I used to genuinely love Twitter, and I cannot go on X even for a minute without remembering how much better it used to be, without how much less racist fucking slop I used to have to see, how the replies used to actually be real human beings instead of just 100% blue check bots. So that really soured me. And then also the introduction of AI to the internet has really made the entire internet, again, it feels like a dead internet more and more with every passing day, in my opinion, where you just don't know what's real. You don't know if you're talking to a bot. You don't know if the person that just friended you on Instagram is even real, or if it's some fucking bot that's trying to scam you, right? Like, this is the new internet to me, and it does feel very different than the internet of 10 years ago. So I guess my last question on this subject matter, before we move on to a few other things I'd love to chat about.
PKK says it's over for us, I fear. Sundry Kamkar, need a meme of Elon going, they call me the infinite money glitch. The way I make the game unplayable. There's one thing I could do though, right? If I become a right-wing content creator, then they'll get an algorithmic boost. You just have to start talking about Egyptian planes.
Still have time. Is would you call the backlash to AI a moral panic?
No, because AI, there are moral panic aspects.
I'm trying to understand what exactly she's saying is a moral panic. She's saying there's like a moral panic coming from like that like stems from like real issues with the internet, but then is getting like sort of hijacked by like politicians and lobbyists who present like, oh yeah, you think the internet's bad, you think it's having bad effects on kids, here, let's pass COSA. And now all of a sudden, LGBT creators are getting banned or getting downranked, right? Is that the idea, that the moral panic has like a component that there is really something to panic about, but going to the industry for their solutions, which just end up with them having more of our data. It's the wrong way to be. Privacy is a big issue that really does seem to be eroding at this point. But framing it as a moral panic, because like when we think about moral panic, like the classic modern example is the Satanic Panic, where metal got edgy in the 70s, started maybe even before, started incorporating like sort of satanic imagery. Parents saw this imagery, like didn't realize that these bands were just kind of like they weren't like they weren't making satanic sacrifices at night, right? There weren't like people's pets going missing, right? Although with Ozzy Osbourne, maybe a few what the fuck what bird did he used to bite the head off of? Or no, bats. A few bats would go missing, I guess, with Ozzy. But that, and like Dungeons and Dragons, and had people becoming convinced that, like, I don't know, people in their community were um guilty of satanic ritual abuse, right? And people went to jail for this shit, and were only released and absolved years later, right? The whole town got swept up in, I don't want to say like a group psychosis, but um in a the mindset was such that these women weren't, that I'm thinking of, I think in Houston this happened, and these women weren't going to get a fair trial. It was a pigeon once? Oh my god, or a dove?
Aspects to it. So it could enter into moral panic territory. And I don't even want to like get into that, but we're not at the point where it is moral panic yet. The backlash to AI is largely over. I mean, there's many different sort of concerns people have. I think some of the legitimate concerns are around energy use and like, you know, like environmental impact, the fact that we're just putting these data centers in places and being like, sorry, your electric bill's going up and there's no more water. We need the data center. Like, that's a huge problem. These are environmental concerns. We should always, question the environmental impact of these tech companies. A moral panic is really about like content and media. So like it's about media and communication. And there is moral panic stuff around some of the AI stuff, but not really. A lot of it is like people legitimately like, hey, why is my job being automated away? Why are these algorithms able to, like, predictive policing algorithms, like designating me a terrorist when I've done it nothing? Like, that is
Would you say that talking to chat
The thing about AI is, like, on one level, it feels like we're not concerned enough. Like, it feels like there's a number of real hazards in this, a number of ways in which material harm is being caused, and a lot of people just, like, they're not really connecting, like, the AI that they use with, like, these effects, right? Or they are assuming that this is just like progress, and despite the fact that it's not really adding, it's arguably not adding anything to our lives, depending on like the use case. But yeah, AI is definitely a sleeper issue. At some point it will become a huge political issue, um for whatever party is actually willing to take on the tech industry.
ChatGPT like all day long or something? Would you say that that's no worse than like talking to your friend on the phone or listening to music or whatever? Because that's also like engaging with media and
So that is engaging with a system, right? It's a little bit different because it is an interactive system, right? It's not
like
like,
social
and it's
media.
not just no, social media is not giving you, social media is giving you other generated content. So it is giving you content. I guess if you think of the information that ChatGPT is giving, yeah, there is probably, we could enter moral panic territory if it was like, ChatGPT is, I don't know, it doing XYZ. It does, it can, I'm not saying that it can't have harmful effects in the sense that people have very low media literacy, just the way that people, when they were receiving propaganda through the mail, in the 50s, like didn't have any media literacy and believed it all. Like, that's not a good thing. That doesn't necessarily mean a moral panic is really, it's really defined by the scale of something and how it's being weaponized and how sort of what the outrage is sort of towards. And the outrage towards AI is not largely about like it's not largely about the content, really.
I mean, I do
It's
see a lot of people talking about how like this AI convinced someone to kill themselves, or like it gave you this
some of
information
that is,
led you
yeah,
to ruin your
some of
life.
that is some of that is moral panic in the sense that what I will say, especially the AI suicide stuff is like, I don't want to go down a huge rabbit hole, but it is similar where some of it is I mean, some of it's horrible. I'm not defending the practices of these AI companies. Again, they're evil, they're terrible. And by the way, if you want them to do less of recommending suicide to you, we need data privacy reform because they're targeting you, they're harvesting
you
data and
think the
targeting you.
AI companies are evil and terrible?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's some ethical AI companies that I've seen at least, but
Because
maybe I'm wrong.
when you were kind of saying that me calling social media companies evil and terrible was like,
No, I think
just
social
more
media
panic.
companies are evil and terrible. I'm saying you need to recognize that you're participating in a moral panic about the content. So there's no evidence. There's actually plenty of evidence to the contrary, right? That it's destroying kids' mental health. That's a common trope. There's no evidence of that. And I don't think ChatGPT right now is destroying kids' mental health in any sort of mass way. Do I think it's a great product? Like, I think I think it sucks in a lot of ways. It gives a lot of wrong information and we need better media literacy and we also need more transparency over these products. But we're not even at the point where it's a moral panic. A moral panic takes a really long time to develop and the technology needs to be really widespread. That's why you see radio, telephone, television.
I mean, either I don't understand completely like the term moral panic. Like what, because like here's what I'm getting confused about. Like with the satanic panic, I mean, I guess you could say there's a cause for it. Like, I mean, you could probably look and find like, sociological causes for it, but yeah, in terms of, things that kids are into that is shocking to their parents, but there's not like a evil satanic cabal like actually sacrificing children, like hiding and all that mess, right? It's not like there's like a real thing. Like there was a problem with Satanism, but it was limited to it was limited to this county in Montana or something. And with what she's talking about like real concern, like being redirected to, what I would consider like a moral panic where you're like, oh my gosh, like when it starts becoming like parents wanting to purge the internet so that they can better control the information that their children are getting, both in terms of, like she said, you know, um, LGBT, and instead of that getting better, which you'd hope it gets better with like every decade, right? In terms of more parents being like accepting of LGBT children, it feels like there's more. Like I've seen, I mean, like a great moral panic, a great example of moral panic was the transition campaign that went on in the wake of Christopher Rufo's successful PR campaign to make trans rights toxic, right? And to a lesser extent, Matt Walsh. But yeah, the way that she's talking about it is that there's like a, there is a problem, but the reaction that people think will address the problem is actually only further entrenching the interest which caused the problem, right? That's that. If I got her her argument in a nutshell, I think that's it.
Well, more people are using AI now than Wikipedia, which you referenced earlier. So I do think it's entering that territory where it's like,
could enter
whether you
that
want to call it a panic or not, I do think that like when this technology is foisted on society by companies that you just admit are evil and terrible, it is going to instill some level of psychological panic where you're like, what the fuck? Society is about to change in ways that we can't predict or understand.
Yes,
Thanks
and I
to
think
this
people are
for-profit technology.
I think we should separate panic from moral panic. But I agree. I feel a lot of panic over AI. I'm a writer. Like, that's terrifying, right? But a moral panic is something different. And it really requires the media, too, to like really take it on and be outraged and then sort of use it to push censorship and stuff. I'm pretty pro free speech. Like, I get annoyed when I go on some of these AI platforms and try to look at different things and it's like censoring content for me. I don't want censorship laws around that. I think transparency, data privacy, like a lot of this stuff that we could use to make a healthier social media ecosystem could also be used to have a healthier AI ecosystem. More than anything, we need media literacy because young people can't understand the difference between talking to an AI and a human. And you know what makes that worse? the later that they're exposed to that technology in a like if you, for instance, if they get it when they're 18 versus maybe 14 or something, provided that they're learning about it in a constructive environment, the less media literacy they have. That's why, like, the later you get on the internet and the more sort of like confused people get. So we want to expose people to these technologies in a constructive way. We
Yeah,
don't,
like, I mean, there's some people that seem to be advocating. Wait, no, this is Jonathan Haidt. This is Jonathan Haidt, I think, that advocates for something like his appeal is like, hey, remember how our childhoods were? You know, I mean, he's a bit older, right? We didn't have cell phones, we didn't have the internet. You know, wasn't shit so much better back then? And all these problems now, maybe they just like maybe a lot of them come from the fact that these kids are just exposed to the internet and these phones so early. And his ultimate goal, chat, is a technology-free childhood, which is appealing to a lot of people apparently, right? Especially if you go to the, you know, boomers and Gen Xers that really, you know, did grow up before maybe some of that stuff was adopted. Um, and I mean, you could see what it is. It's an appeal to a past that never quite existed, at least not the way that Jonathan Haidt and his supporters see it. And yeah, I don't know. Need to better define media literacy. Yeah, chat's noticing there's maybe something going on in this video. I don't know. There's maybe some yeah, I don't know.
just want to let 5-year-olds be interacting with AI toys all day, but we want to, you know,
Or
help them understand what
85-year-olds,
it is.
people who are like 55 plus,
No
not to
one.
be judgmental, but I
Yeah.
feel like the geriatric community is all like, we're not talking about that at all.
They didn't
because
grow up with social media or with the internet, right?
I challenge anyone that has regular contact with somebody over the age of 65, send them a video that's obviously AI generated and be like, oh my God, look at this. They will think it's real no matter how obvious it is, because their brains just haven't been coached to do that, right? It's kind of like Orson Welles' War of the Worlds. Over the radio, we're broadcasting a reading of this book. People lose their freaking mind because they're not like they don't understand the technological advancements that were happening at that time. But
we also, I think it's like, we just want to have a thoughtful approach to technology. So like, I think we just need to always keep our focus on the businesses and the business models, the very predatory, very awful, very profit-driven business models of these tech companies.
Chat. Send them this. I have to fast forward it a little bit. As something amazing happens. Where is it? Wait, did they take that out? Oh my God, chat. Look, they had Charlie's ghost singing a duet with her 2 weeks ago. Wait a minute. Oh, the comments are turned off. Yo, chat, something weird happened in this one. All right, so AI, like, one of the classic things is it doesn't know when something is in an exceptionally bad taste, right? I think we could all agree that, you know, making a, you know, fake concert video of Erica Kirk, wait, maybe this isn't it. Maybe this isn't it. I feel like it was a more recent one. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong one. But anyway, there is like the kind of thing that somebody's grandma actually believes. There we go. It still exists. Okay, I thought. is always so soulless. Wait, did it get you, fan? Wait, is this real? You're joking. I get it. Thank you, Omega Star, for the 100 bits. Who is this anime character? No, just wait. Like, I mean, I kind of spoiled it for you, but like I said, AI kind of can't know what's in bed. That was his book. That's the last thing that he wrote. That is like wow. Like I said, AI has no idea what's in incredibly bad taste. And yeah, like they're I don't know, maybe at this point they realize that their audience isn't Charlie Kirk fans, it's Kirkification fans, Kirkification participants, and it because it almost feels like they're leaning into it, right? That's fucking absurd. Yeah, Erica was playing such a beautiful song on the piano that the ghost of Charlie stopped by to sing a duet with her while Donald Trump, Barron Trump, and Donald Jr., Jared and Ivanka, JD Vance, and Usha watched. What a beautiful, touching moment. Oh my gosh. But to somebody out there, yeah, unfortunately, like, I mean, I don't know. What do they make of this, right? Like, this has got to, you'd think that this would clue them in. Like, they're not like, yo, actually, they got a new kind of camera and it picks up ghosts. And guess what? Yeah, the ghost of Charlie was there. That's pretty cool. Though I'm all for this tech. AI is great. AI is great. You know, it could bring back. But the thing is, chat, AI will be used to bring back lost relatives. In fact, I think it already is. This has been on Black Mirror, right? They did this kind of like, I don't remember how they did it, but they definitely addressed the issue of, you know, using technology to simulate the presence of a, you know, a person that aren't ghosts kind of against the Bible. I mean, he's a special ghost.
At 0 mega _ star, super chatted $9.99. Notice the yellow outline around him face with rolling eyes.
Wait, what's the yellow outline doing? Shouldn't it be a white? I was gonna say maybe he's covered in the heavenly light, and so he's like a good ghost, right? It's kind of like Bleach, that the ghosts are chill unless they get eaten by hollows, and so like he can like visit like that shimmering glow around him. It lasts for, I don't know, 30 minutes a day, so he can like visit his wife. Or I mean, that's gonna be so uncomfortable though when she like when she moves on, right? When she wants to bring someone else into her life, and you know, the ghost of Charlie is here for his 30 minutes, right? I don't know. Is it heavenly piss? I mean, it could be. If the ghost AI it's as based as Michael Brooks would be alive, I could almost accept it. If the ghost AI was okay, so you're saying if they were really able to encapsulate like who the person was, which in like Michael Brooks' case would probably be pretty difficult for an AI, but if it was that good, you're saying maybe. Would you be able to kind of compartmentalize it? You don't think that people would get Oh, also thank you for the super chat, Omega Star. You don't think that people would get, I don't know, like if you had like I'm imagining like a picture frame, right? You get a picture frame, it's a digital image of, it's like a picture, like the default image is like a picture of your loved one who is passed, right? And then you turn it on and the AI version of them like shows up. And you know, if it gets something wrong, like, you know what I mean? It was like, yeah, except my husband would always interrupt me. Then it would like learn and it would interrupt you, you know, from now on. Let brother Michael rest. Yeah, probably for the best. Um, but yeah, I mean, like, unfortunately, chat, these AI products, that are there to help us memorialize our loved ones, they're gonna be shoved in our face. They are going to try to sell this shit. They're gonna try to make it a part of your life. They're gonna try to make it as normal as having a picture, somewhere in the house, right? And yeah, that's scary. That is, and what it like it's scary if it's like if it's bad and it's shitty, and there's always like an uncanny valley and it doesn't make us feel good, and it's actually kind of like low key more scary if it's really realistic and it works and it's spooky, and you start to forget that you're not actually talking to the person. Would you want it to be that immersive, or would that freak you out? If the technology was such that, or let's say it was like on your computer, right? You open up a Zoom, paranormal Zoom, and you can talk to people that are no longer alive, right? I mean, if it got so good that you were just like tossing jokes back and forth, and if you forgot that you're not actually talking to the person for a second, right? If would that how would that disturb you? Because I feel like I don't know how I would handle that. Person is into some deep like necromancy or something to bring Charlie Kirk back. You're right, chat. There's nothing holy about this. This is some demonic stuff that, like, bringing back the dead, whether it's through AI or whether it's through the collective psychosis of your political movement, right? I think it's bad. I think it's got to be bad.
Instead of sort of freaking out about like the content as much. I only say that not that we shouldn't have concerns, we should, and not that we shouldn't advocate for more transparency and all that. But for instance, the Take It Down Act is a good example of how an AI law that's AI safety is weaponized to silence speech. So just like, I'm not so concerned about AI right now, because right now we're not in moral panic territory. I think people should freak out more. Most people are drinking the Kool-Aid and using it at work. And I'm like, no, you probably should worry about this more. Social media,
Oh, it doesn't
again,
look like
these are evil, terrible companies. We're not defending them, but let's target their business model.
I was gonna look at the link. It doesn't look like it's working yet.
Instead of targeting, because here's the thing: if we regulate the content on AI, we're regulating AI content. If we're regulating the content on social media, we're regulating people's speech. Yeah. And I'm sure that the tech companies are going to claim that the AI companies are making their own speech, but they are not humans. But they are not humans. So what? Yeah.
Which is why I don't think they should be on social medias. I think the number one thing that all these social media companies could do to win people like me back over to understanding the value they provide to society is to ban all of this AI crap, all the bots, all of the AI content creation, which is really just flooding the internet in order for some random guy to enrich himself because he was able to upload 150 AI generated fake movie trailers onto YouTube, which again just floods the zone with bullshit. And it really does make it less social and more of just like this portal into fucking slop hell where you're like, oh, let me look at my daily slop and see a bunch of misinformation that's not even fucking true. You'll literally see things that aren't fucking true, just straight up lies on Facebook constantly. So it does get to the point where it's like, how the fuck is this improving society at all beyond just like this dystopian slot machine? That's the feeling I have. I do think if they were able to somehow, unintegrate AI technology from social media and to get a handle on the bots in general, then I would have a very different opinion. But that's just really informed the way I view social media as a product. And I just think it's almost unrecognizable today versus what it was, back when it started. And it's like gambling, sorry, it's not like gambling, but in the same way that Zach and I say, we're in favor of gambling being legal. Like, I think you should be able to gamble. I'm just not in favor with the way it's become so accessible, with the way that it's become so prominent and prevalent online in a predatory fashion because of these evil companies. I guess, it's a similar ish thing.
I think it's a little different. Yeah, I think gambling is I don't even want to, that's a whole other can of worms. I do think AI, like I totally agree with you. I wish I could have like a no AI button on every social media app. Like, once again, guys, we could probably get that from these tech companies if we target the actual companies. I agree with you. And I think also all of these concerns around speech and regulating AI content, like that's a problem for the future. But in the meantime, we should protect our human rights, especially as the content, everything's getting flooded with AI. We should protect human right to free speech. At least that. We can agree if the computer has free speech. I'm sure they're going to argue that the computer has free speech. But for now, let's just protect human free speech. Because we need that. And also the AI, sorry, last thing I'll say, we've seen this in Australia. I'm sure you saw the same big interest group that was responsible for getting the social media ban over the line. I'm going to read Cam Wilson. This was his scoop. They were also developing AIs to track students, and it's all integrated with mass AI censorship.
Oh, I hate that. I mean, look, my experience with that was in testing. It was terrible. I don't know if I think that I'm trying to remember. It was before AI was really a big thing. I'm thinking what they did is it was that actual person on the other hand. Basically what it was that yeah, and there was different versions of this. There was one that would require you to turn your webcam on and then move the webcam around the room so that they could see everything in your room. Make sure you didn't have cheating materials, I guess. And then supposedly someone would, have access to your feed while you were taking the test, and they'd like verify that you weren't cheating because it was during COVID and everything, and a lot of tests had to be done over the internet. And then there was the other one that was even worse. That was basically the online test interface, the interface that we used for tests. Would track whether I think it was your cursor. If your cursor didn't move for too long, they assumed you were cheating. Which could just literally be like, you get a question, you're like, damn, what is I don't know. It just doesn't, like, it's not, it didn't feel like it was a good test. And it felt like I was afraid of getting false positives. I was afraid of if I don't move I kept on like moving my mouse every so often just to make sure that it didn't think I was cheating.
You're seeing this with the cell phone bans too, where they're like, let's ban the cell phone bans in school. Oh, parents are nervous about school shootings. Don't worry. We also have this AI system that we're rolling out simultaneously that's going to track your student all day. So we can ban the cell phone and track. And so you're seeing a lot of this like censorship and surveillance rolled out with AI laws.
Yeah. Well, really interesting stuff on the topic of all of this, giving me a lot to chew on. And one props I just got to give to you, Taylor. Like you are so like just driven by your own research, right? And like the noise on the internet like does not fucking deter you, and I respect the hell out of that. I see you constantly battling these people, and so I really just I have a lot to think about. I've learned a lot talking to you, but I do really admire your conviction to your beat.
Well, you guys got to talk to some of the researchers. They're so much more patient. Ian, the Caltech researcher, who's the habit guy, I think you would actually love him. He's like very sweet and mild mannered, and like he's dedicated his life to studying habits and addiction. And like I'm sure he would be willing to come on and talk to you guys about his research. Like I cover tech policy, and I've been writing about these laws for a decade. And so like I just get so triggered because I feel like I spend all day like fighting with people about some stupid law. So I'm sorry to be, and this week especially, like I'm just like on edge. So sorry to like come in guns blazing.
Totally
but,
fine.
Oh yeah, we love
it's
it.
totally fine. We really appreciate the back and forth, and I appreciate you hearing me out to as much as you could. Because
I mean, she's actually not talking about the cell phone ban thing. That was the thing that related to the Jonathan Haidt bill, right? She's talking about these bad bills. She's kind of come on the Vanguard to talk about. Let me show you these again, right? A site called badinternetbills.com. Wait, did this open something up? Oh, it does say something about these. Okay, earn it. Cooper David, age gating, stop CSAM. Right, I mean, these are bills with like some of them very unobjectionable names, right? Like you don't want to be against the stop CSAM bill, for instance. Earn it. What was the one? Was it the take it down that we were talking about? Yeah, take it down. 230 online ID checks. I guess they don't have like a. It doesn't look like they have a summary for the take it down bill. Unfortunately, that's the one that she was just talking about. it gives a short summary here. Threatens end-to-end encryption. So these are the problems with the bill. Threatens end-to-end encryption and opens the door for even more censorship and policed content online. So, these are the bills that she's talking about. It's based on, I guess she saw the Vanguard. She saw some content that they did, and she wanted to have like this particular conversation with them. She wanted to put her 2 cents in, and like I said, she's very passionate about it. It got kind of heated, and it hopefully it ended on a note of understanding. But I feel like I'm still missing a lot, right? I'd like to understand her point of view better, because like some of this, like I was saying, the sort of video could really help. It's harder to express yourself in a conversation, in a debate, kind of a debate, right, than it is if you've got the ability to like show a visual, for instance, right? You used to write math formulas on your palm. Did you get away with it? Her timeline is full of these discussions. Yeah. Yo, Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub, or rather, to Malbec. Malbec, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. Here, let's finish. See if there's anything, if they have anything else to say. But yeah, badinternetbills.com if you want to talk. Check out the legislation that Taylor's talking about. What is that? Instagram posts? Oh, some images. Okay. Yeah, I wish they had I want to know more about the Take It Down Act that she was talking about. But these are the bills that they've got their eyes on. This is how you can call your congressman or senator, and then it has a description like Section 230 would end online free expression as we know it. Section 230 is a legal compromise that protects platforms from lawsuits over third-party content while still allowing them to engage in content moderation. Without it, platforms would be forced to choose between acting as a publisher, allowed to pick and choose what they host, but then legally liable for it, whatever they publish, or anything goes platform, unable to engage even in basic spam mitigation content moderation. Regular people would be unable to post on publisher curated websites and would have to have their voice drowned out by scams and hate speech on unmoderated platforms. So that sounds like hell. Online ID checks, you may have heard of these recently. The idea being that they're supposed to keep children safe or keep children off of websites that they shouldn't be on. And in practice, right, it's they're not even doing a good job at it. There's a UK version that's supposed to require you to upload a headshot. People are faking these headshots with pictures, right? So it didn't end up working, and it's also you could send it an image and have it say you are under 18 when you're clearly not, right? So you're kind of relying on AI and unreliable systems to check this stuff. Adopted in 19 states require residents to provide sensitive information. Yeah, or even worse, they require your driver's license, your face scan, right? This is more information going to the website. And we know that websites, A, can't be trusted with our information, and B, even if they could be trusted, they're negligent, and there's leaks and stuff all the time. Like stuff leaks. Hackers get in and see this information. So the more information that's online, the more helpful this is for people that want to, say, steal your identity, right? So this is a bad idea. Online ID check sounds like a good idea. You definitely want to protect children, but the way that it's being implemented, honestly, this is one of the things where it's got to be I mean, if anything, maybe parents need a better guide to like what websites and platforms are appropriate for kids of various ages. So because that ultimately, they're the only ones that are going to be able to keep their kids out of places they're not supposed to be. And obviously, ID check systems are vulnerable to hacking. Yeah, exactly what I was saying, putting sensitive data at risk, unreliable and biased facial. Oh my God, this is exactly my, wow. I swear, Chad, I didn't read this all ahead of time. Requiring internet to implement online ID. Anyway, so yeah, that's the online ID checks, COSA. God, I feel like they've been trying to pass this one forever. Claims to make kids safer, but it's really dangerous censorship bill. This is the one that I think, wait, is this, I thought this was the one, dangerous censorship bill that would give the government precedent to control, unprecedented control over the internet. This would put youth in danger by preventing them from accessing potentially life-saving resources. Lawmakers concerned about the online safety should reject COSA and instead work to protect all internet users from abusive tech companies by passing a federal data privacy law. There you go. Screen Act. Nationwide would instate nationwide age verification requirements for websites lawmakers deem harmful to minors, but far from promoting safety. Again, yeah, force websites to contract. So even if they bring on a third party contractor to do the age verification, like that's almost more dangerous, right? I mean, you know who Facebook is, you know who Instagram is, right? You don't necessarily know some random like age check or something, check for age or whatever program, whatever company they're going through, whatever third party, right? To collect and store incredibly sensitive identifying info like our driver's license and passports in insecure databases. Sounds like a really bad idea. With backing from far-right politicians and conservative anti-porn groups, it's clear what this bill is really intended to do: censor our access to the internet while collecting our data in droves. Yeah. Wow. Earn it. Oh, it's from 2023 and it's still kicking. Okay. I don't know if that's normal. Threatens to undermine, but like I said, I think COSA's been around forever too. Threatens to undermine online encryption by punishing companies that provide encryption services, and by repeating the same mistakes as the previous bill called SESTA FOSTA. It would lead to widespread internet censorship and crackdowns on marginalized community. When Earn It was previously introduced in 2020 and 2022, it's been around since 2020, chat. It was shelved in the face of overwhelming public outcry and opposition from human rights groups. Now lawmakers are introducing Earn It for a third time, hoping to pass it and break the internet while we're distracted. Cooper Davis Act is a misguided attempt to address public health crisis caused by fentanyl in many communities. Bill does more harm than good, opening the door for what does it actually do? Opening the door for increased surveillance of messaging. Damn it! Oh, it's like encryption. Another Earn It copycat bill. More surveillance will not solve public health crisis. So wait, this one's masquerading as like preventing the spread of misinformation. And then age gating, this is statewide, right? Regressive states across the country are taking away teenagers' online rights. It started in Utah with 2 laws that were created to mandate social media bedtime, give parents complete control over their kids' accounts, messages, and passwords. Utah lawmakers claim their curfew and control bill helps children, but these bills actually make children less safe, and by increasing state and parental surveillance and restricting access to the community. To make matters worse, legislation like this keeps spreading. Arkansas has passed a copycat bill. Louisiana and Texas are trying to follow Utah's lead. It's been introduced federally in Congress. Oh, great! It's not just statewide then. Potentially. All right, Stop CSAM bill. Stop CSAM wouldn't actually stop CSAM. Surprise, surprise. Instead, it would make CSAM cases harder to prosecute, like SESTA FOSTA before it, while reducing privacy protections in ways that would harm vulnerable people. like Earn-It, Stop CCM undermines end-to-end encryption, a technology that is vital for LGBTQ plus youth, survivors of interpersonal violence and stalking, abortion, seekers and providers, and activists, with weakening end-to-end encryption, E2EE, that means to funnel more information to law enforcement, also sets alarming precedent for government surveillance. All of us, including children, need to be able to communicate in the digital age without our conversations being spied on. So there you go. These are the bad bills that Taylor Lorenz is talking about. I hope there's maybe a video upcoming, because again, I don't think I completely understood her. I feel like I wasn't tracking 100% with the concepts that she was throwing down, but like I said, a video would be a great way to communicate those ideas.
Because yeah, it's enlightening stuff. And even though Zach and I are still pretty young, 27, it does feel like we are preaching that age now where we're having to understand and react to things that are new and that the younger generations that we were once a part of took for granted. And it is kind of that weird, like, you start to feel like a boomer. Not to be ageist towards actual boomers, but just as a term, like, you start to feel like, oh, what the hell, these young kids, their brains are going to be cooked. And it's like, I appreciate your perspective, because it does, again, reframe it in probably a healthier way.
Let's end on badinternetbills.com. Everybody go to badinternetbills.com. It's going to explain things to you in a much better way than I probably did. And I will just also recommend a couple organizations, which is Fight for the Future, an amazing human rights organization that's done great work around this. The Electronic Frontier Foundation has a really great comprehensive guide on their website on age verification laws, which are just identity verification laws, and why they're so bad. And so I just encourage everybody to just call your Congress people and say, no, don't do this. Pass data privacy. Let's pass antitrust, try to get some antitrust cases going against these companies. Like, let's really take down these evil tech companies and not just let them do censorship and surveillance.
Hell yeah. Well, I really appreciate you bringing that message to us today, Taylor. It was really, an enjoyable conversation. Gave us a lot to think about. And it seems like the whole audience was absolutely thrilled to hear your perspective as well. So really appreciate it.
You're being so nice after I was like, shut up.
It's all good. I was also getting a little bit, feisty there. So it's all good.
It's okay. I just got to watch like a tennis match and be like, I am really enjoying having a front row.
You're like, let's bring this to something we agree on.
I was like, harmony. I'm a child of divorce. I can't handle conflict. No,
oh my God.
Really appreciate your time today, Taylor.
Thank you. All right, stay safe out there. Bye.
Oh my God. What is this?
All right, guys, here we go. So this is kind of crazy. Nick Fuentes and Roseanne Barr got into a feud. So Roseanne Barr, let's all be clear, man, she's out of her damn mind. I mean, she's probably taken more Xanax bars than have been made at the Xanax factory. I mean, this woman, she's probably popping pills and drinking booze, and she's got all sorts of issues. So she was on her podcast, which she's got somebody who does the podcast with her who literally has to like finish her thoughts for her because her brain is functioning that poorly now. And so she goes after Fuentes. Fuentes responds. There's so much of this that is hilarious to me. But, I mean, here's the crazy thing. Roseanne, like 70% of Roseanne's brain no longer works, but she somehow ended up winning this exchange. It's kind of crazy. Everybody else takes L's when it comes to Fuentes, but Roseanne Barr, a half asleep Roseanne Barr, all Xanaxed out.
We're going to have to watch this, chat. I just realized it's USA Hull's birthday. I'm rating you into USA Hull. You can wish them a happy birthday for me. I'll probably be in there in a minute. Thanks to my mods. Thanks to everybody who liked the stream. It's very helpful to get the video out to get the live stream out to more and more people. The more and more people we have liking the video. So thank you everybody that did that. It means a lot to me. It is the time of the stream where I shout out my Patreons. I do that twice every stream to everybody that is a Patreon at the $5 level or above. So let me do those now. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to User. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Brian. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Big Owl. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Issimandius. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Animus. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Choki. Shouts out to Moe Noip. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Sherry Safira. Shouts out to Rachel K. Shouts out to Fancy. Shouts out to Sherry Safira, to Rachel K, to America Star, and to Zerax. That is they're my Patreons, and I don't know what I'd do without you. Anyway, we're rating you out. Yeah, it looks like you got rated, maybe. Some of you got rated. The rest of you can catch up later. Like I said, much love. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you to everybody for another fun stream. I'll be back tomorrow, and maybe we'll start to make a dent in this content after spending a night talking once again about Ethan Klein. Hopefully that's the last Ethan stream for the week. But I had to watch the new Alex Novell video. Look for maybe I might try to cut that into a video sometime for since I stream so late. Anyway, much love everybody. Take care of yourself.